A door suddenly materializes right in front of Shun Yi, appearing from thin air without the slightest warning, as if reality itself has quietly opened a path for him. Shun Yi freezes in place, staring at the impossible door for a brief second, his eyes fixed on it as his mind struggles to make sense of what he is seeing. Even though every instinct tells him this could easily be a trap, Shun Yi still takes a cautious step forward and walks through the doorway. The instant Shun Yi crosses the threshold, everything around him shifts completely, as if he has stepped out of his own reality and into somewhere else entirely. The air around Shun Yi feels heavier now, colder and stranger, carrying a pressure that is completely different from the world he came from. This place gives off a real sense of danger, the kind that presses against his skin and makes every nerve in his body tighten. Shun Yi quickly understands that this is not some illusion or simple hallucination. He has truly entered another world. But just as Shun Yi begins to process that terrifying truth, he realizes something even more unbelievable. He can return to his original side of the door whenever he wants. And it does not stop there. Shun Yi can pass through that doorway again and again, crossing between the two worlds as many times as he chooses. That means he can explore this strange place, sharpen himself, grow stronger, and then bring every bit of that power back with him. And from this impossible doorway, Shun Ye's entire fate begins to turn in a direction he never could have imagined. So with that strange beginning laid out before us, let's step into the story and see where Shun Ye's path leads. The story opens with a terrified boy staring ahead in disbelief, questioning whether his eyes are playing tricks on him and whether there is really a door floating in midair. He quickly glances behind himself, only to find empty space at his back, and the confusion on his face deepens as he wonders whether this is some kind of bizarre magic trick. Unable to hold back his curiosity, the boy reaches for the door and opens it, but the moment he does, a force pulls him inside, leaving him startled and completely unable to understand what is happening. When he finally looks ahead, he finds himself standing in an empty, ruined space where cracks crawl across the walls and dark blood stains the surroundings, making him wonder how an entirely different place could exist beyond a single door. The darkness around him feels thick and suffocating, and with unease rising in his voice, he calls out, asking what kind of place this is and whether anyone else is there. Then a strange sound breaks through the silence, and right in front of him, a horrifying monster emerges, its terrifying appearance instantly freezing the boy in fear. The boy immediately screams in panic and bolts back toward the door, shouting apologies for disturbing the creature and even wishing it a good day as he desperately tries to escape. After rushing back out through the doorway, he gasps that the place is far too dangerous, desperately hopes the monster has not followed him, and then looks around in shock when he realizes the door has vanished. Just then, an unfamiliar voice congratulates him for awakening the World Link ability, calmly declaring that they have finally found him. The frightened boy immediately looks around in every direction, asking who is talking to him, but the voice tells him not to panic and explains that it is trapped in another world, speaking to him directly through his mind. The voice warns that this kind of interdimensional communication is limited, and if he wants to survive, he must follow its instructions exactly. As the boy nervously asks what telepathic communication even means and what is happening to him, the voice tells him to open his backpack and search for a strange statue inside. Still overwhelmed and confused, the boy opens his bag with shaky hands and begins digging through it until his fingers finally touch a small, grotesque object hidden inside. When he pulls it out, he realizes it is a horrifying little statue shaped like a demonic skeleton, with a huge horn rising from its head. Trembling, he asks if this is really the object the voice meant, and the voice confirms that it is the cursed statue of the evil Ghost King. It explains that someone deliberately slipped it into his backpack to curse him, kill him, and even steal his soul. The boy is stunned by the revelation, but the voice tells him that despite the attempt, he somehow survived. At that moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly rushes into his mind, and he quickly realizes these memories do not belong to him. Bit by bit, he understands that the body he now occupies belongs to a student named Shun Yi. The voice then reveals the cruel truth. The soul that originally belonged to Shun Ye's body was completely destroyed by the curse sealed within the statue. As Shun Yi struggles to accept everything, memories from his own former life also return, and he remembers that he died from overworking himself in a world known as Blue Star. At the exact moment the original Shun Ye's soul was erased, his own soul crossed dimensions and naturally slipped into the empty body left behind. The voice explains that this was an incredibly rare coincidence, and when this kind of curse fails to kill its intended target, it can instead awaken unimaginable power. The statue had gathered its strength over millions of years by stealing and devouring souls, and now all of that terrifying accumulated energy is on the verge of awakening inside Shun Yi. The voice then tells Shun Yi to open the door again, explaining that the doorway now belongs to him and can appear because of his newly awakened ability, World Link. Because Xunyi had been unexpectedly polite when he entered through the door earlier, he has obtained a title called Polite Person. Damaged Gray Title. When Xunyi equips this title, it grants him the following special bonus. Whenever Xunyi behaves politely, others will develop a slightly better impression of him than they normally would. Xunyi stares at the title in confusion and says it sounds like some kind of passive ability, but the voice warns him that its own strength is fading, and he must stay alert. Whoever planted the cursed statue in order to capture him will come back once they realize he is still alive, and they may already be rushing toward him. Xunyi quickly asks who the voice really is and why it is helping him with all of this, but the voice answers plainly that it is because it needs him. The strange world Xunyi saw beyond the door is called the World of Nightmares, and that same terrifying place is where the voice is imprisoned. Xunyi must become stronger, travel deep into the World of Nightmares, and eventually free her. If Xunyi can truly accomplish that, she promises he will receive a great reward, but before anything else, he must make sure he does not die too soon. Then the voice disappears, leaving Xunyi alone with his thoughts. He realizes he has barely arrived in this world, yet someone is already trying to erase him. What makes it even stranger is that from Xunyi's memories, he does not seem to have any real enemies, so he cannot understand who would want him dead. Xunyi decides that his first move should be equipping the title he just obtained. Since he currently has no real way to protect himself, he has no choice but to go through the door again and see whether he can earn another title. The problem is that the terrifying skeleton is still waiting inside. Even so, Xunyi tells himself it does not matter. At worst, he can simply run back as long as he stays close to the door, and the skeleton probably will not be able to catch him. He remembers how overwhelmingly strong that thing looked and knows there is no way he can defeat it in a fight. So instead, he wonders whether talking might work. After all, communication is what makes humans human. And in his mind, a skeleton is just a person who has already reached the finish line, a person who has been eliminated, but still technically a person. Maybe Xunyi can negotiate with it, convince it to cooperate, and even get it to help defend him from the enemies hunting him. With the Polite Person title equipped, he believes his chances should at least be a little better. Xunyi opens the door again, faces the skeleton directly, and politely asks how it is doing. He introduces himself as Xunyi while silently hoping the Polite Person title will activate. The skeleton continues staring at him without a word, so Xunyi quickly offers his most sincere apology for interrupting its meal earlier. Thinking the title might actually be working, he carefully adds that he would genuinely like to become friends. The skeleton suddenly reaches out to grab him, but Xunyi reacts fast and dodges aside, asking in disbelief whether it really needs to be so violent when he only came over for a small conversation. The skeleton lunges for him again, and Xunyi immediately slips back through the door, tumbling onto the bed as he exhales in relief and mutters that it was far too close. From what just happened, Xunyi realizes that if the door is destroyed, it simply disappears. He grumbles to himself that he knew it all along. Gray titles really are useless, and then checks to see what new title he earned this time. The system informs Xunyi that titles can only be obtained once per day, and since he has already used today's chance, he will need to wait until tomorrow to try again. Instead of being discouraged, Xunyi immediately realizes this means he may be able to obtain titles endlessly over time. But Xunyi also understands that if the skeleton keeps blocking the doorway, he may not be able to earn any better titles tomorrow either. Worse still, the eliminator could show up at any moment, which means he has no time left to waste. It is now or never, so he decides to gamble everything on the skills he built in his past life as a top-tier salesman. Xunyi opens the door once more, speaks with exaggerated politeness, asks for permission to enter, apologizes again for disturbing the skeleton, and announces that he has come back, determined in his heart to close this deal no matter what. Then, before Xunyi can relax for even a second, an extremely loud noise suddenly erupts from beyond the doorway, shaking the tense atmosphere around him. The skeleton now stands before Xunyi with one arm missing, but Xunyi stays calm and tells it there is no point in continuing like this. After all, the skeleton cannot actually eat Xunyi, and Xunyi can move freely between the two worlds whenever he wants. He makes it clear that he is not here to fight, only to talk things through. The skeleton swings at him again, but the attack falls short, unable to reach Xunyi across the doorway. Seeing that, Xunyi asks whether it is finally willing to listen to his proposal. Instead of answering, the skeleton turns away and starts walking deeper into the darkness, so Xunyi quickly calls after it, asking it to wait and not leave just yet. As Xunyi watches more closely, he realizes the skeleton must have been injured while chewing on people earlier. A fresh piece of bone is slowly growing out from the fracture in its left arm, so Xunyi asks if that is its left arm. Looking over it carefully, he notices even the skull, ribs, and spine are damaged. The skeleton glances back at him, and Xinyi immediately explains that he still cannot allow himself to be eaten. But in his world, there are plenty of useful things for bones, including calcium tablets made specifically to strengthen and repair them. On top of that, there are all kinds of supplements far more nutritious than Xinyi himself, and if they become friends, he can help buy them. Xinyi adds that where he comes from, there is a saying that true friends would even take a bullet for each other. Compared to something like that, buying calcium tablets is nothing at all. Though in the skeleton's case, Xinyi quietly admits that taking a bullet probably would not be much of a problem either. After laying out his offer, Xinyi looks at the skeleton and carefully asks what it thinks of the deal. Right then, Xinyi notices a strange light beginning to glow in front of him. The skeleton's body starts releasing its power, and the surrounding air seems to tighten under the pressure. Xinyi's heart sinks as he thinks this is not good, quickly realizing he may need to try another approach before things get worse. But at that moment, the system suddenly informs Xinyi that he has received a contract. Xinyi immediately realizes the skeleton was not attacking him after all. It was offering a contract, which means his ridiculous negotiation might have actually worked. On the paper, the signatory is listed as the progenitor of Shadow Bones, Gilded Corpse Maker, and defeater of the Lord of the Underworld Mictlantecu. Xinyi can only stare at the grand title and comment that these monsters really do have impressive credentials, before wondering why the name seems to pause there. The contract continues, revealing that the defeated Lord of the Underworld, Mictlantecu, is now serving as the skeleton's battlefield acquisition officer. The contract states its content as equal exchange. The addendum explains that 7 millennia ago, humanity's talents in culture, art, and technology caused the eternal bell of destiny to ring, drawing even the attention of the gods. Because of that, the skeleton hopes Xinyi can help restore its strength. It further declares that the skeleton never makes contracts with beings other than gods, so Xinyi had better understand just how valuable this opportunity is. The terms are fair, and if either side becomes dissatisfied, the contract can be terminated at any time. All Xinyi has to do is sign his name on the line below to complete it. The contract then identifies Xinyi as the human who overcame the curse of infernal beings. It also calls him the gate between nightmares and reality, and the sole controller of the two realms. With that, the contract is officially completed. Somewhere else, a voice gently reminds Xinyi that he has only just left the hospital, and if he feels unwell in any way, he must tell them immediately. They tell Xinyi to take things slowly, stay home for a few days, and avoid putting too much stress on himself. They also remind him to take the tonic on an empty stomach because it will help his recovery, and mention that the calcium tablets he asked for are there as well. Xinyi thanks his parents, but his mother softly tells him there is no need to thank them, because his health and safety matter more than anything. Hearing that, Xinyi thinks back to his previous life, where he was an orphan, and realizes that being cared for by a family feels surprisingly warm. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door, and someone announces that they are from the East Precinct and have come because of Xinyi's case. The visitor explains that incidents like this happen countless times every year, and because they are completely unpredictable, people can only accept fate when they occur. The officer adds that Xinyi's recovery is already a rare blessing in the middle of an unfortunate situation. But Xinyi's thoughts immediately reject that explanation. In his mind, the real Xinyi was already eliminated by a monster summoned through a curse. So Xinyi cannot help but question whether, the next time something like this happens, everyone is simply supposed to leave the victim's life to fate. The police officer studies Xinyi's expression and says he understands that Xinyi is upset, but there is still something he needs to say. He explains that the higher-ups have already approved the decision. The hospital involved in the incident will soon be abandoned, and from now on, no one will be allowed to enter it again. With that, Xinyi can rest assured there will not be any more victims there. Xinyi notices the 3 stars on the officer's badge, realizing that this young man is a sergeant despite his age. He thanks him for the information, then says he was only worried that someone might still be targeting him. The officer replies that Xinyi is only a high school student with a simple social circle, and after investigating, they did not find anyone who seemed to hold a grudge against him. For now, that is all the officer has to say. Since they still have other duties to handle, he tells Xinyi they will not disturb him any longer. After the officer leaves, Xinyi thinks about how terrifyingly powerful the curse of the Ghost King statue must be. The police cannot do anything about it, and even the government seems to find it troublesome. It is obvious that the authorities are afraid of the matter and would rather keep their distance. But that only makes Xinyi more confused. As an ordinary high school student, why would someone use something so dangerous and powerful against him? Later, the same sergeant comes back again. Xinyi looks at him in surprise and says he thought he had already left, asking what brought him back. The sergeant hands over a card and explains that his contact information is written on it, and Xinyi accepts it with a word of thanks. The sergeant tells Xinyi that if anything strange happens, he should call him directly without hesitation. Shinyi looks down at the card and reads the name Luo Fei Quan, thinking that perhaps not everyone in the police force is completely useless after all. Even so, Shinyi cannot help wondering whether Luo Fei Quan can truly be trusted, or more importantly, whether he can actually help. The sergeant does not seem to be strictly following orders, but if even the police and government are unable to deal with this matter, what could one young sergeant really do? Besides, now that the news of Shun Ye's survival has spread, whoever tried to eliminate him will definitely not sit still for long. Shinyi begins to worry that those people may even target his family next, and that thought makes one thing clear. He has to become stronger as quickly as possible. After that, Shinyi opens the door once more and cautiously asks whether the skeleton is there. The huge creature approaches, and Shinyi lifts the bag in his hand, telling it that he brought the calcium tablets it wanted. Instead of reaching for the calcium, the skeleton points towards something else inside the bag, making Shinyi ask if it would rather have the tonic. The skeleton releases its energy again, and words begin forming on the paper, stating that the other party desires the tonic in Shun Ye's possession. As the skeleton's battlefield acquisition officer, the giant skeleton selects an item from its collection of spoils, offering a relic taken from an enemy soldier in exchange for the tonic. The offered item is a low-level crystal nightmare, a relic created by the High Elves, who were ancient enemies of the giant skeleton. This crystal has the ability to directly instill knowledge, abilities, techniques, or information into whoever uses it. In the Kingdom of Nightmares, war is the eternal theme, and every civilization, every piece of knowledge, and every developed skill exists for one purpose alone: increasing combat power. Shinyi remarks that a crystal capable of granting knowledge and skills directly into his mind sounds incredibly interesting, and without much hesitation, he agrees to the trade. The crystals begin floating into the air, and the system immediately notifies Shinyi that he has learned Moonlit Deer Step. Moonlit Deer Step is a basic movement technique used by alien soldiers. The undead giant and the elves have been fighting for centuries, and in order to counter the undead, the elves created this technique. Moonlit Deer Step gives Shinyi the ability to escape, sprint, and dodge with far greater agility, letting his body move with a lightness and speed he never had before. Shinyi never imagined that one simple tonic could be exchanged for an elven movement technique. At the very least, with this skill in hand, he finally has some kind of method to protect himself. After receiving the ingredients it wanted, the skeleton quietly takes them and retreats, its huge figure disappearing once again into the deep darkness beyond the door. Shinyi watches it vanish and cannot help complaining that even after signing a contract, the skeleton still insists on hiding in the dark like some mysterious monster. Still, there is no point worrying about that now, so he decides to focus on practicing Moonlit Deer Step first. Just then, Shinyi hears his parents coming back home and realizes it would be better to return to his room. At the same time, the system alerts him that Moonlit Deer Step's first form, evasion, requires 3 agility points. After evaluating Shun Ye's current physical attributes, the system shows that he only has 2 agility points, meaning he is still 1 point short. Shinyi wonders if this world works like a game and starts thinking about how to raise his agility. But before he can figure it out, a chilling voice suddenly appears nearby, saying that Shun Yi is truly alive and asking how that is even possible. Shinyi turns around and sees a frightening man staring at him, calmly saying he wants to find out what Shun Yi is really made of. The man immediately rushes forward, attacking with clear killing intent, but Shun Yi reacts just in time and manages to dodge the strike by a narrow margin. The attacker comments that Shun Yi is not bad, while Shun Yi's heart pounds from how close that was. In that instant, Shun Yi realizes this man must be an eliminator sent after him. Shun Yi quickly understands that someone has already made a move against him, but instead of panicking, he forces himself to stay calm and asks if there is anything he can help the man with. The eliminator answers coldly that the only thing Shun Yi can do for him is die. At that moment, the system informs Shun Yi that the crystal has also granted him knowledge. In the Kingdom of Nightmares, abilities, techniques, titles, and equipment are all divided into ranks, starting from the lowest: broken gray, normal white, excellent green, exceptional blue, and purple, a rank seen only once in a million. The higher the rank, the stronger and more valuable the effect becomes. Shinya's polite person title belongs to the lowest category, broken gray. While barely avoiding the eliminator's attacks, Shinyi thinks that polite person really is an extremely low-rank title, which explains why its effect is so weak. Even so, he still has Moonlit Deer Step to rely on. The eliminator sneers at Shun Ye's movements, calling them nothing more than cheap tricks, and saying that those ridiculous steps will never save him from a bullet. Shun Yi narrowly twists away from another attack, and right then, the system gives him a friendly reminder. Titles can be consumed in exchange for status points, and the higher the title's rank, the more points it provides. Xinyi is stunned and immediately asks if those titles were actually consumable items all along, wondering why the system did not bother telling him something this important earlier. A new notification quickly appears before him, confirming that the title has been consumed successfully and that Xinyi has received 1 status point. His agility then rises from 2 points to 3 points. With the requirement finally met, Moonlit Deer Step's first form, Evasion, becomes available for Xinyi to use. Without wasting even a second, Xinyi immediately directs that newly gained point into agility. Xinyi then releases his power, summons the door, and dashes straight through it into the other world. The Eliminator charges after him without hesitation, shouting that Xinyi should not think he can escape so easily. But the moment the Eliminator reaches the other side, he suddenly stops in confusion and asks whether this place is some kind of hidden passage. Xinyi, already standing safely near the door, looks back at him and gives a casual wave goodbye. Then the door closes shut. The Eliminator rushes toward it, but before he can reach Xinyi, the skeleton appears in front of him, opens its enormous mouth, devours him in one bite, and uses the offering to regenerate its lost arm. Meanwhile, Xinyi breathes heavily on the other side, his chest rising and falling as he mutters that he was almost done for. Xinyi knows more Eliminators are probably already on their way, so he cannot afford to waste even a moment. He needs to find reliable self-defense cards as quickly as possible. The system then notifies Xinyi that the sacrifice of a living creature has pleased the other party. Following the principle of equal exchange, the other party offers items in return, and the contract officially recognizes the transaction. The rewards appear before Xinyi: Pale Shadow Crown and Silver War Medal. Xinyi is surprised to see 2 rewards at once, and even more shocked when he realizes both of them are excellent green quality. The Pale Shadow Crown is excellent green equipment, an item infused with high-level shadow magic from the Abyss of Darkness. Whoever wears it can disguise themselves as a member of the elven race. The Silver War Medal is a symbol of honor and merit within the elven forces of the World of Nightmares, awarded only to soldiers who have accomplished great feats. Xinyi cannot help thinking that the skeleton is surprisingly practical. At first, it only wanted to eat him, but now that it understands the value of exchange, it is practically throwing gifts at him. Looking at the Pale Shadow Crown, Xinyi decides to test it out. The moment Xinyi uses the Pale Shadow Crown, his appearance shifts into that of an elf, leaving him genuinely amazed that the disguise actually works. He thinks it is incredible, and once he obtains another title tomorrow, he plans to head straight toward elven territory and see what else he can gain. Suddenly, a knock sounds from the door, followed by someone asking whether Xinyi is home. Xinyi instantly becomes alert, wondering who could be there and hoping it is not another Eliminator. The person outside asks if it is really Xinyi, then sounds deeply relieved and says thank goodness he is fine. He then introduces himself as Chun Haoyu. Xinyi quickly returns to his normal appearance and realizes the person outside is his best friend, the very reason the original Xun Yi had gone to the hospital that day. When Xinyi opens the door, Chun Haoyu immediately rushes forward and hugs him tightly, saying that Xinyi nearly scared him to death. Chun Haoyu cries while holding on to him and apologizes again and again, blaming himself for dragging Xinyi into that mess. Xinyi gently tells him it was not his fault, that he was simply unlucky, and that Chun Haoyu does not need to worry because he is perfectly fine now. A woman then asks whether Chun Haoyu came to visit her son, and Xinyi immediately realizes that his mother has returned. Xinyi's mother explains that his father went to see his grandfather in hopes of obtaining more of those super tonics, then asks whether Xinyi has already taken the tonic. Xinyi replies that he has. Chun Haoyu is surprised when he hears about the super tonic, saying that it is extremely rare and that even wealthy families struggle to get their hands on it. He comments that Xinyi's family must have powerful connections, and Xinyi's mother admits that obtaining it really did take a great deal of effort. Chun Haoyu says Xinyi's parents truly care about him, then reminds Xinyi that he needs to recover properly in time for the school exams. The mention of the high school exams makes Xinyi think back to the memories of this body's original owner. Xinyi remembers that he is currently a high school student facing extremely important tests, but because of the curse, he missed the first exam while he was hospitalized. Chun Haoyu says that with Xinyi's perfect grades, he could have entered any top school, and the more he thinks about it, the more he blames himself. Xinyi's mother quickly steps in and tells Chun Haoyu not to carry that guilt. Her son only missed the strength test, and if Xinyi performs well in the agility test, he still has a chance to enter a good school. Xinyi realizes that the exams in this world are completely different from anything he knew before. They are not limited to academics, but also include tests of physical strength and agility. That finally explains what those status numbers mean and why Moonlit Deer Step has an agility requirement. Even so, Xinyi is still being hunted right now, and going to school under these circumstances would be like walking outside with a target painted on his back. Xinyi begins to tremble as the pressure sinks in, and for a moment, he seriously wonders whether he should simply give up on the exams altogether. Shinya's mother notices the tremble in his body right away. She steps closer, gently pulls him into her arms, and softly tells him that if he truly does not want to take the test, then he does not have to. To her, nothing matters more than Shun Yi staying safe and healthy. Shin Yi looks up at his mother and forces himself to sound steady, telling her not to worry because she has no idea just how strong he has become now. Deep down, Shin Yi understands that if he really said he wanted to give up on the exams, his mother would agree without the slightest hesitation. Even so, Shin Yi still tells her that he will go to school the next day and attend the review sessions like normal. As he makes that decision, even more memories continue pouring through Shun Ye's mind. From those memories, Shun Yi realizes that his grandfather, along with the rest of the family, seems to hold considerable status and influence. However, Shun Ye's parents have always had a terrible relationship with both his grandfather and the wider family. They never asked them for help and instead relied on their own efforts to live. Their life was not luxurious, but it was still decent and stable. Because of that, there was no way they could have afforded a rare super tonic on their own. Most likely, they had lowered their heads and begged his grandfather for it. And yet, their real son had already been eliminated, which gives Shin Yi one more reason not to waste everything they sacrificed. In the end, the three of them sit down and share dinner together. The next day, at school, the classrooms are already filled with students burying their heads in books and preparing for the upcoming exams. Shin Yi looks over the study materials in front of him and sees subjects like body mechanics, introduction to psychic energy, and strength training. The curriculum in this world really is completely different from what Shin Yi knew before. Still, he feels a bit relieved seeing so many people around him at school, because no eliminator would dare make a move in such a crowded place. And if he can get into a good high school, there will probably be much stronger teachers there who might be able to protect him. At that moment, another student walks over and tells Shin Yi that Zhao Yibing is looking for him, and that she is waiting out in the corridor. Shin Yi searches through the original owner's memories and recalls Zhao Yibing as one of Shun Ye's acquaintances. She used to come bother him about studying all the time, so he wonders why she is looking for him now. Zhao Yibing tells Shin Yi that she heard he came back to prepare for the exams. Since he had done well on the first one, she assumes he must still be confident about the remaining tests and will probably enter the province's elite high school. Shin Yi simply gives Zhao Yibing a calm congratulations. But Zhao Yibing then says that the real reason she came was to tell Shun Yi not to look for her anymore. The surrounding students immediately catch the meaning in her words and start whispering and teasing, saying the school beauty is publicly rejecting Shin Yi. Zhao Yibing explains that what she means is simple. Very soon, she and Shun Yi will be walking separate paths. They belong to different worlds now, and sooner or later, they will have nothing left to talk about. There is no need for them to continue like before, although she says they can still remain friends. Shin Yi cannot help thinking that he only missed one exam, yet Zhao Yibing has come all the way here just to twist the knife. As he finds the whole thing a little too much, Zhao Yibing adds that she has already deleted his contact information and hopes he lives well from now on. Shin Yi answers that he remembers very clearly how, all these years, Zhao Yibing was always the one coming to his classroom to find him, while he never went looking for her. In fact, he says he never wanted to be friends with her in the first place. Since the exams are so close, he hopes Zhao Yibing keeps her word this time and stops bothering him so he can study in peace. The students around them start murmuring that Shun Yi used to be the top student, while Zhao Yibing was always chasing after him. But now that Shun Yi missed an exam, she has publicly abandoned him in front of everyone. The girl beside Zhao Yibing steps forward and accuses Shun Yi, saying he accepted so many gifts from Zhao Yibing, yet this is how he talks to her. In her eyes, Shun Yi is nothing but a disappointment. Zhao Yibing begins to cry, insisting through her tears that she and Shun Yi were friends. Shin Yi thinks Zhao Yibing is clearly underestimating the ability he carried over from his past life as a top-tier salesman. He admits that yes, he accepted her gifts, but accepting gifts does not mean he accepted her feelings. Some students nearby even start nodding, saying that makes sense. Shin Yi continues by saying that if Zhao Yibing truly cared about him, she would not have tried to tie him down with gifts. She has every right to find someone better, and he has nothing more to say about it. If she wants those gifts back, he will pay her back for them. But as for continuing to be friends, Zhao Yibing should not even think about it anymore. The girl beside Zhao Yibing immediately snaps that Shun Yi is a complete jerk. Other students also start blaming him, saying Zhao Yibing was obviously in love with him, and yet Shun Yi treated her so coldly. They ask whether he thinks he is special just because his grades are good, and how he dares embarrass Zhao Yibing in front of everyone. Even with all those voices around him, Shun Yi simply turns and walks away. Zhao Yibing realizes that everyone thinks they are defending her, but their words are actually pushing Shun Yi into an even worse position. Now he looks like the one who was rejected, and with so many people watching, his reputation is being torn apart. Suddenly, someone steps directly in front of Shun Yi and orders him to stop right there, saying Zhao Yibing never gave him permission to leave. Shun Yi looks at the person blocking his path and asks if he is not Sun Ming, the third-ranked student. Then he calmly says class is about to begin, so Sun Ming needs to move aside. Sun Ming says Shun Yi has been absent for several days and is clearly behind on the latest news. Sun Ming claims he has become much stronger now, and Shun Yi is no longer the top student. If Shun Yi does not want a few bones broken, he had better apologize to Zhao Yibing immediately. Shun Yi says Sun Ming has misunderstood everything. Zhao Yibing was the one who called him out here, and he was not bothering anyone at all. But since Sun Ming insists on making a scene, Shun Yi says fine, he will apologize. Shun Yi turns to Zhao Yibing and apologizes, saying she has won, so if she wants to keep bothering him, she can do whatever she likes. Then he asks whether she is satisfied now. After saying that, Shun Yi suddenly runs away, and the students around them are stunned when they realize there are tears in his eyes. Zhao Yibing quickly says she was not trying to force Shun Yi at all, and tells him not to listen to Sun Ming. Even Zhao Yibing herself grows confused, wondering why she said those things in the first place, and thinking that idiot Sun Ming must have completely messed with her head. Sun Ming is just as confused, because he came forward to support Zhao Yibing. Yet somehow the entire situation has turned into a mess. He looks around and asks if everyone saw that, completely unable to understand what just happened. Then Sun Ming steps forward and throws a punch at Shun Yi, but Shun Yi moves aside and dodges it cleanly. The students around them gasp in surprise, and even Sun Ming stares in disbelief, asking what that movement was. Some of the students begin whispering about Shun Yi's speed, clearly shocked by how fast he reacted. They realize Shun Yi seems far more agile than he was before. If he had put any real strength behind that kick, Sun Ming would already be lying on the ground. Shun Yi releases an intimidating pressure, his gaze turning sharp as he asks Sun Ming what else he wants. At that moment, someone arrives and asks what everyone is doing gathered around there. The exams are about to begin, so everyone is ordered to head to the field immediately. The students scatter at once, afraid of being scolded by the teachers if they linger any longer. Sun Ming glares at Shun Yi and says this matter is not over yet. Out on the field, Shun Yi is stretching when Chun Haoyu approaches and comments that the test is going to take quite a while. Chun Haoyu points out the long line ahead of them and says it will be some time before their turn comes. He mentions that a new comic shop opened behind the school and asks if Shun Yi wants to check it out while they wait. That reminder suddenly makes Shun Yi realize something important. Yesterday, he was so exhausted that he fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, completely forgetting to collect the day's title. Since there is time now, this is the perfect chance to obtain a new one. Shun Yi tells Chun Haoyu he will pass on the comic shop for now and asks him to hold his place in line. He says his stomach feels uncomfortable and that he needs to go to the bathroom. After giving that excuse, Shun Yi walks away from the field and heads into another area. Behind him, someone who has been secretly watching Shun Yi follows quietly, clutching something in their hand. The person enters the bathroom and begins searching around for Shun Yi, muttering in confusion as they wonder where he went, since they clearly saw him walk in. Now wearing the appearance of an elf, Shun Yi steps through the door once again and begins searching the darkness for the skeleton. Before long, Shun Yi suddenly spots a pistol lying on the ground. He picks it up, checks it carefully, and realizes it is loaded, which at least gives him something to protect himself with once he enters elven territory. Even though Shun Yi has never fired a gun before, holding it still makes him feel slightly more secure. But time is running out, and he quickly starts wondering where the skeleton has disappeared to. Just then, a glow begins to shine nearby, and a familiar voice calls out to Shun Yi. Shun Yi immediately asks if it is that mysterious voice again. The voice replies that it does not have much strength left to help him, but still tells him he must take the item before him. The object turns out to be a symbol belonging to humanity. In the next instant, Shun Yi vanishes from where he is standing and reappears somewhere completely different, surrounded by what looks like a forest. Shun Yi steadies himself as dizziness hits him, muttering that his head is spinning. He wonders whether the teleportation actually worked and whether he has truly arrived in elven territory. Then Shun Yi looks down at the dagger the mysterious voice gave him, turning it over in his hand as he wonders why she chose to hand him this particular weapon. Suddenly, someone nearby demands to know who is there. 3 elves step into view, and to Shun Yi's surprise, they call him Fern. Shun Yi is caught off guard for a moment, his expression tightening as he realizes they have mistaken him for someone else. The 3 elves say that Fern has finally arrived and that he took long enough. If he had shown up any later, they would have been forced to declare the mission a failure and return. Shun Yi quickly replies that he ran into a small problem, which is why he arrived late. But as he speaks, he notices something crucial. All 3 of them are wearing pale shadow crowns just like him. That means these so-called elves are not real elves at all. The three say it does not matter, as long as Shunyi made it in time. They have already earned the trust of the elven tribe, and the villagers believe they are heroic soldiers recovering from battlefield injuries. Their plan is to strike at night, eliminate the tribe chief, and seize the treasures. Then they ask Shunyi if he is ready. Shunyi touches his forehead and answers smoothly that of course he is ready, even saying his hands have already started itching for action. One of the disguised elves immediately warns Shunyi to stop touching that spot and reminds him that he absolutely cannot remove the pale shadow crown. Shunyi says he was only adjusting it because the crown does not feel very comfortable. The other party warns that if Shunyi exposes his true undead identity, all of them will be doomed. Hearing that, Shunyi confirms his suspicion. The same metal, the same crown, and the same disguise mean these three are also undead. Shunyi tells them not to worry, saying that when he is working, nothing ever goes wrong. Inside, however, he realizes the skeleton must be the real Fern they keep talking about, and now the entire problem has been thrown onto him instead. The three disguised undead tell Shunyi they need to return to the village, and he must hurry because his delay has already cost them valuable time. As they move out, Shunyi quickly realizes they are incredibly fast. Even when he pushes himself to his maximum speed, he can barely keep up, which tells him these undead are far stronger than he first thought. After traveling for a while, the group finally stops. One of them tells Shunyi that he must enter the village first, and to pass through the gates, he will need the chief's permission. That part should be safe, and all he has to do is show the badge. The three disguised undead say they will deal with the eliminator outside, while Shunyi is responsible for handling the chief inside. Shunyi stiffens slightly and asks if they are seriously assigning him to eliminate the chief all by himself. They answer without hesitation that yes, that is exactly the plan, then ask whether Shunyi has a problem with it or if he is planning to back out. Shunyi immediately asks if they really think he would back out, then answers with absolute confidence that of course he would not. He tells them they can leave the matter to him. But inside, Shunyi knows very clearly that he is completely doomed. If Shunyi dared to refuse them now, those three undead would probably eliminate him on the spot without a second thought. Yet assassinating the elven chief inside his own fortress is practically no different from walking straight into a suicide mission. Either way, Shunyi has already been forced into a dead end, and now he finally understands why that skeleton dumped all of this responsibility onto him. At the village gate, the guard notices the silver war medal Shunyi carries and immediately says the gates can be opened. The guard recognizes Shunyi as a brave soldier from the front lines and treats him with clear respect. Still, Shunyi realizes there is at least one positive side to this disaster. If he somehow manages to complete the mission, he might be able to secure a truly incredible title. With that thought in mind, Shunyi silently steps through the gate and enters the village. Inside, the chief stands with his back turned, quietly holding a book in his hands. When the chief senses Shunyi's arrival, he calmly closes the book and turns to welcome him. At that exact moment, Shunyi's eyes widen as a new notification appears before him. His door has gained the ability to analyze titles, and now you can see the titles carried by other beings. Spirit of the Countless Forests, Heir to the Ancient Throne of the Tree, Mighty Lord of Nature, Grand Master of the Arcane Arts, Guardian of the Kingdom of Nightmares, and one of the 5 heads of the world. Shunyi stares at the list in disbelief, wondering if all of those truly belong to this one elf. Meanwhile, Shunyi's own title is still only Polite Person. In that instant, Shunyi realizes how naive he was to think he could pull this off. The undead outside are already far stronger than he is, and even they were not crazy enough to personally face someone like the chief. Polite Person against Spirit of the Countless Forests, Heir to the Ancient Throne of the Tree, Mighty Lord of Nature, Grand Master of the Arcane Arts, Guardian of the Kingdom of Nightmares, and one of the 5 heads of the world. To Shunyi, the matchup is almost laughably perfect in the worst possible way. The chief then says he appreciates Shunyi's efforts and tells him he may rest well in the village before continuing his journey. Shunyi uses the door's magic and is transported directly to the dining hall. His disguised undead partners notice Shunyi's arrival and tell him to eat something first. It is still early, so they can rest for a short while. Soon, the target will join the gathering, and once the chief lowers his guard, that will be their chance to act while they provide cover. Shunyi thinks about that so-called cover and quickly understands what they really mean. They plan to use the chaos as a chance to escape, leaving him to take the risk. If things continue like this, he is basically waiting for his own death, so he knows he has to do something. At that moment, an elf girl walks up to Shunyi, sweetly calls him uncle, and asks if she may request a dance. She says that dancing with a hero from the front lines would be a tremendous honor for her. Shunyi replies that she can, but admits that he does not know how to dance. The elf girl smiles and tells him not to worry, because she can guide him. Then the two of them step together into the dance, moving among the others in the hall. As Shunyi follows her lead, he becomes increasingly tense, thinking that if this keeps going, his disguise may end up being exposed. If this situation had not been so ridiculous and dangerous, then dancing with a fairy-like girl such as Lonnie might have been something truly unforgettable. But Shin could not afford to enjoy the moment. His mind was already racing, searching for any opening that could get him out of this mess alive. Lonnie noticed how unusually quiet Shun had become, so she looked at him with curiosity and asked why he was barely saying anything. Then, as if trying to understand him better, she wondered aloud whether his brothers were the same way, or if perhaps the fighting on the front lines had been so brutal that it had left a wound on his spirit. Shin quickly shook off the silence and answered that it was nothing like that. He had only been lost in thought for a moment. Then, with a polite and slightly awkward tone, he admitted that his dancing was terrible, apologized for wasting her invitation, and finally asked for her name. The elf smiled back and told him that she was called Lonnie. Shun then said that, as an apology, he wanted to perform a little trick for her instead, and asked if she would allow him to show it. The moment Lonnie heard that, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately agreed, urging him to go ahead and let her see what he could do. Before he began, Lonnie added with a playful smile that his dancing honestly had not been as bad as he thought. Then she handed him a bracelet as a small reward in advance, but she also warned him in a teasing tone that if his trick failed to impress her, she would absolutely take the bracelet back. Shin accepted it without hesitation, keeping his expression calm as he replied that there would be no problem at all. Then Shin stepped up onto the table in front of everyone, raising himself above the crowd so that every pair of eyes in the hall naturally turned toward him. With a confident voice, he asked them all to pay close attention, because he was about to perform a trick that none of them had ever seen before. He announced it as a grand human transformation, boldly claiming that he possessed the ability to turn himself into a human. The elves around him immediately became curious, their attention sharpening as whispers spread through the hall. Several of them urged him to hurry up and show the trick, because they had never once heard of a magician who could actually transform into a human. The three so-called brothers stared at Shun from the side, completely unsure what he was trying to do. They wondered if he truly knew some kind of transformation magic, because none of them had ever imagined that he would be clever enough to create such a scheme and hide himself so smoothly among the elves. Shin called out again, telling everyone to watch closely and not blink for even a moment. Then, in front of the entire hall, he reached up and removed the crown from his head. In an instant, his disguise vanished and he returned to his human appearance, calmly presenting the trick as a special performance dedicated to the beautiful Miss Lonnie. The crowd was instantly impressed. As soon as they noticed his human ears and brows, they realized that he truly was a young man of the human race. Lonnie looked at him in surprise, then thanked him warmly and told him that he could transform back now. But Shin did not put the crown back on. Instead, he smiled and said that the secret behind the trick was actually very simple. He explained that the reason he could transform into a human was because his three brothers knew that same magic as well. All they needed to do was remove the crowns they were wearing, and once those crowns came off, they would reveal their true forms as undead. The moment the word undead left Shin's mouth, the entire hall seemed to freeze. Shock rippled through the crowd, and the cheerful atmosphere collapsed in an instant. Every elf in the hall went on guard at once. Their expressions tightened, their bodies tensed, and anxious voices began asking what exactly was going on. Shun continued, saying that once his brothers completed their transformation, he would also return to his previous form. But at that very moment, someone suddenly noticed something strange and shouted, asking when that door had appeared. Without wasting a second, Shin slipped straight through the mysterious door and vanished from the hall before anyone could stop him. The people left behind were stunned, unable to understand what kind of magic they had just witnessed. But they recovered quickly and decided that the priority was to capture the three undead first, while staying cautious, because no one knew what other tricks those three might still be hiding. Before long, the three brothers were restrained and tied up, completely unable to escape. Then a voice rang out, saying that he had wanted to play with them for a little longer, but unfortunately, things had reached this point far too soon. The one who spoke was the chief. He looked at the captured undead and said that they had tried to sneak into his organization, but they never realized the true irony of the situation. The human race had already infiltrated their own group first, and had even been manipulating their missions from the inside. The three brothers immediately protested, insisting that there had to be some kind of misunderstanding. In desperation, they claimed that they had an emblem that could prove their identity. But once the crowns were taken from their heads, their false appearances collapsed instantly, and the three of them transformed back into hideous undead monsters in front of everyone. The chief examined the situation and said that those crowns contained high-level shadow magic from the dark abyss, and even more surprising, the magic remained active at all times. That had truly exceeded his expectations. Now that the entire village had been exposed as a place infiltrated by evil spies, they could finally trace the enemy's weakness and strike back properly. Even so, the chief admitted that this time, there was still one thing he could not fully understand. Lonnie continued staring at the spot where the mysterious door had appeared, her gaze lingering there, as if she could still sense Shin's presence. Deep down, she believed that he would come back. Inside the door, Shin let out a breath and realized something he had not expected at all. The door had actually changed itself to match the environment around it. That had been far too risky, and he silently reminded himself that he must never forget this lesson. When Shin saw the skeleton, his frustration immediately erupted. He called the skeleton an idiot, saying that while he had been risking his life deep inside elven territory, the skeleton had been sitting here comfortably, enjoying a banquet. The skeleton looked at him and asked in surprise whether he was still alive. Shin immediately shot back, asking if the skeleton could actually speak the human language, then accused him of deliberately handing over the pale shadow crown because he wanted Shin to die. The skeleton asked how Shin had survived and pressed him to explain everything, promising that if Shin told him the full story, he would pay a fair price for the information. But Shin, clearly irritated, asked if the skeleton seriously thought he would just tell him. This was no longer only about rewards. The skeleton had nearly turned him into a dead man from history, and Shin was now holding a very real grudge. At that moment, a sheet of paper appeared, stating that the other party was being sincere. According to the principle of equal exchange, a powerful and indestructible spell had already been prepared for Shin. Shin stared at it, and asked whether the skeleton truly believed he could buy him off with something like that. Then he questioned if this was supposed to be an insult to his character. The skeleton explained that the reason he had given Shin the pale shadow crown was precisely because Shin was human. Elves and humans were allies, which meant Shin at least had a chance of surviving there. If the skeleton himself had been placed in that same situation, he would almost certainly have been finished already. As a further apology, the other party went beyond the normal principle of equal exchange and decided to give Shin something even more valuable, a primordial nightmare crystal. The primordial nightmare crystal contained 3 high-level undead evolutionary talents. Shin could choose one of them and merge it directly with his own soul, allowing him to gain that ability for himself. The skeleton explained that a talent was a special personal ability that could be activated without spending energy. This primordial nightmare crystal was one of the foundations of the undead race, making it unimaginably precious. The only reason the skeleton was still alive was because the others wanted that crystal. They were coveting the talents hidden inside it and the legacy it carried. That was why they had not eliminated him earlier. And now, the skeleton was handing that opportunity to Shin. None of them would ever expect him to leave something so valuable in the hands of a human. Shin replied that he was a man of principle. Since the skeleton was showing this much sincerity, he would forgive him this time. However, he warned him clearly to remember one thing. There would not be a next time. Suddenly, the pressure in the air rose sharply, and a series of attacks came crashing toward them. The skeleton urged Shin to make his choice, telling him that he could take one of those primordial talents and turn it into his own power. A sheet of paper appeared with the first option written on it: Shadow Whispers, an evolvable novice talent. By using a corpse as a conduit, the finished must answer the call that crawls up from hell and reveal what they know. Only then can their souls find peace. Finalization is the deepest form of education. The second option was Secret Body of the Arcanes. Any force powerful enough to eliminate him would transform his body into arcane remains, making him temporarily immune to all mortal fates for 5 seconds. After that, it could only be used again after 1 full day. Those who tried to control his life and his finalization would never meet a good end. The third option was Resurrection of the Finished. Shin weighed the choices carefully. Resurrection of the Finished was useless to him for the moment. Secret Body of the Arcanes sounded almost invincible, since it could let him escape finalization for a few seconds. But once those seconds ended, he could still lose his life. Shadow Whispers looked useless at first glance, but after thinking about it, Shin realized it was exactly what he needed right now. Information was the fastest path to discovering who was trying to eliminate him. So after considering everything, Shin made his decision and chose Shadow Whispers. The instant his choice was made, an extremely loud sound erupted through the space. After the noise faded, Shin remained standing in the same place, but something inside him had clearly changed. He could now sense the faint whispers of the undead. The skeleton stared at him and asked in disbelief whether he had really chosen that talent. Shin frowned and asked what was wrong with his choice. The skeleton answered that there was nothing wrong with it exactly, only that this ability was not very useful in battle. In his memory, the unwanted ancient monarchs had always chosen the third option, while a small number had selected the second, but no one had ever chosen the first. The skeleton's tone immediately turned serious as he looked back at Shun and asked if Shun could finally tell him what had really happened over there. To the skeleton, this was not just idle curiosity. Whatever Shun had seen in elven territory clearly mattered a great deal. The skeleton went on to explain that the assassination mission had originally been aimed at an elven priestess. As for the powerful man Shun had encountered there, he was not just some ordinary elf, but the strongest high priest of the entire elven race. Shin thought back to that man's overwhelming presence and suddenly felt that the long list of titles made perfect sense. Spirit of the countless forests, heir to the ancient throne of the tree, mighty lord of nature, grand master of the arcane arts, guardian of the kingdom of nightmares, and one of the 5 heads of the world. The skeleton then added that the 3 nightmare knights captured by the elves could no longer keep watch over him or threaten him, which meant this was the only chance he had left. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton turned and hurried away without even waiting for Shun to respond. Shun called after him, asking where exactly he was running off to, but after a moment, he gave up trying to get an answer. Everyone had their own troubles to deal with, and right now, Shin knew the most important thing was taking care of himself first. At that moment, a notification appeared, informing Shin that by opening that door, he had obtained a green appraisal title called One of Our Own. It was rated as excellent. The effect of this appraisal title was surprisingly useful. Whenever Shin told a target that they belonged to the same class, the target would temporarily treat him as one of their own for 10 seconds. Once that short window passed, the target would forget everything that had happened during the effect. However, the title came with clear limits. It could only be activated once per day, and the target's total attributes could not be more than 3 times Shin's own. If the gap was too large, the target might resist the effect completely. Along with that, Shin also obtained another item, the Bracelet of Nature's Blessing. Shin looked at the bracelet and immediately remembered that it had been given to him by Lonnie. To his surprise, it was truly a green quality item, and that alone made it a very valuable gain. The system confirmed that this green accessory was both excellent and rare. While Shun wore the bracelet, his spiritual power would slowly increase over time, making it useful even without any direct action from him. Shin could not help feeling that this trip had turned out far better than expected. He now had a short sword, a green rank title, a green bracelet, and even a pistol. It was a seriously impressive haul, but he also knew he had to hide everything carefully and make sure no one else discovered what he was carrying. Elsewhere, the next round of testing began, and someone announced that it was time for the agility test. Shun Haoyu was called next, so he was told to get ready and step forward to begin. From the stands, Shun raised his voice and cheered him on, giving Chun Haoyu some loud encouragement before the test started. As Chun Haoyu began running, he heard Shin's support and called back with a confident smile. He thanked him and said this test was nothing difficult, insisting that he could handle it easily. But just as Chun Haoyu was running with confidence, his foot suddenly caught, and he stumbled hard. Laughter broke out around him as several people mocked him, calling him an idiot and saying he deserved it for acting so full of himself. The examiner looked at the result and announced that Chun Haoyu had scored 71 points. Then he told him that he should be grateful, because although the result was not great, at least it was not bad enough to end his path completely. After that, the examiner called Shin's name and told him to prepare himself for the agility test. Shin stepped onto the course and moved with striking speed and control, taking the test with a level of agility that immediately drew attention. The watching students were stunned by how fast Shin was. The ink jets shot out again and again, but not a single one could touch him. His movements were smooth and balanced, almost like he was gliding across ice, and some people even wondered if he had somehow become faster after leaving the hospital. For Shun, however, the test felt almost too simple. With the experience he had already gained, all he needed was a small touch of moonlit deer step, and dodging those ink jets became effortless. From a distance, a man wearing glasses quietly watched Shin's performance and remarked that the boy's agility was truly impressive. The young man beside him explained that Shin used to rank first in the class, but unfortunately, he had missed the first test. That was why the young man had invited him over, hoping there might still be some chance to help Shun. The man with glasses observed Shin's footwork closely and replied that the boy seemed to have a solid grasp of elven movement techniques. If Shun's mental strength was also strong enough, then perhaps there really would be a way to give him another chance. The young man hesitated and asked whether expecting full marks in mental strength was not a little too extreme. From what he remembered, Shun's mental strength had never been especially outstanding before. Even so, they decided it was better to wait and see the result of the mental strength test first. Maybe Shun would surprise them again. But the requirement was strict. Only a perfect score would be enough to meet the standard. The examiner then announced that Shun had achieved full marks in agility. He even remarked that if Shun had not missed the first test, the result would have been perfect. Shun thanked him and calmly said that he still had not given up on entering high school. Not long afterward, lunch break was announced, and everyone was told to eat now if they wanted, because the remaining test would continue in the afternoon. Shun Haoyu looked at Shun with admiration and said it was no wonder Shun was so good, since he had just taken full marks. Then he suggested they go grab something to eat. Shun told him to go wash up first, while he himself planned to head to the study room and read for a while. A little later, Shun was in the study room with his face pressed miserably against a book. He complained that subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry were still manageable because they were similar to what he knew from the old world. But language and history were a complete disaster. The history, the famous figures, the major events, and even the literary works of this world were entirely different from those of the old world. The more Shun looked at them, the more confused he became, until his head felt like it was spinning. Just then, someone suddenly approached and flipped the entire table over, sending Shun's books crashing down with it. It was Sun, and he stood there with a hostile expression, reminding Shun that he had already said this matter was not over yet. Shun looked at him and immediately asked if Xiao had sent them here. Sun answered coldly that Xiao did not even care about someone like Shun. During the time Shun had been away from school, Sun's strength had risen all the way to level 27. Now he wanted to see which was stronger, Shun's 2 points of agility or his own 2 points of strength. In his eyes, this was the perfect chance to decide who the real leader of their year was. Shun tried to calm things down, asking why they had to go this far when they were all classmates. At the same time, he activated one of our own and told them there was no need for classmates to fight each other like this. The effect spread through everyone nearby almost immediately. Sun's attitude softened, and he admitted that he did not really have a choice, because Yibing had cried and begged him to take revenge. The others also began saying that they had not truly wanted to fight either, but they liked her a lot, and besides, Shun had seemed far too arrogant, so they wanted to teach him a lesson. Yet as the effect settled in, their hostility wavered, and they started saying it might be better to forget the whole thing. Since they were classmates, perhaps there was no need to make things ugly. Shun quietly realized that, thankfully, this was only a school fight. None of them actually wanted to eliminate him, but the effect of one of our own lasted only 10 seconds, and that time was already almost gone. The moment the effect ended, the others snapped back to their senses, and their expressions hardened again. This time, they said they really were going to finish him off. Shun immediately understood the problem. The title could only be used once per day, and that limitation was far more troublesome than he had expected. Right then, the system notified him that he had unlocked a special entry and received 3 attribute points. Without hesitation, Shun decided to invest those points into strength. The system then informed him that, in addition to the 3 new points he had just obtained, he could also redistribute the point he had previously placed into agility. Shun's mind moved quickly as he realized what that meant. If he could freely adjust his attributes, then he did not have to remain a speed-based fighter all the time. Whenever the situation required it, he could shift himself into a tougher, strength-focused type instead. So he chose to put all 4 points into strength. A series of new notifications appeared one after another, confirming that the increase had succeeded. Shun's strength rose sharply, and his body immediately felt far sturdier than before. At that moment, one of the boys grabbed Shun from behind and locked his arms around him, telling him not to run away this time. He wanted to force Shun to face Sun head-on. Sun stepped forward with his fist clenched tightly, his eyes full of confidence as he asked Shun if he was ready to have a few ribs broken. Sun's fist slammed into Shun, but to Shun's surprise, there was no pain at all. The blow landed, yet his body barely reacted. Sun froze in confusion, unable to understand why Shun had not been hurt. Then he suddenly realized that his own fingers were the ones breaking. For an ordinary human without special training, both basic strength and agility were only equal to 1. Shun broke free from the boy holding him with almost no effort, then turned and drove a punch straight into that boy's face. Everyone around them stared in shock. They could not believe what they had just seen, and voices quickly rose as they asked how Shun had taken Sun's punch without suffering any damage at all. Strength, as a basic attribute, did not refer only to raw physical power. It also included the toughness of bones and muscles, the endurance of internal organs, the flexibility of meridians, the explosive release of inner energy, and even the speed of cellular renewal. All of those qualities combined together to form what was known as a person's strength. Shun looked down at them and said he had already failed one subject, yet they still chose to attack him during the final exam. Driven by jealousy, they gathered together without caring that their actions might ruin someone's entire future. Lying on the ground, Sun glared up at him and spat out that Shun deserved to lose his life. Shun grabbed Sun Ming and lifted him up, his expression cold as he said that if another classmate had been in his place, or even if it had been the old Shin from before, they probably would have been beaten until they were lying there with severe injuries. Sun Ming's face finally changed, and he hurriedly admitted that this had been their mistake, begging Shin to forgive them just this once. But Shin did not loosen his grip. Still holding Sun Ming in the air, he stared at him and asked if he truly thought forgiveness was that easy. They had humiliated him, attacked him, and even tried to ruin his future during the final exam. After doing all that, Sun Ming still had the nerve to ask whether Shun should let him go. The next second, Shun threw Sun Ming straight toward the wall. His body smashed into it with a heavy crash that echoed through the room, and Sun Ming immediately started screaming for help and panic. Right then, the teacher pushed the door open and rushed inside, demanding to know what was happening. The moment he entered, he saw several students scattered across the floor with serious injuries, while Shun was sitting on the ground as if he had been the one cornered. Shun looked up at the teacher and said, with perfect timing, that the teacher had finally arrived. Then he pointed out that these students had been bullying him. The teacher stared at the scene in disbelief and asked what Shin was talking about. After beating every one of them into that condition, Shin was still claiming that he was the victim of bullying. From the side, Zhao Yibing watched everything unfold, and her expression slowly darkened as she realized her calculations had been completely wrong. Those students she had counted on were not even close to being Shin's opponents. If Shin was truly this strong, Zhao Yibing thought, then the situation had already changed. At this point, the original plan no longer mattered the way it had before. Her companion noticed the look on her face and quietly asked whether she was starting to regret what she had done. Zhao Yibing did feel regret creeping in. If she had spoken to Shin properly, encouraged him not to give up, and promised to keep in touch even after high school, maybe the two of them would not have ended up like this. But Zhao Yibing lowered her head, and the moment passed. She understood very clearly that there was no turning back now. Shin had caused a huge disturbance and injured 8 students. After something like this, his qualification for the final exam would probably be cancelled, which meant Zhao Yibing's goal had already been achieved. From this point on, Shin would be treated as useless, while Zhao Yibing's own future was already safely secured. The only thing she regretted was not realizing earlier that Shun was this kind of ruthless bastard. Meanwhile, Sun Ming lay on the stretcher, badly hurt, but his eyes kept staring straight at Zhao Yibing. Zhao Yibing noticed his gaze immediately, and her heart tightened. She thought in alarm that this absolutely could not be happening. That idiot had been looking at her the entire time. A terrible thought crossed Zhao Yibing's mind. Was Sun Ming trying to drag her into this mess too? She silently panicked, wishing he would stop looking at her like that right now. Zhao Yibing could only hope that Sun Ming would say nothing. More than anything, she wanted him to keep his mouth shut and not pull her down with him. But then Sun Ming opened his mouth and called out to her, softly calling her Bing Bing. Zhao Yibing looked at Sun Ming, and in the next instant, tears welled up in her eyes. She cried out as if she had just been deeply wronged, saying that Shun had hurt Sun Ming so badly. Then Zhao Yibing declared loudly that she was going to call the police immediately. Shin watched her performance and instantly understood what she had done. With that one move, Zhao Yibing had turned herself into someone who suffered alongside the victims while pushing all the blame onto him. The teacher frowned and said that now that a student had called the police, the situation had become even more troublesome. The teacher ordered the surrounding students to stop watching, return to their studies, and disperse at once. As for Shun, he had to follow the teacher to the office. Elsewhere, the principal was speaking with Qian, commenting that the students this year were excellent, or at least some of them were. Qian replied that it was not that he refused to help, but if the students could not meet the group's minimum requirements, there was nothing he could do. He still had other matters to handle, so he prepared to take his leave for the day. At that moment, someone rushed in and reported that Shun and Sun Ming had gotten into a fight, and the police had already arrived. The principal frowned, asking whether this really had to be reported at such a critical moment. The staff member quickly said that the principal needed to see it for himself, then pulled up the video of the fight between Shun and Sun Ming. At first, the principal dismissed it as nothing more than a fight between high school students and asked what could possibly be so important about it. But as the video played, something in the footage immediately caught their attention. Even Qian, who had been about to leave, stopped and focused on the screen. When the police arrived, they also reviewed the video and asked Shin whether he had started recording from the very beginning. Shin answered that he had, because he had been afraid those students might try to eliminate him. In his mind, he silently felt relieved that he had thought to record everything. The police officer explained that even with the video as evidence, Shin still needed to come with them and provide a statement. The final decision would have to wait until the medical reports on the students' injuries were completed. The teacher immediately stepped in and argued that Shun had already failed one subject because of an abnormal accident. If they took him away now, he would miss yet another test. With the video already proving what had happened, the teacher asked what else still needed to be investigated. The officer told the teacher to calm down, explaining that Shin only needed to return with them to clarify the matter, and that it would not take long. If the injuries were not serious, the matter could be settled quickly. But the teacher said that even a short delay could end up destroying Shin's future. Meanwhile, Shin was thinking about something else entirely. He could not afford to waste time. He needed to keep shifting his attributes so his body would adapt more quickly to the changes. Just then, the principal approached and said that it was fortunate Shun had recorded everything on his phone. Otherwise, the injuries of the other students alone would have been enough to get him expelled. Seeing Qian arrive as well, the teacher remarked that Qian had finally come. Qian nodded and agreed that Shin's physical condition and abilities had already surpassed the level of the other students. With that kind of gap, fighting them had been meaningless from the very beginning. Qian explained that he had watched the fight video, and even though it was only part of the recording, he could tell Shun had deliberately controlled his strength during the battle. He asked Shun if that was true. Shun confirmed it, saying he had been afraid of accidentally eliminating someone. Qian's expression softened, and he said Shun truly was a young man of excellent character. The combat technique Shin displayed during the simulated exam had also been flawless, and with that performance, Shin already deserved a recommendation. Qian then said he wanted to speak with him privately. Shin took Qian's card in his hand and looked at it, his thoughts turning toward what the Human Martial Arts Group actually represented. The Human Martial Arts Group was an organization dedicated to preserving the legacy of countless forms of martial knowledge. It held vast intellectual property rights and copyrights over an enormous collection of martial arts manuals. For ordinary people, being able to enter that group was like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. It meant escaping the common class and stepping onto a true path of advancement. Shin quietly observed Qian and felt a faint chill in his heart. Qian's presence gave off the feeling of someone with no visible weakness at all. No matter how Shun rearranged his own attributes, he had the sense that he would not even be able to touch him. Qian then asked the intelligence system to assess Shin's strength, saying it seemed to be at least 4.5. After that, he looked toward Shun and asked if Shun could tell him the exact number. The intelligence system was the advanced AI of this world, capable of accurately evaluating a person's qualities. Shin was impressed. If he could gain the protection of someone like Qian, then he would no longer have to worry as much about eliminators coming after him. So after a brief pause, Shin answered honestly that his strength was 5. The principal and the teacher were both visibly shocked when they heard that number. Even Qian's eyes showed clear surprise, and he admitted that he truly had not expected Shin's strength to reach that level. Shin looked at them and asked whether a value of 5 was really considered that high. Qian explained that at the elementary education level, reaching 4.5 in strength already exceeded the evaluation standard. Reaching 5 was even more extraordinary. With that level of strength, Shin would already be capable of operating certain models of combat armor and using ancient weapons, even if those weapons were damaged or only common grade. On top of that, Shun's performance in the movement exam had been perfect, which already guaranteed him the right to receive a recommendation. Qian said that Shun could join the group and that he would arrange a new evaluation for him. Under normal circumstances, such a thing would not be allowed, but the Human Martial Arts Group had special authorization to recommend reevaluations and additional tests to the Department of Education for certain exceptional candidates, especially when it would be a waste to overlook a talent like Shun. With that decided, someone would help arrange everything for Shun. As for the investigation into the fight, that would still be handled by the authorities, but the timing of Shun's reevaluation would also be taken into account. Then Qian asked one more question, purely out of curiosity. He wanted to know Shun's mental power level. Since Shun's agility had already reached the required standard, the answer would not affect the evaluation. Shin thought for a moment and decided that he could not make himself look perfect in every area. A mental power level of 3 should be enough to seem impressive without being too outrageous, so he quietly raised 3 fingers. Seeing Shun's answer, Qian smiled. The teacher, however, was even more surprised than before and asked whether a level of 3 was already considered high. Looking at Shun again, he could not help commenting that Shin's mental power was clearly not ordinary either. Qian looked at Shun Yi with growing interest and asked if he could show them a little more. After all, once mental power reached level 3, it was already strong enough to move objects without touching them. He pointed toward a nearby chair and suggested that Shun Yi try shifting it with his mind. Shin Ye's thoughts moved quickly. If what Qian said was true, then all he had to do was raise his mental power attribute to 3, and he should be able to perform the same kind of invisible force control. But before Shun Yi could continue testing anything, the police officer suddenly spoke up and told everyone to stop. Beside him, his partner glanced over in confusion and asked if they were really leaving right now. The officer shot him a look, as if the answer should have been obvious, and asked what else he expected them to do. A student with strength at level 5, flawless movement, agility of at least level 4, and mental power almost reaching level 3 could only mean one thing. This boy had the kind of potential that could rise all the way to the very top. Someone with that level of talent was no longer the kind of genius ordinary people could casually restrain or pressure. For now, all they could do was swallow their frustration and endure the situation a little longer. Qian's excitement surged so strongly that he could barely contain himself. He said he had never imagined he would live to witness a day like this, then suddenly began reciting with great emotion. Once, a forgotten beggar lay abandoned in the streets. But today, when his song rises, even the gods will lower their heads to its rhythm. When the destined time arrives, the cosmos itself will grant him strength, and he will soar toward the realm where light never fades. Today was the lucky student's turning point, and for Qian, it was also a day of fortune. The principal listened with a moved expression and praised the song as beautiful, saying he had never heard such a lovely voice before. Xinyi, however, found the whole thing strangely awkward. For a moment, he even wondered whether he was supposed to sing along too, but then quickly realized he would not have the slightest idea where to begin. Qian then turned toward the two others and politely asked them to give him a moment. His gaze settled on Xinyi, and he said he wanted to speak with the young man privately. Once they were alone, Qian calmly lit a cigarette. Smoke drifted up beside his face as he looked at Xinyi and asked what goal he had for his life. Xinyi answered that his own name already carried the meaning of his goal. Qian nodded, taking that as a good beginning, then pressed a little deeper and asked what Xinyi truly wanted from the bottom of his heart. Xinyi did not hesitate for long. At the very least, he wanted to become strong enough that no one could knock him down and trample over him again. He wanted enough power to protect himself, and more importantly, enough power to protect his family. Qian's eyes sharpened with approval. He told Xinyi that today would be the day he took his very first step toward that dream, then simply told him to attack. Xinyi stared at him, feeling that this old man was not only strange, but also a little frightening. Qian only smiled, as if he could read that hesitation, and told him that he did not want to hear words right now. What he wanted to see was Xinyi's fist. Xinyi lowered his center of gravity and took an attacking stance. As he prepared himself, his mind raced through his attributes, considering whether he should redistribute his points into strength before making a move. His fingers tightened into a firm fist, muscles tensing as he prepared to strike. Across from him, Qian watched quietly, his expression calm and unreadable, as if he were waiting to see exactly what Xinyi would choose. Then, without warning, Xinyi's body froze. His mind commanded him to move, but his limbs refused to respond, as though an invisible force had locked him completely in place. Qian explained that what Xinyi was experiencing was a technique, a method used to immobilize an aggressor before they could attack. He told Xinyi that learning something like this would make it far easier for him to protect himself in dangerous situations, then asked if he wanted to learn it. Xinyi's eyes widened, stunned by how incredible it was, and he immediately said he wanted to learn. But right after that, Qian did something completely unexpected. He pulled out a gun, raised it to the side of his own head, and pulled the trigger. After the shot, Qian remained standing as if nothing had happened. Then, with the same calm tone as before, he said that this too was a technique, a secret art passed down within the organization. According to Qian, that defensive art could block all kinds of projectiles. Even a sniper's bullet, fired from a hidden distance, could be stopped by the technique. Xinyi responded that in the martial world, there was no such thing as an absolutely unbreakable defense. There were only attacks too fast to be countered. Qian paused, clearly amused, and asked if that line was any good and where Xinyi had read it. Xinyi answered that he had made it up himself. Qian immediately praised him for having true natural talent, and at last, he gave the real invitation. He wanted Xinyi to join the Hidden Dragon Project, a program created by the organization to cultivate rising talents. Through it, Qian intended to recommend him to 3 of the greatest martial schools in the world. However, before Xinyi could enter any of those schools, he would first have to pass an extremely strict admission exam. This was not the ordinary high school examination that most students took. It was a special test designed personally by the 3 schools, and common people almost never even got the chance to sit for it, because the opportunity was usually monopolized by the children of noble families. Xinyi frowned slightly, catching on to that unfamiliar phrase. He asked Qian what exactly noble families were. Qian explained that noble families were ancient lineages that possessed inherited knowledge, powerful artifacts, and bloodline pacts passed down from divine beings of the distant past. These ancestral clans held even more martial legacies than the organization itself. On top of that, they controlled vast territories, enormous populations, and unimaginable wealth. Compared with ordinary people, these supreme families lived on the other side of a nearly impossible abyss. Hearing that, Shenya's thoughts immediately turned to Grandfather Shun. He could not help wondering whether his grandfather might actually belong to one of those noble families. Qian continued, saying the Hidden Dragon Project existed precisely to uncover hidden talents among ordinary people. Their purpose was to help someone like Shun Yi gain access to the most prestigious academies. And even if he failed the special exam, the organization would still guarantee him a place in a high-level school. If Shun Yi succeeded in entering one of the 3 great schools, the organization would then provide him with full support. They would give him resources, guidance, and everything needed to develop his potential. Once he eventually reached the peak, he would return to work with the organization, and naturally, he would receive the best compensation they could offer. At that moment, Shen Yi finally understood what this world was truly like. This was a place where supreme strength stood above everything else. With that realization settling in his chest, he accepted Qian's invitation. At the same time, Shen Yi thought of his own family. They had once belonged to a noble family, yet for some unknown reason, his father had been cast out by his own father. Now that they lived like ordinary people, even when strange and dangerous incidents occurred, the police did not dare to help them properly. His parents had been forced to beg and borrow just to find a single doctor, while for his grandfather's noble family, that kind of help would have meant almost nothing. Today, Shen Yi had injured someone, yet he would not face any truly serious punishment. The reason was simple and painfully clear. He had already become strong enough to stand above the rules that normally crushed people like him. Qian then brought out the document and told Shen Yi that if he had made up his mind, he only needed to sign it and press down his fingerprint. As Shen Yi looked at the agreement, he finally understood why the teachers always repeated that humanity could only survive by relying on the strong. In this world, that was not just a slogan. It was the foundation that allowed civilization to keep existing. Qian added that Shen Yi could still take more time to think carefully before deciding. In fact, it was very likely that other organizations would contact him soon. Shen Yi replied that Qian had been the first to approach him, and he had also helped him out of a difficult situation. For that reason, he was willing to join the organization. Qian smiled, calling him a decisive young man, and said he had known from the beginning that Shen Yi was special. However, since Shen Yi was still a minor, they would also need a guardian's signature. Shen Yi said that would not be a problem, because his parents should be at home. Qian's expression brightened at once, and he said that was perfect. They had to move quickly, because if another organization arrived before them, everything could be lost. Qian told Shen Yi that he would come back as soon as he finished handling the matter with his parents. Then Qian moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, leaving Shen Yi staring after him in surprise at just how powerful the old man really was. The principal stepped closer and asked how their conversation had gone. Shen Yi answered that he had already signed, and that Qian was now on his way to speak with his parents about the contract. The principal immediately grew excited, saying this was fantastic news, and that soon the entire school would be talked about all across the city. Just then, Shen Yi's phone began to ring. He looked down at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. When Shen Yi answered, Luo's voice came through from the other end. Luo said he had found some information related to Shen Yi's situation and wanted him to come to the police station. At the station, Luo brought Shen Yi inside and asked him to take a look at something important. From the moment Shen Yi entered the building, however, he felt something was off. A strange, hard-to-explain uneasiness pressed against him, as if the air inside the station itself carried a hidden weight. Luo showed him a photo and explained that it had been taken by accident. Someone had handed the image over because of the recent rumors surrounding the hospital. The picture came from the day of the incident, and on the roof across from the hospital, it captured a suspicious man. Luo pointed to the figure and asked Shen Yi if he recognized him. Shen Yi zoomed in on the image, studying the man's face carefully. After a moment, he shook his head and said he had never seen that person before. Luo explained that according to the forensic experts, the man in the photo appeared to be trying to activate something. Then he looked at Shen Yi more closely and asked whether he had been carrying anything unusual that day. Shen Yi's mind immediately flashed back to the cursed statue of the evil ghost king. That suspicious man was most likely the one who had activated it. But Luo clearly had not figured that part out yet. And since the statue had already crumbled into dust, every clue connected to it had disappeared with it. Shen Yi knew he could not mention the statue, so he calmly answered that he had not been carrying anything unusual. Deep down, though, he understood that everyone had died because of the statue's curse, while he alone had survived. If he told anyone the truth, it would only bring him more trouble. Luo seemed to find Shen Yi's answer strange. He continued questioning him, asking whether he had felt anything abnormal that day, such as shortness of breath, dizziness, or even the feeling that he had lost control of his own body. Hearing those questions, Shunya's expression tightened slightly. He realized Luo was not asking at random. The sergeant seemed to already know something about what had happened. At the same time, the uneasy feeling inside the police station continued to grow stronger. It was as if something was hidden somewhere in the building, silently waiting for the perfect moment to make its move. Suddenly, something clicked in Shunya's mind. He remembered that his backpack had been open at the time, even though he was absolutely certain he had closed it properly before leaving school. Luo's eyes sharpened slightly as he looked at Shunyi and asked whether he had checked inside the backpack afterward. Shunyi admitted that he had not checked it, and now he realized he really should have done so much earlier. But as he spoke, his gaze caught a tiny movement in Luo's hand, so subtle it almost looked accidental, as if Luo was preparing to do something. Shunyi immediately made a decision and shifted all of his available status points into agility. Whatever happened next, he had to be ready to escape at any second. He wondered if he could outrun Luo, but deep down, he suspected the sergeant's attributes were probably on an entirely different level from his own. Shunyi lifted his foot just slightly, careful not to make any obvious movement. He reminded himself that one mistake could cost him everything. Just in case things turned bad, he prepared to open a passage beneath his feet. If danger erupted, all he had to do was kick the table and drop straight through the doorway below. Right at that tense moment, Luo's phone suddenly began to ring, cutting through the heavy silence in the room. Shinya's nerves tightened. He had almost triggered his escape plan by accident, but now the ringing phone might actually give him the opening he needed. While Luo answered the call, Shunyi quietly prepared to slip away. Before Shunyi could make his move, Luo's voice turned cold and firm. He told him to stay exactly where he was. From the other end of the phone, a strange voice came through, calm and chilling, telling Luo that his time had arrived. In the next instant, an intense surge of energy began to rise, spreading through the air like pressure before a storm. Shunyi was thrown into confusion, wondering what was happening and whether an eliminator had appeared. But very quickly, he realized something even stranger. The target was not him at all. The one being aimed at was Luo himself. Shunya's mind flashed back to what Qian had mentioned earlier, and he wondered if this was the same kind of technique. Luo, now fully alert, asked whether the enemy was right outside the police station. Without wasting another second, Luo moved with frightening speed. His body shot forward, and the window glass shattered violently under the force of his attack. A sharp alarm suddenly blared through the entire building. An intruder had been detected. The warning continued echoing through the police station, announcing that an invader had entered the premises and ordering all non-combat personnel to take shelter immediately. Shunyi looked outside through the broken window, and what he saw made his expression freeze. Beyond the station was not the city street he expected, but a stretch of ocean. He could not understand how that was possible when they were supposed to be in the middle of the city. The man above them was the one who had made the call, but he was not the dark glasses man from the photo. Floating there, the invader declared that Luo had eliminated many members of the church, and now he had come personally to settle that debt. Luo answered without panic, saying he was busy at the moment and that whatever the invader wanted to discuss could wait until later. The invader's response was cold and direct. Luo's life itself was the only answer he needed. Shunyi hurried back inside the station, only to find that both Luo and the attacker had vanished. His heart sank as he realized Luo might have been dragged into that impossible ocean outside. Then that strange, unsettling feeling returned again, pressing against Shunyi from every direction. He looked around the office, growing more uneasy by the second, and wondered what was happening to him. Was this office haunted? If someone was really hiding there, then they should show themselves now. A dark current of energy began to flow from Shunyi's eyes, spreading outward like a silent signal. A notification appeared from the system. His necromantic ability, Dark Whispers, had activated. Under the effect of that power, any soul still bound to a body within that place would be forced to answer his question. If the soul refused to respond, it would never be able to find peace. Shunyi suddenly understood the meaning behind those words. Dark Whispers only worked on souls still bound to a body, which meant there had to be a body hidden somewhere inside Luo's office. Then, from somewhere nearby, a voice answered softly, offering Shunyi its thanks. Shunyi's body stiffened with fear. He quickly looked around the room and demanded to know who was there. The voice replied that it had never imagined it would return to its own body through that old, rotting shell just to answer questions. Shunyi followed the sound and realized it was coming from the closet. The body had to be inside. Even worse, that voice sounded disturbingly familiar. Shunyi's heart tightened as disbelief washed over him. It could not be true. The voice said that a hunter had been finished off by his own prey. Then it asked whether, after the murder, the killer had disguised himself and taken the hunter's place. Shunyi opened the closet, and the sight inside made his blood run cold. Luo was there, hands tied, his body already completely lifeless. The voice confirmed it in a heavy, bitter tone. It really was Luo. Xinyi stared at the corpse and asked what had happened. Luo answered that the man with dark glasses from the photo was the one who had eliminated him. That man had been an eliminator. Luo explained that he himself had once been a special operations soldier, with his strength and agility developed in a balanced way. To fight at full power, he needed top-level equipment, but even one careless moment was enough to bring him down. At the critical instant, his weapon failed, and after killing him, the enemy stole his identity to lure Xinyi to the police station. Xinyi then asked what the eliminator had been trying to achieve. Luo replied that he did not know the exact objective, but the imposter had definitely been searching for answers. Xinyi thought about it and realized that made sense. The curse of the evil Ghost King statue had never failed before, so the enemy must have grown curious about how Xinyi managed to survive. Fortunately, that lunatic had attacked the police station, likely disrupting the eliminator's plan. Xinyi explained that the imposter had been taken away by a man in colorful pajamas, someone who seemed to be using some kind of sorcery. Luo asked what kind of sorcery Xinyi meant. Xinyi explained that, for a brief moment, the area outside the station had transformed into an ocean before returning to normal. But when everything came back, neither the imposter nor the attacker returned with it. Luo said the prey had tried to disguise itself as the hunter, but it had not known that the hunter had even bigger problems waiting for him. Then he corrected Xinyi, saying that what happened was not sorcery. It was an anomaly. Luo explained that when another world connects to theirs and begins enveloping, infecting, consuming, or even carrying away part of an area, that phenomenon is called an anomaly. And beyond anomalies, there are even more terrifying disasters known as calamities. Xinyi immediately asked what exactly a calamity was. Luo explained that a calamity happens when powerful monsters from other worlds suddenly appear in their world and unleash large-scale destruction. Then he asked Xinyi whether he had ever heard of the city of Jiang. Xinyi said he had heard of it. People always claimed that the entire city had been destroyed by an earthquake. Luo responded that this was only the official explanation given to the public. In truth, the destruction of Jiang had been a classic calamity. More than 13 million people had lived there, and not a single one survived. Xinyi could only mutter that it was horrifying. Luo told him there was no time to grieve over it now. The anomaly that had appeared outside the station was only temporary, and the eliminator could return at any moment. Xinyi's expression changed as he asked if that meant he was still in danger. Luo answered yes, then told him to go to the armory on the 3rd floor. Outside the armory, there was a silver panel mounted on the wall, and Xinyi had to enter a specific code there. After hearing the code, Xinyi could not help reacting. The number was so long that it almost seemed ridiculous. Luo explained that there was a special pin outside the armory. Xinyi had to use that pin to write the code directly on the wall. Once the truth was reported, he would receive protection. Time was almost gone, and this was the only chance Xinyi had to keep himself alive. Then the system sent another notification. The other party had already said everything he was able to say, and the soul had now departed. Xinyi looked down at Luo's completely lifeless body, and the truth finally settled heavily in his chest. Now he understood why no one had wanted to get involved in his case. In this world, incidents like this happened far too often. This was a world where anyone without enough strength would eventually be crushed. Xinyi wondered whether he should expose the eliminator's stolen identity, but after thinking it through, he realized it would not make any real difference. The enemy might not have been working alone. There could already be accomplices hidden inside the station itself, and with the power the eliminator had just displayed, killing Xinyi would be as easy as breathing. Right now, Xinyi's only real choice was to follow Luo's final instructions and reach the 3rd floor to secure his own safety. Xinyi leaned his head against the closet, his chest heavy as he looked at Luo's lifeless body. With his current strength, he knew painfully well that taking revenge for the sergeant might be far beyond what he could do. Even so, the thought did not disappear. Instead, it settled deeper in Xinyi's heart, turning into a quiet vow he could not ignore. No matter what happened from this moment on, Xinyi promised himself that he would avenge Luo. One day, he would make sure the sergeant could finally rest in peace. Suddenly, a phone rang out inside the station, its announcement sharp and urgent. An anomaly had occurred, and everyone was ordered to gather on the ground floor for inspection. Not long after, the office door opened, and a police officer stepped in with a serious expression. He said the station had just been attacked, and everyone had to head immediately to the central cyber system for a scan. The officer urged Xinyi to go downstairs right away, saying they also needed to speak with Sergeant Luo and Xinyi as quickly as possible. Trying to sound reassuring, the officer told Xinyi that he understood why he must be frightened. But according to him, the target of the attack had been Sergeant Luo, not Xinyi. Besides, everyone inside the station was police, so they would protect him and take proper care of him. Then the officer's gaze shifted toward the closet. The moment he looked there, his expression changed, as if he had noticed something that should not have been there. He stared at the closet and said the body had been moved. Then his eyes narrowed, and he asked whether Shun-Yi had been the one who touched it. Without waiting for an answer, the officer suddenly moved around the office at high speed, searching every corner with sharp, practiced movements. He finally jumped onto the desk, scanning the room from above. After searching the entire office and finding no one, he frowned in confusion and wondered whether Shun-Yi had already run away. The eliminator's voice carried a trace of cold mockery. They had killed so many people, all just to show off in front of a 15-year-old boy, and somehow they had still managed to ruin everything. The officer answered with irritation, saying that unlike those useless people, he was not so incompetent. Then he spoke into the radio and informed all units that Shun-Yi should now be treated as a major suspect in the incident. He ordered a citywide alert to be issued immediately. Soon after, the system's announcement echoed through the station again. The environmental scan by the central cyber system had been completed, and everyone was ordered to gather in the plaza outside the hall for inspection. At that moment, Shun-Yi's strange door appeared once again. Shun-Yi opened it cautiously and checked the outside, making sure the others had already left. The moment he confirmed it, his suspicions became clear. The Eliminator really did have accomplices inside the station. For a moment, Shun-Yi thought he could simply hide inside the Kingdom of Nightmares until everything became safe again. But if he did that, he would lose the only chance he had to make those Eliminators pay for what they had done. He had to reach the 3rd floor. No matter how dangerous it was, he needed to report the truth. Shun-Yi jumped out through the window and landed near the corridor. Seeing that the hallway was empty, he knew he had to move fast before anyone else appeared. The most important thing now was simple. He had to enter Luo's code on the wall and activate the emergency system. Just then, a voice suddenly came from nearby, saying that he was sure he had heard something up there. It was the same officer. He spotted Shun-Yi and immediately demanded to know what he was doing there. Shun-Yi began writing the code on the wall as quickly as he could, while pretending to stay calm. He replied that final exams were coming soon, so his teacher had given him extra math problems to study. As his hand kept moving, Shun-Yi could only curse inwardly at how ridiculously long the code was. The officer instantly realized what Shun-Yi was doing. That device was the emergency activation system connected directly to the World Government headquarters. His expression tightened as he wondered how a mere student had managed to get such a code. The officer lunged toward Shun-Yi, demanding to know who had given him the code. He could not allow Shun-Yi to finish writing it, not under any circumstances. Shun-Yi reacted at once and used the door to shield himself, letting it stand between him and the officer's attack. The officer charged again, his face twisted with anger, and shouted at Shun-Yi, asking what kind of ability he was using. Shun-Yi realized how lucky he was that the door could adapt to its surroundings. If it had been nothing more than an ordinary door, he would already have been killed. The officer kept pushing forward with clear killing intent, determined to break through and finish him. But at that exact moment, the door suddenly disappeared. Seeing an opening, the officer seized the chance and rushed straight toward Shun-Yi. But the door reappeared almost instantly. The officer smashed into it with brutal force, the impact sending pain through his body and leaving him injured. Furious and shaken, the officer glared at the door and demanded to know how it could stay standing there on the ground like that. Shun-Yi ignored him and focused on the wall. At last, his hand finished the final stroke of the code. A voice immediately sounded. The password had been verified. This was Kunlun, the highest-level artificial intelligence of the world government. Emergency evaluation had begun. The area was being scanned. Luo's body had been located. The false identity of Captain Wang from the Major Crimes Unit had been confirmed. The nearest high-rank practitioner was now being dispatched. Kunlun continued, announcing that District Manager Qian had been mobilized. Because of the seriousness of the situation, immediate execution had been authorized. Shun-Yi was stunned the moment he heard Qian's name. The voice went on, stating that in 30 seconds, the imposter pretending to be Wang would be executed, and the countdown began. The officer shouted that he was calling reinforcements and snarled that they were dreaming if they thought this would work. 30 seconds was more than enough time for him to kill Shun-Yi and disappear. Shun-Yi immediately ran toward the door, but the officer caught his arm before he could escape. With a vicious grip, the officer asked whether Shun-Yi really thought he would let him get away. Just as the officer's attack was about to land, the situation suddenly changed. Qian appeared in an instant and struck the officer with a devastating blow. The impact was so brutal that it destroyed the imposter on the spot. Standing there after the attack, Qian calmly repeated Shun-Yi's earlier line. In the martial world, there was no such thing as an unbreakable defense, only attacks too fast to counter. A voice then asked whether the imposter really believed they would carry out an actual countdown. Qian turned to Shun-Yi and asked if his entrance had looked cool. Shun-Yi, still recovering from the shock, said it had been incredible and thanked Qian for saving him. Later, Inside the National Security Office, Qian told Xinyi that he could handle everything else, but Xinyi needed to be honest about how he had obtained the access code. Xinyi explained that Sergeant Luo had given him the code earlier, saying that he was being hunted and that Xinyi should use it if anything happened. Qian nodded and said he understood. From the looks of it, Luo had already realized that both the Silent Church and that Eliminator were after him. The man who had caused the previous anomaly belonged to that organization, a group of dangerous fanatics. Luo had probably crossed paths with them while working on a case. Xinyi let out a heavy sigh and said that Sergeant Luo's death was truly a pity. Qian agreed, saying that he also felt it was a great loss. He had not known Luo for very long, but he could sense the justice in him. Perhaps it was that very righteousness that had ultimately brought him to his death. Qian added that Xinyi had been lucky. The Eliminator pretending to be Luo would have succeeded in killing him if fate had not interfered. Kunlun had already traced the Eliminator who had targeted him. The assassin belonged to the Eliminators League, an organization that accepted contracts only online, so they still did not know who had hired him. Xinyi thought about it and said that anyone capable of killing Luo had to be extremely skilled, which meant the contract price must have been very high. That also meant the person behind it probably had a lot of money. Qian praised him for being clever, but pointed out the real question. Why would someone spend so much money just to eliminate an ordinary high school student like Xinyi? That was still under investigation. Then Xinyi asked about the Kunlun system that had appeared after he used the code. If that system could request help from above, he wanted to know why Luo had not called for reinforcements sooner. Qian explained that Kunlun was the central artificial intelligence of the world government, and it was also the one that had assigned him the rescue mission. Under normal circumstances, Kunlun would never personally handle a small incident like this. It only stepped in when someone activated one of those special access codes. As for why Luo had not used that resource earlier, the answer was simple and cruel. Luo had never realized that his own weapon had already been compromised. One of the employees stepped forward and explained that Luo's steel exoskeleton had been the problem. His primary combat weapon had been infected by a virus hidden inside the system, leaving it completely useless at the moment he needed it most. But the strange part was that the instant Luo died, the system started functioning normally again. That meant the sabotage had been deliberate, and the person responsible had to be someone close to him. Kunlun had already assigned a mission to investigate the matter, and sooner or later, they would uncover the truth. Only then did Xinyi finally understand why Luo had said his weapon was defective. Luo had been such a powerful and upright officer, yet he had abandoned his post just to chase the truth until the very end. Even after death, he still tried to help Xinyi survive, but when his own life was on the line, he had not even been able to use the weapon he trusted most. Qian looked at Xinyi and said that since he was now part of the human martial arts group, this would be his very first lesson. And no matter what happened in the future, Xinyi had to remember it clearly. No matter where he went or what situation he faced, Xinyi had to stay alert around people with malicious intentions. In many cases, people like that were far more terrifying than monsters. Xinyi listened seriously and nodded, telling Qian that he would keep those words firmly in mind. Qian then told Xinyi to come with him, because he had already arranged to meet Xinyi's parents. Xinyi asked about the two people who had been swallowed by the anomaly. Qian replied that specialists would take care of that situation, and the entire area would soon be sealed off, so they needed to leave quickly. Xinyi then asked why Qian was not staying to handle the station himself. Since Qian seemed strong enough to face those two, Xinyi thought it should not be a problem. But Qian told him he was being naive. No one could predict what someone might bring back after passing through an anomaly. Qian then gave him an example. Once, a man walked out of an anomaly caused by the church, and on the outside, he seemed completely normal. But in the end, they discovered that the man was nothing more than an empty human skin. Hidden inside was a creature no one had ever seen before. That thing ended up destroying half the city before anyone discovered its weakness. Because of incidents like that, Qian said he would rather deal with eliminators than face the church and anomalies. Most people felt the same way. Still, Xinyi did not need to worry too much about those two trapped inside the anomaly. Whatever awaited them, there would be far worse than the man who had been stuck to the wall. Suddenly, Qian seemed to remember something important. He pulled out his phone, made a call, and asked someone to run a background check on a woman named Mengyu. More specifically, he wanted to know what kind of relationship she had with Luo. But when Qian heard the answer from the other end of the line, his expression shifted at once, becoming far more serious. Xinyi watched Qian's reaction and silently wondered who Mengyu was. From the way Qian reacted, she must have had some kind of important connection to Luo. Somewhere else, Xinyi's parents told him there was something important he needed to know. Before they discussed the contract with Qian, Xinyi had to make a decision for himself. Qian understood immediately and said he would step outside to smoke while the family talked. Once Qian left, Xinyi's mother finally said they would stop hiding the truth from him. Xinyi actually came from a prestigious family. His father had once belonged to a branch of the famous Sanjin clan. Xinyi immediately realized that his suspicions had been right. He remembered reading about the Sanjin clan in a history book, a powerful family known as one of the few lineages that had inherited divine powers and ancient artifacts. His mother explained that Xinyi's father had once been a true prodigy, but while training in an ancient technique, he suffered a chi deviation and lost all of his strength. Feeling discouraged, he came to the city, and that was where he met Xinyi's mother. Later, Xinyi's grandfather tried to force his father into a political marriage, but his father refused and chose to marry the woman he loved instead. That decision enraged the old man, who expelled him from the family completely. After that, Xinyi was born, and the three of them began living an ordinary but happy life. Xinyi listened for a moment, then asked if they were telling him all this just to show off their love story. His father replied that this was not the point. They were telling him because the talent Xinyi had shown was far beyond anything ordinary. If Xinyi returned to his grandfather now and acknowledged his bloodline, the old man would almost certainly accept him. He could become a disciple of the clan and gain access to extraordinary resources, privileges, and opportunities. The inheritance of a prestigious family was something countless people could only dream of. However, if Xinyi chose to join the human martial arts group, then that path would be closed to him forever. The decision belonged to Xinyi alone. No matter which path he chose, his parents told him they would support him. Xinyi did not hesitate for long. He calmly said that he had already decided, and he would join the human martial arts group. His mother looked at him carefully and asked if he was truly sure. If they went to speak with his grandfather, Xinyi could live a life filled with wealth, comfort, and protection. Xinyi answered that he did not want to go back. He did not want his parents to ever have to beg anyone again because of him. If his father had managed to move forward on his own, then Xinyi believed he could do the same. More than anything, he believed in himself. His parents looked at him with quiet emotion and said this was his life, so they respected his decision. In their eyes, Xinyi had truly grown up. Xinyi thought back over the years. Their family had almost never returned to his grandfather's home, and even when they did, they were always received with cold faces. Neither his grandfather nor the rest of the clan had ever treated them with warmth. The only good memories Xinyi had of that place came from his childhood, when he had played with the other children in the family. In his past life, he had known loneliness and hardship almost constantly. Only now did he truly understand what it meant to be loved by a family. Qian welcomed them into the human martial arts group. As Xinyi stood there, he silently decided that a cold family like the Shun clan was better left behind in the past. Qian continued by explaining that in a few days, Xinyi would take the admission exams for the 3 most prestigious schools in the world. Until then, he hoped Xinyi could stay at the human martial arts group's facilities and focus on preparing himself. Then Qian turned to Xinyi's parents and asked if they were willing to accept that arrangement. Xinyi's mother replied that it sounded wonderful. Those were the best schools in the world, so she did not want her son to put too much pressure on himself. As long as Xinyi did his best, just like he always had, that would be enough. Xinyi then said they could consider him an official member of the team from that moment onward. Meanwhile, in a quiet corridor, Zhao sat alone, scrolling through her phone with a satisfied look on her face. She typed out a post claiming that a cruel bullying case had ruined a classmate's future. According to her version of the story, the top student in the class had failed an exam, suffered a mental breakdown, and then taken revenge on society by injuring his classmates. She even wrote that the police had been forced to intervene, and that serious consequences would surely follow. Zhao looked over the post and felt it was perfect. Her video was spreading quickly online, and everyone was already talking about what had happened to Sun and the others. In Zhao's mind, going all the way to the hospital just to take a photo of her injured face had been completely worth it. Xinyi would suffer the consequences of what he had done, while she would continue to be admired as the flawless goddess everyone believed her to be. As far as Zhao was concerned, Xinyi had no right to blame her. This was simply his fate. From now on, he would never be able to enter any good school, learn martial techniques, access weapons or armor, obtain elixirs or enhancement potions, or receive any special inheritance. He would become just like Sun and the others, a complete failure. Meanwhile, Zhao would rise to a level they could never hope to reach. But just then, a notification suddenly appeared on Zhao's phone. Her post had been flagged for spreading misinformation and removed. The notice demanded that everyone stop spreading rumors immediately. Otherwise, both the platform and the human martial arts group would take legal action against those responsible. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the warning. Her post had actually been labeled misinformation. How was that possible? She remembered clearly that there was evidence proving Xinyi had acted in self-defense, but she could not understand why that information had never been released. What did the human martial arts group have to do with this case? What was the school saying now? And what exactly was their official position? Not long after, another news update appeared. Shen Yi had signed a contract with the Human Martial Arts Group, and the 5 best schools in the province had all offered him guaranteed admission. When Zhao Yibing saw that news, her body slumped in discouragement. She had been so close to success, yet everything had collapsed in front of her. She could not understand how Shen Yi had entered the Human Martial Arts Group, or how he had managed to gain so much in such a short time. Meanwhile, at the Human Martial Arts Group, Qian informed Shen Yi that the police had just sent over their report, and the case was now officially closed. A major battle had broken out, many people had died, and one person had been captured alive. Shen Yi asked if the situation had truly been that serious. Qian replied casually that he had simply eliminated that individual, and because of that, he had earned 5 merit points. Shen Yi asked what merit points were. Qian explained that they worked like an internal currency inside the organization, used to purchase special things such as techniques, materials, information, and even souls. In fact, information had been the key that made the entire operation possible. But since Shen Yi still did not hold an official position, he would not receive merit points yet. At that moment, Shen Yi's phone received a notification. It informed him that because of his significant contributions during the battle, the government had decided to grant him a special reward. Since he was still underage, they had chosen a more appropriate form of compensation. The package had already been sent and could be collected in the main lobby of the Human Martial Arts Group building. Shen Yi stared at the message in surprise and wondered what kind of reward he had actually received. On the 105th floor, Qian remarked that high schools only taught the basics, while true martial arts techniques were usually learned in higher education. Because of that, he believed the reward was probably a decent combat technique. Shen Yi admitted that he really did need some offensive moves, especially after being targeted several times already. If not for sheer luck, things could have ended very differently. Qian said he understood, and for the time being, Shen Yi should avoid going outside. Qian would personally investigate the assassination attempts immediately. An employee then reported that the online rumors had already been handled. Qian said that was good, then added that from this point on, Shen Yi was officially part of the Human Martial Arts Group. This month's funds had already been transferred into his account, so he should spend them wisely. A butler then asked Shen Yi to follow him, so he could show him to his room. Qian told Shen Yi to make himself at home, explaining that he still had work to do and could not accompany him, but Shen Yi could call him if he needed anything. A short while later, a girl approached Shen Yi with a bright expression, introduced herself, and congratulated him on joining the Human Martial Arts Group. She said he was amazing, and since she was younger, she would call him Big Brother. She also wanted to thank him for all the support and admiration he had shown her during this time. She hoped he would study hard, train hard, and become someone truly important. The world was vast, she said, and it was worth fighting for together. She believed in him, and she even mentioned that she had managed to get VIP tickets for her next show, hoping he would come to watch. Later, inside his room, Shen Yi watched a video of that same girl performing on the television. Only then did Shen Yi realize, with surprise, that she was actually his favorite celebrity. Shen Yi looked around the room and noticed that everything had been prepared exactly according to his personal tastes. The flowers, the paintings, the books, the snacks, the drinks, the sports equipment, and even the appearance of his favorite celebrity all seemed carefully arranged for him. Shen Yi stepped outside and could not help commenting that for a mere new recruit, the Human Martial Arts Group had truly gone to great lengths. This, he realized, was the prestige that came with power. Shen Yi looked up toward the 105th floor, his gaze lingering on that place high above the clouds. Anyone would dream of standing there, riding the wind, climbing higher and higher, and looking out over scenery most people would never witness in their entire lives. Then his expression grew firm. At midnight tonight, he would enter the nightmare realm again, because this time, he had to obtain another title, and it needed to be one that was actually useful. Shen Yi knew he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. The admission exams for the great schools would begin in just 2 days, and no matter what, he could not afford to fail them. When midnight finally arrived, Shen Yi entered the nightmare realm once more. But the moment he appeared, he found the skeleton lying there in pieces, its body shattered almost beyond recognition. Shen Yi stared at the mess in shock and asked what the hell had happened here. He quickly realized he could not just rush in carelessly this time, because one wrong move might completely ruin his chance at the title evaluation. The skeleton weakly begged Shen Yi to save him, its broken bones trembling as it said its life was slipping away. Shen Yi hurriedly asked what had happened, but admitted that he had no idea how to heal a skeleton. The skeleton said everything had started with that tonic from the party last week, then desperately asked if Shen Yi had any more left. Even a little would do. Shen Yi could only answer that he did not have any. The skeleton immediately sounded like all hope had vanished, saying that this was truly the end for him. Shen Yi looked at the skeleton and thought that, strange as he was, this guy was still a decent business partner. At the very least, Shinyi had to try saving him. He told the skeleton to hold on a little longer and wait while he figured out a solution. So the skeleton waited there, clinging to life and waiting again and again. 2 full hours slowly passed. At last, Shinyi opened the door and announced that he was back. But the moment he tried to enter, he immediately complained that the doorway was far too small and that he could not get through with the thing he had brought. The skeleton, sounding both relieved and annoyed, said Shinyi had finally returned and asked why he had taken so long. Shinyi said he had done everything he possibly could. He had bought a giant aquarium and filled it all the way to the top with liquid calcium gluconate, calcium, magnesium, and zinc, spending every last coin he had on it. If the skeleton could soak inside that mixture, Shinyi believed he might recover completely. Then Shinyi asked if the skeleton had any idea how to get the aquarium inside. The skeleton, clearly helpless, asked what Shinyi expected him to do about it. Suddenly, the pressure in the entire area began to rise. Shinyi immediately sensed that something was wrong and asked in confusion what was happening. The skeleton said humans and elves were invading. This place was actually a secret passage, and beyond it stood the fortress of the undead. Right now, the human and elven forces were launching a full-scale attack. The battle outside had not ended, but the skeleton was far too weak to fight in his current state. He quickly told Shinyi to grab the spatial ring nearby and put it on immediately, because the skeleton needed somewhere to hide. A strange current of energy began to stir, and in the next moment, the skeleton's broken body was drawn into the ring and hidden inside it. Right then, an explosion erupted from inside the passage. Shinyi reacted just in time, slamming the door shut before the blast could reach him, and the door vanished immediately after. He let out a tense breath and said that it had been close. If the explosion had caught him, he would have been turned to dust. Then he asked if the skeleton was really hiding inside the ring now. The skeleton answered that he was indeed inside. Spatial rings normally could not store living creatures, but luckily for him, he was undead. Shinyi thought to himself that he had known this bony guy had some hidden treasure, and there was no way the skeleton would give it up easily. The skeleton told Shinyi to raise his hand toward the aquarium and absorb it, then let him jump into it so he could soak in that liquid, whatever it was supposed to be. Shinyi stared at the ring and commented that the skeleton was clearly no ordinary undead. Ever since the elf village, he had suspected there was more to his identity. After all, what ordinary skeleton would be escorted by 3 of his own kind just to eliminate an enemy leader? Still, Shinyi said he did not care and would not worry about it now. But he reminded the skeleton that he had saved him today. The skeleton then asked how Shinyi wanted to be rewarded. Shinyi said he planned to go into the skeleton's world today, so he needed the skeleton's full cooperation. The skeleton asked if Shinyi had not seen the insane battle outside, and what would happen if he lost his life after going back in. Then the skeleton sighed and told him to forget it, saying he had respected Shinyi's privacy, so Shinyi should respect his as well. But there was one thing Shinyi needed to understand. All of the skeleton's powerful treasures were already gone. The ones he had used were finished, and the help he could offer now was limited. Shinyi narrowed his eyes and asked if the skeleton was just a battlefield scavenger. The skeleton admitted that he was responsible for looting the battlefield, but he had never expected to find anything truly valuable. After all, when powerful warriors fell, their best items were usually taken by the enemy immediately. Shinyi thought it through. The secret passage outside led straight to the fortress of the undead. If he disguised himself as an undead soldier, wandered around the battlefield for a while, and then returned safely, he might be able to obtain a new title. So he asked the skeleton if he had any undead soldier equipment, preferably something that could hide his human aura. The skeleton responded by summoning several items in front of Shinyi. Shinyi looked down at the scattered pieces and asked what all this junk was supposed to be, wondering aloud if the skeleton was some kind of scrap collector. The skeleton replied that these torn armor pieces were cruel reminders of the horrors of war, but if Shinyi searched carefully, he should still be able to find something useful. After picking through the pile, Shinyi finally felt a bit relieved. He had almost managed to assemble a full set. Even the horse token looked decent, since it could summon a skeletal warhorse. The skeleton said it was perfect, because Shinyi already smelled like someone ready for finalization. That centurion mask was exactly what he needed. Shinyi looked at the mask and asked what made it so special. The skeleton explained that the mask was infused with a powerful aura of finalization. With that mask and the rest of the equipment, no other undead would easily see through Shinyi's disguise. Now Shinyi looked almost exactly like a real undead warrior. If he handled the situation well, that horse token might even let him obtain a skeletal warhorse. With a skeletal warhorse beneath him and the disguise making him look like one of the undead, Shinyi would have a way out if things became dangerous. At the very least, he might earn a title like Phantom Knight or something close to it. Shinyi said he was heading out. The skeleton immediately warned him not to die out there, because if Shun Yi got finalized, the enemy would find the ring on his body, and then the skeleton would be in serious trouble later. Shun Yi stepped toward the door and said he would do his best not to lose his life. When Shun Yi entered, he immediately saw that the entire place had been devastated, with destruction spread everywhere around him. He had picked up a dagger back in the lands of the elves, and this time, he planned to use it so he would at least have a little more protection. As Shun Yi walked carefully among the rocks and rubble, several weapons suddenly turned toward him, their sharp points aimed directly at his body. The soldiers shouted that there was a lost undead here and that they should eliminate him. Shun Yi's thoughts raced. These were humans, but this should have been undead territory. Did that mean the undead side had already lost? Before they could attack, Shun Yi quickly shouted for them to stop. He said he was on the same side, that he was human, and then pulled off the mask to prove it. One soldier raised his sword anyway, and asked if Shun Yi was a traitor fighting for the undead. If that was true, then Shun Yi deserved to lose his life right there. Shun Yi reacted fast, lifting the dagger and blocking the incoming strike. The soldier froze in surprise when he saw the weapon and asked if that dagger was Nightshade. The system immediately identified it as a human scout dagger, white trace level, with basic sharpness. It was a dagger designed for eliminators, blessed by the silent sanctity of the human race. Only human scouts whose souls remained pure could wield it, and anyone carrying it was considered trustworthy by humanity and authorized to transmit information. The soldier recognized the meaning of the weapon at once. Since only a human with a pure soul could wield Nightshade, he concluded that Shun Yi was definitely on their side. He dismissed the other soldiers and ordered them to continue hunting the lost undead. The leader then made a gesture toward Shun Yi, as if asking whether he needed help. Shun Yi smiled slightly as he noticed the hand sign. Back on Earth, that gesture meant, I love you. So for a second, he wondered if this was some kind of love-at-first-sight confession. People in the nightmare realm really were direct. Then Shun Yi noticed the leader's gaze fixed on the mask in his hand. He quickly realized the gesture probably carried some hidden meaning here, and he began wondering whether the mask symbolized something important. Shun Yi silently cursed that bonehead for giving him a special item without explaining anything properly. Still, there was no turning back now, so he decided to play along. He said that, as they could see, he was in a complicated situation, and if they were willing to help, he would not refuse. The leader said he understood, then stated that there was a golden combat kit prepared for Shun Yi. Shun Yi thought in surprise that his bluff had actually worked. He then asked for the leader's name, saying that one day he would repay this help. The leader answered that his name was Roman. Just then, the knights nearby shouted for everyone to clear the path for the Baron. The Baron pulled back the reins of his horse and looked down coldly, saying Roman had been there long enough. He asked if Roman was deliberately delaying the battle. Roman immediately denied it and explained that he had found a scout outside the ruins of the secret passage. The Baron's attention sharpened at the mention of the secret passage and the scout, and he ordered Shun Yi to come closer. But the moment Shun Yi approached, the Baron commanded that he be arrested immediately, suspecting him of being an undead spy. Roman quickly said Shun Yi was carrying a Nightshade dagger, but the Baron cut him off and ordered him to be silent. He said he knew perfectly well that the bearer of Nightshade had a pure soul, but even so, he still needed to know what Shun Yi's mission was. Shun Yi looked directly at the Baron and asked who he was supposed to be and what gave him the right to question Shun Yi's mission. The man lifted his chin with obvious arrogance and answered that he was Baron Warren of South Eagle Castle. Then, with a cold sneer, he looked down on Shun as if he were nothing more than a lowly scout, asking whether someone of such a small rank still had the nerve to question his name. His voice turned vicious as he declared that once Shun was caught, he would strip him bare, lash him 20 times, and then force every little secret out of him. Shun stared straight at Baron Warren, his expression calm but his eyes darkening slightly, and said that he would remember that name. Baron Warren's face twisted with anger as he snapped back, asking whether a mere scout actually dared to threaten him. In his eyes, Shun was practically begging to die. The moment his words fell, the knights around him surged forward together, closing in from every side. But before any of them could touch him, Shun vanished from the spot. The knights froze in confusion, their weapons still raised as they looked around wildly. One after another, they shouted in disbelief, asking where Shun had gone. Baron Warren narrowed his eyes, staring at the empty space where Shun had been standing just a breath earlier. Even he could not hide his surprise as he muttered that something was wrong, because Shun had simply disappeared right in front of them. Roman watched the situation with a more cautious look and quietly remarked that he had heard rumors about unnamed eliminators taking part in this battle. Those people were said to be experts at blending into darkness and striking from unseen corners. With that in mind, Roman felt Baron Warren had been far too careless, especially after boldly announcing his own name in front of someone whose background was still unclear. Baron Warren's thoughts immediately turned to the elite eliminators trained specifically for assassination. On a battlefield this chaotic, with soldiers moving everywhere and danger hiding in every shadow, Shin might try to take his head in the confusion. The more Baron Warren thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and he quickly decided that leaving was the wiser choice. Back in his room, Shin suddenly appeared again, landing safely after his narrow escape. He let out a breath and cursed that idiot Baron Warren for actually trying to capture him in such a shameless way, but his eyes remained sharp as he reminded himself that he would not forget this insult. Luckily, Shin had prepared in advance and placed a door on the ground beforehand. Without that escape route, things might have become truly dangerous. Still shaken, he turned toward the skeleton and asked why it had not noticed Baron Warren making those hand signals. The skeleton immediately protested, telling Shin not to blame him for it. How was he supposed to understand all the complicated tricks used by a human army? Besides, Shin had returned in one piece, safe and sound. Just then, new notifications appeared before Shin. The system informed him that this time, he had obtained the title, One of Himself, a green quality title with an excellent evaluation. As an ordinary human, the highest level of title Shin would normally be able to reach was only white quality. However, Shin had been placed in a situation where he was completely outmatched, with no clear advantage and danger pressing in from every direction. Even then, he had relied on the environment, read the movements of others, and used the battlefield itself to break through the crisis and escape without injury. That adaptability was the core reason the system granted him such an exceptional title. The system then reminded Shin that this was already the second time he had received this exceptional title. A special event was activated. If Shin's next special honorary title as a common human became the third consecutive exceptional title, One of Himself, then the repeated titles would resonate with a powerful hidden force and grant him a hidden ability. If Shin wanted to obtain that hidden ability, he could not act carelessly. Every step from this point forward had to be taken with extreme caution. Shin frowned slightly as he processed the message. 3 identical titles could activate a hidden ability, which meant that if the next title he earned was also One of Himself, that hidden power would finally awaken. But if he received any other title instead, the chance would disappear. He began wondering how he was supposed to obtain another green quality, One of Himself title. Judging from the description, the conditions were harsh. He needed to fall into a desperate situation, face enemies far stronger than himself, and then rely on intelligence, timing, and the surrounding environment to escape alive. Thinking back to the 2 times he had earned One of Himself, once in the elf village and once on the undead battlefield, Shin realized the pattern was clear. Both times, he had been deep inside enemy territory, standing on the edge of life and death with no easy way out. Yet in the end, Shin had not only survived those crises, he had also managed to dissolve the hostility around him. Even more than that, he had turned former enemies into people willing to help him. So that was the real key. But even after understanding it, Shin knew the standard was terrifyingly high. It was like walking across a rope stretched over a bottomless pit, and worse, he only had one chance left. There was no way he would recklessly throw himself into danger just for a hidden ability. If the risk became too great, he would rather give it up, because no reward mattered more than staying alive. At that exact moment, a sudden sound rang out, interrupting Shin's thoughts. A voice informed Shin that a visitor had arrived. The visitor had identified herself as a member of the Luo family, and the group had already verified her identity. The voice then asked whether Shin wished to receive her. Shin immediately thought of Sergeant Luo's family. Sergeant Luo had lost his life while investigating Shin's case, and even after being finalized, he had still helped save him. With that debt weighing on him, Shin knew there was no way he could refuse someone from the Luo family. He answered that he would see her, and the voice soon informed him that the meeting had been arranged in a room on the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, a young girl was already waiting inside the room. Shin stepped in and looked at her carefully before asking if she was the one who had come looking for him. The instant Shin recognized her, his eyes widened in surprise. This girl was no ordinary visitor. She was a great swordswoman. She introduced herself calmly as Mengyu, the younger sister of Luo Feichuan, and said that she had come because there were several questions she wanted to ask him. Shin's mind immediately went to titles. He had met many people by now, but even Manager Qian did not possess one. The humans, undead, and elves he had encountered in the Nightmare Realm had not shown titles either. Among all of them, only the Elf High Priestess had carried a long list of titles, and now this girl was the second person Shin had ever seen with one. So Mengyu was the person who had made Manager Qian's face go pale just from hearing her name. Mengyu looked at Shin and said that her brother had tracked down his eliminator, the Shadow Man. During the fight, Luo Feichuan's weapon had malfunctioned, and that failure directly led to his finalization. Later, Mengyu uncovered the ones who had sabotaged the weapon, two of his own colleagues, driven by jealousy over his achievements. Her tone remained steady as she said that she had already eliminated all of them. The moment Shin heard that, his eyes widened at once. He quickly asked about the information he had received, saying that the eliminator had only been captured alive yesterday. Then Shin asked whether that meant Mengyu had also eliminated the two people who tampered with Luo Feichuan's weapon. Mengyu answered without hesitation that it was correct, and that she had ended all of their lives. Shin felt a chill from how naturally she said it, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. So this was what it meant to be a great swordswoman. Mengyu continued, saying that her brother had always been a man of limited talent. She had helped guide him into a good school, secured a stable job for him after graduation, and even arranged a good wife so the Luo family line could continue. Everything had been moving according to plan. All she wanted was for Luo Feichuan to live a safe, protected life. Shin silently felt puzzled. In his eyes, Sergeant Luo had always seemed like a prodigy, someone far beyond ordinary people. He could not understand why Mengyu kept describing her own brother as someone with limited talent. Mengyu's voice grew colder as she said that despite all of that, her brother had been betrayed. His body had been tied up and hidden inside a closet, and for that, Shun had remained silent. She looked at him sharply and asked whether he meant she should let others humiliate her brother like that without taking revenge. Shin quickly replied that he did not mean that at all. He had only been thinking. Then, with some concern, he asked whether Mengyu would get into trouble for eliminating those men. Mengyu said she understood why Shin would doubt it. He carried the Shin surname, but he had never truly lived among noble families, so naturally he did not understand their rules. No matter how ordinary her brother might have been, he was still a member of a noble family. For him to lose his life in such a humiliating way at the hands of an eliminator was absolutely unacceptable. As the representative of the Luo family, she had restored their honor, and no one would dare question what she had done. Mengyu then added that the eliminator's mother had carried the surname Xiao, and he had taken her surname as his own. She had interrogated the eliminator, but he had no idea who had hired him. He had not even known that the person he killed was a member of the Luo family. Now that everyone directly involved had been finalized, the trail had gone cold. That was why Mengyu had come to Shun. She wanted to know whether he had any idea who might want him dead, or whether he suspected anyone at all. Even a vague guess would be useful, she said, so he only needed to name a few possibilities, and she would take care of everything else herself. Shin answered honestly that he had no idea who was behind the attack. Still, he pointed out that Mengyu had already avenged Sergeant Luo by eliminating the people responsible. Mengyu's expression did not soften as she replied that it was not enough. They still had to find the one who hired the eliminator. That eliminator had killed her brother, so in Mengyu's eyes, both the assassin and the hidden mastermind behind him had to be eliminated. Only after that would Luo Feichuan truly be able to rest in peace. Suddenly, the sky itself seemed to split apart. Shun was stunned, his heart tightening in shock as he realized Mengyu had just done that. What frightened him even more was that he had not seen the instant she drew her sword at all. Mengyu asked Shin to think carefully and remember whether he had noticed anything strange, no matter how small, a detail, an unusual event, anything out of place. Then she asked whether, as someone connected to a noble family, he had ever come into conflict with another family or unknowingly made enemies. She also told him not to be intimidated by anyone's power or influence. If he needed help, he could come to her at any time. Shin thought it over and said that his family did not get along with the Sanjin clan, but they rarely had any real contact. When he had visited that place before, he had only spent time with children around his own age and did not remember offending anyone. Then, Shin suddenly remembered something important. The first time he had been attacked, he had heard terrified screams in the hospital, which meant there might have been witnesses. Mengyu immediately took that clue seriously and said she would investigate it right away, promising to inform him as soon as she discovered anything. After that, Mengyu gave Shun her contact information. She thanked him calmly and said that she had to leave. Shun, unable to say much more, simply told her to be careful. Soon after Mengyu left, Manager Qian appeared behind Shin and commented that her sword strike had been terrifying. He also mentioned that when Mengyu first arrived, she had specifically asked whether he had any intention of hurting Shun. Shin admitted that he had been worried at first because he feared Mengyu might blame him for Luo Feichuan's death, but from the way things had gone, it seemed everything was all right. After all, Mengyu was the most talented member of the Luo family's current generation, and even among the other noble families, she was considered an exceptional figure. Shin could not help asking whether she was still in school or had already started working. Manager Qian answered that Mengyu would be taking the high school entrance exams this year, which meant she was actually in the same grade as Shun. Manager Qian told Shin not to let it weigh on him too much. Noble families usually held secret inheritances, and their children began training almost from the moment they could understand instructions, so it was perfectly normal for someone like Meng Yu to stand far above others her age. If Shin had grown up inside the clan and received that kind of guidance from childhood, Qian believed he would probably be just as powerful as her. Shun, however, shook off the comparison and said he actually felt more relieved than discouraged. Meng Yu was on his side, and if she managed to uncover the person hiding behind all these attacks, that would be a huge help. After saying that, Shin decided to return to his room and get some sleep. Manager Qian nodded and told him to go ahead, adding that tomorrow he would arrange for several tutors to teach Shin what he needed to watch out for in the upcoming exams. Back in his room, Shin still could not calm down completely. He thought about Meng Yu's overwhelming strength and muttered that, as expected from someone born into a noble family, she was frighteningly powerful. In this world, noble families truly seemed to stand at the very top of human civilization. But then his thoughts suddenly shifted, and a colder possibility surfaced in his mind. What if the person trying to kill him also came from that level? If someone from a noble family wanted him dead, they could simply throw money at the problem and hire eliminators from the league again and again, and Shin's life could be taken before he even had the chance to fight back. Shin quickly realized that he needed to learn proper offensive skills as soon as possible. He could not keep hoping that a great swordswoman like Meng Yu would always appear to protect him whenever danger came knocking. In the end, the person he could rely on most was still himself. With that thought, Shin turned toward the skeleton and asked whether any nightmare crystals were left, especially the kind that could grant abilities. He wanted to know if the skeleton still had any of those crystals hidden away. The skeleton answered honestly that everything in his possession involved undead abilities. Since Shun was not an undead creature and did not possess a soul flame, those powers would be useless to him even if he tried to absorb them. Shin immediately remembered the past and asked how he had managed to obtain the Moonlight Deerwalk crystal last time. The skeleton simply replied that he had found it by pure luck, as if there had been no clever method behind it at all. Shin wondered whether he really had to wait until higher education before he could learn a decent offensive technique, but he rejected that idea almost immediately. He did not have the luxury of waiting that long. The eliminators were still a threat, the exams were already approaching, and the children from noble families would definitely not be easy opponents once they entered the same arena. Then Shin suddenly remembered something else. He had not even properly checked the combat kit that Roman had given him. Shin began rummaging through the kit with a bit of hope, but after searching through it, all he found was a first aid kit. He stared at it for a moment, clearly disappointed, and wondered whether there was anything truly useful inside it all. Still unwilling to give up, Shin thought there might be a nightmare crystal hidden somewhere among the supplies. If there really was one, he could only hope it contained a good ability that might help him survive what was coming. Among the items, Shun found a message instead. It stated that the Shadowhand Brotherhood had established an information drop point at the main camp. If he found a tent marked with 3 vertical daggers, he could submit his reports there, because the Shadowhand was waiting for him. Shin looked through the kit again, but his brows slowly furrowed. After all that searching, he could not help asking whether there really was no ability crystal inside. The skeleton studied the message and replied that it seemed Roman, that human from earlier, had mistaken Shun for a member of the Shadowhand Brotherhood. Shin fell silent for a moment and thought it through. He had already obtained a title today, which meant that even if he returned to the nightmare world, he probably would not receive another one right away. In other words, this was actually a perfect chance to explore without worrying about ruining his next title opportunity. With that decided, Shin asked the skeleton whether he had found the Centurion mask he had left behind, and whether they could still return to that place. The skeleton said it should be somewhere near the secret passage, though he could not remember the exact location, then asked why Shin suddenly cared about it. Shin explained that the human army had captured the undead outpost outside the passage. His plan was to disguise himself as a soldier and return to the nightmare world, so he needed to know whether any usable human equipment was available. Once Shun changed into the equipment, he looked far more like a soldier from the kingdom's borderlands. He pointed out the wolf emblem on the shield and explained that this was their symbol. Since the undead had wiped out the kingdom's humans, no one would find it strange if a surviving soldier appeared on the battlefield. Shin then noticed another crystal-like item and asked what it was. The skeleton replied that it was actually a distressed letter from the kingdom's lord, and it could also serve as a token. He told Shin to carry it with him, because once Shin left that area, it might become useful. Shin found that strange and asked why the skeleton had suddenly become so concerned about his safety. The skeleton claimed it was because Shun had saved him the previous night, and he needed to repay that favor. Shin clearly did not buy it. He told the skeleton to speak honestly, or he would drain every last bit of the calcium supplement. Only then did the skeleton finally admit the truth. He needed to help Shin gain some prestige in the nightmare world, because only then would Shun be able to purchase high-level materials that could heal the skeleton's wounds. That night, in another part of the battlefield, the ground was littered with dead and wounded soldiers. Broken armor, scattered weapons, and bodies lay across the darkened field, leaving the whole area heavy with the smell of blood and smoke. One wounded soldier called out for help while supporting another, urging his brother to hold on because the base camp was just ahead. If they could reach it, treatment would come quickly. Not far away, Shun crouched behind a rock, keeping his body low as he quietly observed everything from the shadows. Shun noticed that some soldiers were still clearing the battlefield, which meant he could not move recklessly. If he ran into the same squad from before and they recognized him, then his disguise would fall apart instantly, and he would be finished. Still, there were bodies everywhere, and Shun realized that this might be a chance to gather information. If he moved carefully enough, he might be able to learn something useful without exposing himself. Shun soon found a giant undead lying nearby. He slipped behind the massive body for cover, then quietly ordered it to wake up, saying he had a few questions to ask. Shun asked the giant undead whether it knew anything about the mask he was looking for. The undead answered that it knew nothing about it. With no useful answer gained, Shun quickly moved away and told the undead to rest in peace. After that, Shun went from one undead to another, asking about the missing mask again and again. But no matter who he questioned, none of them knew anything useful. After searching for a while with no progress, Shun sat down behind a rock, frustrated and exhausted. Looking at the massive battlefield around him, he could not help wondering how he was supposed to find one small mask in a place like this. It really felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Then, all of a sudden, Shun noticed something nearby. It was a werewolf. Shun's eyes sharpened as he remembered that werewolves had an incredible sense of smell. If anyone on this battlefield could track down something by scent, this creature might be the best chance he had. So Shun approached carefully and asked whether the werewolf had seen or smelled anything resembling the mask he was searching for. The werewolf answered that he had indeed seen the mask before. It belonged to a centurion who now had only one arm. But then the werewolf seemed to realize what Shun was implying and pointed out that he was a wolf, not a dog. Shun did not push the matter any further and simply told him he could go back. Following that clue, Shun soon noticed an arm lying on the ground. He stared at it and wondered whether Whisper of Darkness would work on something like this. Then he asked quietly whether anyone was still there. The severed arm suddenly began to tremble. A moment later, it moved on its own and formed the exact same hand sign Roman had made earlier. Shun's eyes immediately lit up. That gesture was the signature sign of the Shadowhand Brotherhood, which meant they had probably found the right person. This arm most likely belonged to the owner of the mask. Excited, Shun leaned closer and asked whether the hand had anything it wanted to say. In response, the hand slowly pointed toward a shoe lying nearby. Shun walked over to the boot and immediately grimaced at the smell. It was awful, but there did seem to be something hidden inside. Holding his breath, Shun picked up the boot and shook it hard. At that moment, a system notification appeared. It informed Shun that he had discovered enough special items to unlock an auxiliary skill called Item Knowledge, allowing him to view descriptions. A description soon appeared before Shun's eyes. The item was the Night Shadow Insignia, a blue-quality exceptional item. It was engraved with deep, arcane runes capable of activating certain specific weapons. Without the matching weapon, however, it was nothing more than a useless ornament. Shun studied the insignia and wondered if it was connected to some kind of weapon. Just then, the dagger in Shun's hand suddenly began to release an impressive aura, as if the insignia had awakened something hidden inside it. New notifications appeared immediately. The item had evolved, and Nightshade had transformed into Nightfall. Nightfall was an exclusive human eliminator dagger, imbued with the blessing of the shadows from the Shadowhand Brotherhood. Only high-level eliminators were qualified to wield it. Its blessing of shadows released a unique power signature that proved the bearer's status, allowing them to accept missions from the Shadowhand Brotherhood and receive rewards in return. Shun stared at the dagger in disbelief. His weapon had actually evolved right in his hand, and the change was so incredible that even he could hardly believe it. Inside the letter, Shun found an urgent notice concerning the investigation of undead activity. It was addressed to all brothers and sisters, stating that the Human Empire and the Elven Kingdom had issued a large-scale joint mission. The notice stated that any information about unusual undead activity could be exchanged for a generous reward. It urged the members to head to the battlefield because the survival of the races depended on their unwavering dedication. Shun quickly understood what he was looking at. This was a mission issued by the Shadowhand Brotherhood. The crystal Roman had given him had mentioned a tent marked with 3 vertical daggers, and that had to be the Shadowhand Brotherhood's location. Now everything made sense. Roman was probably a member himself, and when he saw the mask, he decided to lend Shun a hand. If Shun could exchange information about unusual undead activity for a big reward, then this mission sounded almost too convenient. With that thought in mind, Shin stood up again and began asking around, questioning the undead nearby about whether they knew of any unusual undead activity. One undead said he knew nothing, and the answers after that were no better. Shin questioned several more, but they all gave the same kind of response. Ordinary soldiers only followed orders to fight, and none of them understood anything beyond that. Shin looked over the battlefield with growing frustration and muttered that this was turning out to be painfully difficult. Just as Shun was starting to feel stuck, the skeleton suddenly spoke up and said that, actually, he might be able to provide some useful information. Shin paused, then looked at the skeleton with a suspicious expression. That was true. After all, he had an undead right beside him, and this undead seemed perfectly ready to sell out his own comrades. Still, Shin narrowed his eyes and asked whether the skeleton was trying to trick him again. The skeleton answered as if it were completely natural. The undead were his own people, so of course everyone among them kept an eye on what was happening around him. Shin silently thought that this guy really did seem to have a rough time whenever he was mixed in with other undead. Then the skeleton asked what kind of information Shin wanted, something big enough to shake the entire battlefield, or just something more ordinary and easier to use. Shin immediately rejected the idea of aiming too high. He was only a nobody right now, and if he handed over information that was too important, the humans would definitely investigate where it came from. That would only drag him into danger. The skeleton thought for a moment and said he had something just right, valuable enough to earn a decent reward, but not so shocking that it would cause trouble. The undead had started using new components in their artillery, increasing the power of the soul flame cannons by 20% and raising their firing rate by 10%. Shin's eyes sharpened as he asked whether that information was a little too valuable. The skeleton shook his head and said it was not that extreme. As the war continued, the human high command had probably already begun to suspect that something had changed with the undead artillery. What they lacked was solid confirmation. Shin quickly understood. This information was useful enough to matter, but not so explosive that it would draw too much attention to him. After moving a little farther across the battlefield, Shun hid behind a rock and looked ahead. The main human army was clearly encamped in that direction, which meant the shadow hand drop point should be somewhere nearby. The problem was figuring out how to slip into the camp without being exposed. The skeleton glanced toward the camp and said the humans were searching for wounded soldiers, so Shin only had to pretend to be injured. If he played the part well enough, they would carry him inside on their own. Shin immediately asked how the medical system worked on a human battlefield. The skeleton explained that human holy magic was the best healing method available, so powerful that even the elves could not compare with it, as long as the patient could pay, of course. Shin was stunned and asked whether even on a battlefield, money was still required. Since they were already on the topic, he also asked how treatment worked among the undead. The skeleton replied that payment was obviously necessary, and if someone paid enough, even lost limbs could be regenerated. In most cases, though, wounded undead were simply thrown aside and left to rot. Shin frowned and asked whether they truly received no treatment at all. The skeleton said there was treatment, but it was extremely troublesome. It required a special ritual that materialized a sacrificial altar, after which a group of undead or living beings had to be captured so their life force could be drained. That method could restore the body instantly, but the price was consuming the vitality of others. On top of that, only high-level undead who understood that knowledge were capable of performing such a ritual. Shin could not help commenting that humans sounded far more cost-effective by comparison. Unfortunately, he was currently out of money. The skeleton, however, suddenly replied that Shun actually still had some. The moment Shin heard that, an idea flashed through his mind. Shun immediately redistributed all his points into strength, picked up a giant hammer, and braced himself. Then he told the skeleton that if he lost his voice after this and could no longer scream, the skeleton would have to help him out. The skeleton stared at him and asked whether he was seriously planning to do this. In the next instant, the heavy hammer came crashing down onto Shun, and his scream tore through the battlefield like thunder. The skeleton could not understand it, and asked why Shin was going so far for such a tiny role. Shun, still enduring the pain, answered that if he could not even convincingly pretend to be badly injured, then there was no way he could perform well, even in a role as small as this. Shun then began shouting desperately for help, calling out to see if anyone nearby could hear him. A soldier soon caught the sound of his cries and immediately ordered the others to move in that direction, shouting that they had found a wounded man. Some time later, Shun had already been carried into the human camp. Inside, a healer stood beside him and used gentle healing power to mend his injuries. Once the treatment was finished, the healer withdrew her power and calmly said that the healing was complete. Every injury on Shun's body had been fully restored. Prince Norton then told the healer that she could leave, and that someone would bring the payment to her soon. Shun slowly opened his eyes and asked where he was. Prince Norton answered that Shun was safe now, inside the human camp. Shin then looked at him and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Prince Norton. When his gaze landed on the shield Shun was carrying, marked with the Fierce Hound emblem, he immediately asked whether Shun had come from Rhine. Shin's expression changed as if he had finally found the person he had been searching for. He said Rhine had been invaded by the undead, and they needed to send reinforcements immediately. Then he presented the message, saying it had come from the Lord of Rhine. A mage stepped forward and used magic on the crystal. In the next moment, the message stored inside was transmitted for everyone to hear. The voice of the Lord of Rhine echoed through the camp, promising 300 gold coins and a large piece of land to anyone capable of bringing troops to rescue the territory. His plea was urgent, making it clear that Rhine desperately needed help. After listening, the mage confirmed that it truly was Lawrence's voice. The crystal itself was also authentic. Prince Norton looked at Shun and said that Shin really had come from Rhine, but there was something he needed to know. Rhine had already been destroyed. The undead had invaded the territory completely, and unfortunately, Shin appeared to be the only survivor. The moment Shin heard those words, tears welled up in his eyes. His voice trembled as he began naming people one after another, asking whether none of them had survived. The more he spoke, the more unbearable the news seemed, as if every name made the truth cut even deeper. Prince Norton said that Shun had crossed through hell and somehow come back alive. Surviving the stone hammer of that giant undead could only be called a miracle. Norton then said that Shun was Rhine's last hope, so for now he needed to rest and stop worrying about anything else. Tomorrow, arrangements would be made to send Shun to the Empire's rear lines, where he could live safely away from the front. But Shin knew he could not allow that to happen. He still had to find the Shadow Ant tent and deliver the information he had gathered, because that was his chance to learn real techniques. If they sent him away from the battlefield now, all of that would be ruined. So Shin thanked Prince Norton, then carefully asked for permission to remain on the battlefield. Prince Norton immediately looked at him and asked why he wanted to stay. With tears still shining in his eyes, Shun said that he needed to avenge his people. He could not allow the undead to walk away after everything they had done to Rhine. He wanted to fight them himself and drive them out one by one. The people around him softened when they heard that. Looking at such a young survivor carrying so much grief, they could not help feeling sorry for him. Prince Norton said that Shun had remarkable courage for someone so young. The Lord of Rhine must have chosen him for such an important mission for a reason. Then Norton asked whether Shun possessed any extraordinary skill. Shun answered that he was fast, claiming that no one his age in all of Rhine could move faster than him. As he spoke, he secretly thought about devouring the title, one of himself, and reallocating every status point he had into agility. A system notification soon appeared, informing Shun that the devouring had been completed successfully. One green title had been consumed, granting him 3 status points. Following the order he had given, every point was immediately allocated into agility. Shin then stepped out of the tent and asked Prince Norton to watch closely. The next moment, Shin burst into motion with astonishing speed. His figure darted across the area, racing from one side to another, circling the entire space so quickly that the people nearby could barely follow him with their eyes. After completing the display, Shin came to a stop and turned back to Prince Norton, asking whether he could remain on the front lines now. The surrounding soldiers immediately began murmuring in amazement, saying that the child was incredible. Some felt he should be allowed to stay and fight beside them to avenge his fallen comrades. Others offered to take him with them and promised they would look after him. Even Prince Norton had to admit that Shin's speed was truly impressive. At that moment, an elf suddenly noticed the bracelet on Shun's wrist and asked where he had gotten it. Shin calmly answered that it was elven craftsmanship and that an elf named Laney had given it to him. Inwardly, he remembered that he had once exposed the undead's plans, which meant the elves owed him a favor. Because of that, he believed they probably would not make things difficult for him. The elf stepped closer and used her magic on the bracelet. On the other side of the connection, Laney sensed the magic and asked who was using elven power to call her. The elf answered with authority, saying that she was Eudoria, Archmage of the royal court. Then she asked why a human boy was using Laney's bracelet. Laney immediately asked whether they had found Shun and where it had happened. Shun greeted her as soon as he heard her voice, then asked whether his little magic trick had been impressive. Laney replied that it really was, and then asked when Shin planned to return to the village. Eudoria cut in and told Laney to answer the question first. Laney then explained that not long ago, spies had infiltrated the village, but before they could act, Shin discovered their plan and stopped it. Because of that, the high priest was now in Shun's debt. Laney also took the chance to mention that the high priest himself was currently looking for him. Eudoria gave a calm nod and said she understood, leaving the matter there for the moment. They would continue the discussion later, once there was more time, and with that, the connection between them was cleanly cut off. The elf's eyes lingered on the boy for a moment as she quietly evaluated him. He was still so young, yet his movements were quick, his instincts were sharp, and somehow, against all reason, he had survived one disaster after another. More than that, he already had a connection with the elves, so she suggested that they send him to the imperial capital and let him study there properly. Norton considered her words and replied that it was extremely rare for a human to earn the approval of the elves. Since that was the case, he decided they should arrange a proper identity document for the boy and settle the details of his stay. For the next few days, the boy would rest, write down everything he knew, and then have that information sent on to the Imperial Military Academy. Then Norton turned his attention back to the boy and asked for his full name. Shin immediately felt a chill run through his thoughts, because he knew absolutely nothing about Rhine's customs or how names were supposed to work there. If he answered carelessly, he could expose his true identity, so the safest choice was to pretend his memories were damaged. Shin pressed a hand to his head and said in a strained voice that it hurt badly, as if even trying to remember was causing him pain. The mage studied him for a second and calmly suggested that he had likely suffered cranial trauma from the undead titan's hammer, and that the blow may have caused memory loss. Hearing that explanation, Shin quietly realized that this excuse had turned out to be unbelievably convenient. Norton did not press him any further. He simply told Shun to rest for now, and when they met again, they could return to the subject and talk things through properly. Just then, another system notification appeared before Shun, informing him that his reputation had increased. Because of that growing recognition, he now had the chance to obtain a newly self-generated title known as the Boy Who Survived. Shin stared at the title in disbelief, wondering what kind of ridiculous name that was supposed to be. He could not help thinking that he did not even have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, so the whole thing felt strangely dramatic. Then he immediately asked the system whether there was any way to get rid of it. The system answered that self-generated titles were not fixed instantly. They required continuous recognition, repeated attention, and public spread before they could fully solidify. If Shun wanted to abandon the title, there were only two possible methods. The first method was to vanish from public view for a long enough time that people gradually forgot him, causing the title to fade away on its own. The second was to act in a way completely opposite to what the title implied, forcing people to change how they saw him. If that continued long enough, the title itself would eventually transform into something else. Shin silently decided that once everything here was finished, he would disappear for a while and let the attention around him cool down. Soon after, the soldiers stepped forward and politely said their goodbyes to him. Shin could not help wondering just who that prince really was, and why only a few words from him could raise his reputation by so much. The skeleton explained that Prince Norton was the eldest son of the royal family, the future emperor, and in simple terms, the heir to the throne. He was also the one who had led the alliance between humans and elves to drive back the undead offensive. After saying that, the skeleton asked if Shin finally understood who he had been speaking to. Shin could only admit that Norton was truly an impressive figure. Meanwhile, the mage watched Shin leave with a faint look of interest and remarked that the boy was quite intriguing as well. Eudoria turned toward him and asked what exactly he had noticed. The mage replied that the boy was carrying a high-rank shadow insignia, and for someone that young to have reached such a level, he was definitely no ordinary talent. The elf's gaze sharpened slightly as she asked whether he was talking about that dagger. The prince said he had noticed it too. He explained that the dagger was Nightfall, a weapon only carried by high-ranking eliminators. He had never expected to discover such a talented person simply wandering around near the battlefield, and to him, this was a genuine stroke of luck. Because of that, he decided to recommend the boy for a Medal of Valor under his own name. In another tent nearby, Shin stepped closer and quietly confirmed that he had found the right place. This was the Shadow Hand tent, the information drop point that the Brotherhood had secretly established near the military camp. Shun greeted the man inside, but the other party did not even bother to respond. He simply stayed where he was, acting as though Shun had never spoken at all. Seeing that, Shin calmly raised his hand and made the proper sign, then said in a low voice, "May the shadows protect us." The bald man's attitude shifted at once. He repeated the same gesture back to Shun, then looked at him more seriously and asked what news he had brought. Shin replied that the information came from the undead spiritual flame cannon. He added that the bald man had probably already noticed how much harder the undead artillery had been hitting during this campaign. The bald man immediately recognized the value of the report, praised him for doing good work, and asked what he wanted in exchange. Shun, keeping his tone steady, asked what the man had to offer. The bald man gave him a confident look and said he had all kinds of things available. Then, with the air of someone about to reveal a treasure, he told Shin to prepare himself to be surprised. He first presented a tactical camouflage dagger coated in a special poison. According to him, one simple lick of the blade was enough to simulate death, making it perfect for eliminators operating on the battlefield. He even added that the poison was freshly prepared and could be stored for 2 full years. Then he leaned into the sales pitch even further, asking Shun whether he had trouble sleeping, because with just one lick, he would collapse on the spot and enjoy a deep, refreshing rest. Shun looked at the dagger for a moment, then asked if there was anything else. The bald man admitted that this item was not practical enough for direct battlefield use, so he told Shun to take a look at another option instead. The bald man let out a sharp whistle, and almost immediately, a horse trotted over while making restless noises, as though it had been waiting nearby the entire time. The bald man proudly explained that this was no ordinary horse. It had been trained to fake its own death, and with just a wink from its handler, it would flop straight to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Shin stared at the horse, then asked if the idea was to use it together with the dagger, like some kind of matching set. The bald man's face brightened as he praised Shun for having a sharp eye. Shun, however, was not convinced and asked if there was anything else. The bald man asked whether Shun was still not impressed, but he did not seem discouraged. Instead, he said that was perfectly fine, because he had something that suited him even better, veil-piercing lenses. He explained that the lenses had been forged from dark crystals, allowing the user to see through clothing and spot the money, valuables, and hidden items carried on another person. Shun ignored the strange merchandise and asked whether the bald man had any nightmare crystals available. He said he was looking to acquire new skills, techniques, or anything genuinely useful. The bald man replied that because of the war, supplies were extremely limited, and only 2 were left. Shun would have to choose one. The first option was bleeding. Bleeding was a basic skill that inflicted continuous blood loss on the target, and it could be used with swords, daggers, or almost any bladed weapon. The second option was cold wind, a kicking technique that could send both the enemy and their weapon flying back at the same time. After introducing it, the bald man asked whether Shin already had either of those skills and what exactly he was still lacking. Shin listened to both choices and immediately felt troubled, because from his point of view, he needed both of them. At that exact moment, a voice suddenly reached him and told him to choose cold wind. Shin instantly recognized that mysterious voice. It was the same unknown person who had given him advice before and had also provided him with the Nightshade dagger. Shin asked why he should pick cold wind. The voice replied that it was because he was not from this world. It then told him that what he needed to do next was find a way to obtain the undead spell Shadow Mirage and the Beast Lord's Rumbling Thunder. Once Shin obtained those powers, he had to combine them with Moonlight Deerwalk and Cold Wind. Only then would he uncover the true secret hidden behind them. Shin could not understand why learning a handful of skills and techniques would reveal some kind of secret, but after a brief pause, he decided that the reason did not matter for now. In the end, Shin chose to follow the mysterious voice's advice. He looked back at the bald man and said that he would take Cold Wind. The moment Shin picked up Cold Wind, a strange sensation passed through him, as if the technique carried something more than it appeared to on the surface. The bald man told him that Cold Wind was only a basic kicking technique, but the information Shin had brought was worth far more than that. He asked if Shin needed anything else, and Shin replied that he was fine for now. The bald man then said he would use the remaining gold to make up the difference, and Shin thanked him sincerely. After leaving the tent, Shin turned to the skeleton and asked whether he could obtain an undead skill. The skeleton reminded him that, as he had said before, skills required a soul flame, then asked how Shin even knew about that spell. Shin brushed the question aside and told him it did not matter how he knew. He only needed to know whether the skeleton had it or not, because he needed it. The skeleton admitted that he did have it, but he also explained that it was only a basic illusion spell and not particularly useful. As long as the user had enough agility and psychic energy, the spell could be cast without much difficulty. Shin quickly thought through his remaining status points. He had 75 points available, and if he invested 3 points in his psychic energy, that attribute would rise to 3.9. Then, by placing the other 4 into agility, he could bring that stat up to 6.9. For him, that was exactly what he needed, because it meant he now met the requirements. A system notification appeared immediately, confirming that his statuses had been reallocated according to his will. Shin knew he had to find a secluded place before testing the spell. If anyone caught him using undead magic in the open, he would be in serious trouble. After checking his surroundings carefully, Shin made sure no one was watching. Then he activated Shadow Mirage, releasing a strange energy that spread quietly into the space around him. Shin looked at the effect with obvious doubt and asked if that was really Shadow Mirage. From what he could see, it seemed like an almost useless spell, something that might, at best, give someone a quick scare and nothing more. The skeleton immediately mocked his choice, asking if he had truly picked such a trash spell. He said he had thought Shun had better taste than that, but now it seemed he had been wrong. Shin simply replied that the skeleton would not understand. In his mind, he already had Moonlight Deerwalk, Cold Wind, and Shadow Mirage. The only missing piece now was Rumbling Thunder, and once he gathered all four, he would finally see what kind of result they produced. Just then, a guard hurried over and called out to him, saying that he had finally found him. The guard congratulated Shun and informed him that because of the heroic acts he had displayed, Norton had decided to award him a Medal of Valor, along with a letter of recommendation. Shin was genuinely surprised and wondered how this Medal of Valor had suddenly come about. Even so, he quickly composed himself and replied that he deeply appreciated His Highness's generosity, and that he would train diligently while striving to serve the nation. The soldier then explained that Shun could return to the imperial capital together with the troops, or travel there on his own. Either way, he had to bring the recommendation letter to the Imperial Military Academy. The guard also mentioned that a small extra reward had been included and told him to keep up the good work. Shin quietly thought that thanks to Prince Norton's sudden generosity, his expenses in this place were now completely taken care of. At least for the time being, he no longer had to worry about money while staying here. The gold Shin had received from the Shadowland Brotherhood would also come in handy once he returned home. Since every goal he had set for himself in this place had already been completed, Shin calmly decided that it was finally time to leave. Somewhere else, the gold Shin handed over was quickly exchanged into real currency. A total of 65,444 was then transferred into the designated account, exactly according to his request. Shin expressed his thanks, but before he could say much more, his phone suddenly started ringing, pulling his attention away. On the other end of the call, the person immediately asked what that sudden money transfer was about and where Shun had gotten such a large amount. Shin replied casually that it was just money he had earned after joining the HMA group, and said they could use it however they needed. The person on the phone still sounded stunned, saying it was a huge sum and asking if he really did not need it himself. Shin reassured them that everything was fine, explaining that living here did not cost him anything, and that right now, he was simply heading to the cafeteria to get something to eat. After hanging up, Shin looked down at his phone and realized he had not checked his messages at all since entering the Nightmare Realm. Notifications had piled up one after another, and several people had sent messages congratulating him for officially signing with the Human Martial Arts Group, saying they were proud of him. Zhao had also sent him a message, saying that everything before had been her fault. She asked Shin to forgive her, then suggested going to the movies that night so she could make it up to him. Shin's eyes widened slightly when he saw the message. After a brief pause, he replied that Zhao was indeed very beautiful, but that getting involved with him would honestly be a waste. Chen Haoyu had also messaged him, congratulating him on signing with the Human Martial Arts Group and asking whether they could celebrate together that night. Shin replied that he had actually been thinking about going out to eat a cold dish with Chen Haoyu, just like they used to. But then Shun remembered the real problem. He was currently being targeted by the Eliminators League, which meant leaving this place casually would be far too dangerous. Even so, Chen Haoyu only wanted to celebrate with him as a friend. Even though the original owner of this body had already disappeared, the friendship he shared with Chen Haoyu had not vanished. Shin could still feel the sincere bond they had built while growing up together, a kind of connection he had never truly experienced in his previous life. Though the two of them were now walking different roads, Shin still wanted to cherish that friendship for as long as he could. At that moment, another message arrived from Chen Haoyu, asking if Shun could show him around the Human Martial Arts Group that day, because it had always been his dream job. Shin's thoughts immediately settled, realizing this was perfect. The group allowed visitors, and the headquarters itself was completely safe, so Chen Haoyu could satisfy his curiosity while they celebrated at the same time. Shin replied that they should have lunch together. Chen Haoyu answered almost instantly, saying that was amazing and that he would come over right away. Shin then told him he would meet him in the lobby. Later, when Shin arrived at the lobby, he immediately sensed that something about the atmosphere felt strange. Several people were gathered there, and a heavy, dark aura seemed to hang around them. Shin quietly observed them and thought that their presence was completely different from ordinary people. He wondered if these were the professionals manager Qian had mentioned before. A large man noticed Shin staring from the side, then walked over and asked whether he was one of this year's newcomers. Shin nodded and replied that he was, then quickly apologized and asked if he had been staring too much. The big man waved it off and said it was no problem. He explained that when he had first been recruited, he also used to stand around admiring the group's professionals just like that. Shin looked at him curiously and asked whether, back then, the man had wanted to become just like them. The big man answered without hesitation, saying not at all. Back then, he had only thought that everyone there looked like a bunch of arrogant idiots, and whenever he saw them, he felt like tearing them apart. Shin's gaze drifted back toward those people again. He began to wonder if they really were the professionals, especially with the way they carried themselves, openly showing their strength with such insolent and arrogant postures. Then the big man suddenly noticed someone nearby and turned his attention to the girl beside him, Wenna. With a casual tone, he asked if she happened to be on duty that day, then tried asking whether she wanted to have dinner with him later. Wenna reacted instantly, raising her weapon straight toward his face. Her expression turned sharp as she told him to get lost, warning that if he bothered her again, she would skin him alive, just like she had done to that other pervert the other day. The big man awkwardly replied that she did not need to be so aggressive. Wenna ignored him and turned toward Shin instead, saying that a boy named Chun Haoyu had arrived. She explained that his identity had already been verified, then asked whether she should let him in. Shin immediately said yes, telling her that Chun Haoyu was his school friend and could be allowed inside. Wenna told Shin to stay where he was while she went to bring Chun Haoyu in herself. Shin quickly replied that there was no need for that, since he could simply go meet Chun Haoyu on his own. Wenna refused and said that would not be possible. Manager Chien had left specific instructions for them, and according to Wenna, Shin seemed to be caught up in a complicated situation, so they had to make sure his safety was fully guaranteed. Shin understood the reason behind it and gave a calm reply, saying that he got it. A little later, still in the same place, Chun Haoyu approached with wide eyes and could not stop looking around. He said the whole place was insane, with everything shining everywhere, and joked that Shun had really struck it big this time. Shin smiled and told Chun Haoyu that he could come visit him here whenever he wanted. Chun Haoyu replied that Shun had basically become a legend now, saying that his contract with the Human Martial Arts Group had caused a huge uproar at school. He asked if Shin had any idea how crazy things became when everyone found out. Shin told him that was enough talk about school and said he would take him to the group's cafeteria. Chun Haoyu, however, said he was not hungry yet and wanted to see where Shun was living first. As they walked forward with a few people ahead of them, Shin explained that he lived on the 105th floor. Chun Haoyu immediately exclaimed that Shun was practically living in the clouds. Just then, Shin's phone suddenly received another message. The message was from Mingyu. She told Shin that when he had been attacked by that anomaly in the hospital, a nurse had witnessed everything, but afterward, the nurse disappeared. They had found a mutilated body, but it did not belong to her, and they were still working to identify the corpse. Mingyu added that she had also found a video connected to the case and asked Shin to take a look at it carefully. The moment Shin opened the video and saw what was on the screen, his eyes widened in shock. In the message, Mingyu continued by saying she suspected the nurse had been silenced because of Shun. In the video, the person moved through the area while constantly glancing around, carefully checking the surroundings as if trying not to be noticed by anyone. Mingyu also told Shun that she was redoing the background checks on everyone around him, just to make sure nothing suspicious had been missed. Shin's shock deepened as he recognized the person in the video. The suspicious figure appearing on the screen was none other than his own friend, Chun Haoyu. Mingyu further informed him that Chun Haoyu had also acted extremely suspiciously at school that morning, almost as if he had been searching for something. Shin's mind raced as he wondered what Chun Haoyu had been doing that morning. At that time, Shin himself had been inside the nightmare realm, which was why he never appeared on any security footage even after the entire school building had been checked. But that only made the question more unsettling. Why had Chun Haoyu been looking for him? Shun fell silent, his expression tightening slightly as he watched Chun Haoyu beside him without saying a word. Chun Haoyu noticed the sudden silence and turned toward him, asking what was wrong. At the same time, Mingyu's message gave Shun one final warning. If he encountered that person, he had to be extremely careful. Soon after, the two of them arrived on the 105th floor. Chun Haoyu immediately became excited, looking around in amazement as he said he had never been this high up in his entire life. He asked whether Shin really slept here every day, then exclaimed that the whole thing was absolutely insane. Chun Haoyu eagerly asked to see Shun's room, saying he could hardly wait to check out the view from such a high place. Shin lifted his hand and pointed down the corridor, telling him that his room was at the very end. Chun Haoyu looked ahead and said they were almost there, his voice still carrying that excited energy from moments before. But in the next instant, Chun Haoyu suddenly moved with terrifying speed and struck Shin directly in the forehead. However, the Shin he hit was not the real Shin at all. It was only an illusion. Chun Haoyu's expression changed as he realized what had happened. He asked if that had been an illusion, then immediately denied the possibility, questioning how Shun could have already reached such an advanced level in martial arts. Before Chun Haoyu could recover, Shun closed the distance and struck him hard across the face, sending him flying far away down the corridor. A system notification flashed before Shun, informing him that because he had allocated his status points in succession, he had successfully unlocked Moonlight Walk, Shadow Mirage, and Cold Wind at the same time. And by linking those techniques together, Shun had temporarily awakened a lunar-style move known as an incomplete technique, frozen moon that shatters the heavens. The force of that attack was guaranteed to land. Shun's eyes turned cold as he stared at the person wearing Chun Haoyu's face and declared that he was not Chun Haoyu at all. Then Shun demanded to know where the real Chun Haoyu was. Right after that, more system notifications appeared one after another. Because Shun had successfully executed the incomplete technique, frozen moon that shatters the heavens, his body had undergone an extraordinary refinement, increasing his strength by 1 point, his agility by 2 points, and his psychic energy by 1 point. The Eliminator only answered with a cold, cruel tone, saying it was already over. Then he told Shun that the boy would soon be joining Chun Haoyu as well. Shun did not back away. His gaze stayed locked on the Eliminator as he rushed forward and launched a sharp kick, but the Eliminator blocked it with almost no effort. With one hand still held behind his back, he mocked Shun, saying that an attack that weak could be stopped easily. But in that very instant, Shun's energy suddenly erupted. The force behind him surged far beyond what the Eliminator expected, and Shun actually managed to blast him backward. Watching the result unfold, Shun immediately understood that this had to be the secret the mysterious voice mentioned earlier. Who could have imagined that combining several basic techniques would create something with such terrifying power? Shun released his power again, but the Eliminator reacted quickly and dodged in time. With a sneer, he called Shun a clever little bastard, saying he had been hiding a weapon all along. Unfortunately for Shun, his aim was awful, because every single shot had missed. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the entire building. A warning echoed through the halls, announcing that gunshots had been detected on the 105th floor and ordering all professionals to respond immediately. Shun calmly said that he had never been aiming at the Eliminator in the first place. Around them, the drones continued repeating the emergency warning, announcing again and again that gunshots had been detected on the 105th floor. Then, in a flash so fast that the Eliminator could not even follow it, bullets tore into his arms and legs, pinning down his movements before he had any chance to react. Wenna appeared at the scene and cursed under her breath, saying that the damned skin swap technique had even fooled her. She had checked Chun Haoyu's body carefully, yet she never imagined the Eliminator had turned him into a weapon. She slammed the Eliminator hard against the wall and demanded answers. She asked what his objective was, who had sent him, and why he had tried to kill Shun. Her voice turned vicious as she ordered him to speak immediately, warning that if he refused, she would peel off his skin and make him beg for death. The Eliminator stared back at her and replied that she would not get a single piece of information out of him. In the next instant, the Eliminator's life ended. Wenna realized too late that he had hidden a poison capsule inside one of his teeth, and she snapped in frustration, saying she should have knocked him unconscious first. Wenna admitted that she had never heard of anyone mastering the skin swap technique to such a terrifying level. The Eliminator had deceived the entire security system and had even managed to fool her. But now he was dead, and with visible frustration, she said their only choice was to hope the autopsy uncovered some kind of clue. Shun wisely stayed silent, because he clearly had no intention of making her even angrier. Inside the morgue, a voice reported that the technical team had completed the autopsy. The dead man was confirmed to be a highly trained Eliminator, but he carried nothing that could identify him, and even the cybernetics database had no record of his existence. Wenna apologized for her own incompetence, but Manager Chien told her not to blame herself. The Eliminator's human metamorphosis technique had been nearly perfect, so perfect that even the security system could not detect his true identity. After that, Manager Chien said they should leave, because the corpse no longer had any use. Shun looked at them and said they could go ahead without him, because he wanted to stay there a little longer. Manager Chien agreed, and said he would wait for Shun on the rooftop. As he left, however, he quietly wondered to himself whether the boy could sense something from the dead, and whether Shun might know something they did not. Once the room was empty and Shun was alone with the corpse, he activated Whispers of Darkness. Then he ordered the Eliminator to rise and answer his questions. The Eliminator's corpse slowly sat up and asked whether Shun could truly speak with the dead. Even so, he warned that it would not help Shun at all, because he had no intention of revealing anything. The skeleton watched the scene with open curiosity and remarked that this was interesting, because he had never seen a corpse resist Whispers of Darkness before. Shun asked why the Eliminator still refused to speak, and the skeleton admitted he had no idea, though he seemed rather entertained, and said it would be fun to watch. Suddenly, chains began shifting through the air, and a horrifying aura spread across the morgue, making the entire room feel colder and heavier. The Eliminator was violently pinned in place as nails pierced through his hands, locking him down and leaving him unable to break free. Strange creatures began appearing around him, while flames rose up and swallowed his body. The pressure in the room grew more terrifying with every passing second. The Eliminator was consumed by those flames until his body was burned completely, but almost immediately after, his form began regenerating again. Before the Eliminator could even understand what was happening, the flames wrapped around him once more, dragging him back into the same unbearable torment. The skeleton suddenly said that he remembered now. When a soul resisted whispers of darkness, it would be condemned to eternal torment. Those flames would burn for 100 years, and according to the skeleton, that was only the warm-up. After that, the soul would endure 3,600 different tortures, with each one lasting 100 million years, repeating endlessly until the sinner finally confessed. And if the soul still refused to speak, even stronger specters would be summoned. Those specters especially loved stubborn souls, because they were frighteningly skilled at keeping the victim's consciousness intact through every second of suffering. The cruelest part was that only the punished soul experienced that twisted flow of time. To the outside world, it might pass in an instant, but to the soul trapped inside, 100 billion years could crawl by. Faced with that endless horror, the Eliminator finally broke down and screamed that it was enough, begging for it to stop and promising to tell everything. The flames vanished immediately, and the skeleton sounded deeply satisfied as he remarked that the Eliminator had finally understood his situation. Shin looked down at the defeated soul and ordered him to reveal everything he knew, every last detail, without hiding a single thing. A few minutes earlier, on the rooftop of the female dormitory, Zhao Yibing was standing alone while speaking on the phone. On the other end of the line, Mr. Han asked about the result. Zhao Yibing replied that she had followed his instructions exactly, but unfortunately, Shin had not fallen into the trap and had instead joined the human martial arts group. She added that she was only a high school student, so there was only so much she could do. Mr. Han told Zhao Yibing that she had to be at the Maplewood Hotel on the west side at 8 o'clock that night and warned her not to be late. Zhao Yibing's face tightened as she asked if she really had to go. At that moment, another call came in. Zhao Yibing looked at the phone and asked who was calling. Then her expression changed as she heard that she had truly been accepted into the elite high school program. She could hardly believe it and called the news incredible. After that, Zhao Yibing sent a reply, saying that she would arrive on time that night. Just then, Mengyu appeared behind her and coldly demanded that Zhao Yibing hand over the phone, asking who she had been talking to. Zhao Yibing immediately snapped back, asking who Mengyu thought she was and what right she had to spy on other people like that. She said it was none of Mengyu's business and demanded to know why she should hand over her phone. Mengyu moved in a flash, pointing her sword directly at Zhao Yibing as she calmly said that she knew exactly what Zhao Yibing valued most. It was not her grades. It was that pretty little face of hers. Mengyu then asked whether Zhao Yibing was going to hand over the phone willingly, or if she would prefer Mengyu to start by cutting off her nose. Zhao Yibing trembled with anger and fear, but still shouted that she did not care who Mengyu was. She insisted Mengyu would not get away with this and said the police would definitely arrest her. At that moment, Mengyu's phone rang. She answered at once and asked whether they had obtained any information. A voice on the other end replied that they had captured the Eliminator, were interrogating him at that very moment, and that he had already started confessing. Mengyu immediately asked what the Eliminator had said. Hearing that, Zhao Yibing's face turned pale, and she nervously asked if it was Shun. She asked whether Shun had come to take revenge, and whether he was the one who had sent Mengyu after her. Meanwhile, in another room, Shun ordered the Eliminator to keep talking. The Eliminator explained that they belonged to the Eliminators League, and not long ago, they had received a joint contract. Their mission was to kill Shun, but make the whole thing look like nothing more than an accident. To carry it out, they staged a fake calamity at the hospital, while the Eliminator's partner was supposed to complete the assassination. As for him, he had killed Chun Haoyu, taken over his identity, and used that disguise to lure Shun to the hospital. The artifact was supposed to activate there, and according to the plan, Shin should have died on the spot. But not only did Shin survive, an eyewitness also appeared. Because of that, they had to not only kill Shun, but also figure out why the ritual had failed and recover the artifact. Then a police officer got involved, but since he was inexperienced, they manipulated him easily and discovered that he and Shun were connected. That was when they changed the plan. They killed the officer at the police station, took his place, tried to obtain more information, and planned to eliminate Shin afterward. Unfortunately for them, that attempt also failed, until today, when another opportunity finally appeared. Shin's voice turned colder as he asked where the Eliminator had hidden Officer Luo's body. The Eliminator answered that he had placed it inside a cabinet at the police station. Shin then asked where Chun Haoyu's body was. The Eliminator replied that he had hidden Chun Haoyu's body in the school sewers. Soon after, a voice on the phone confirmed that the body mentioned earlier had indeed been found in the school sewers. Shin gripped the phone so tightly that cracks spread across it, then asked who had hired them. The eliminator answered that he did not know the full truth himself. Only the leader of the operation understood every detail behind the contract. Shin's expression darkened, and he immediately asked who that leader was and where the man could be found. The eliminator replied that they called him the Skinner, a notorious eliminator known throughout the underworld. The human metamorphosis technique he had used had been taught to him by that very man. Right now, the Skinner was at the Maplewood Hotel near the West Side exit. The nurse who had witnessed the hospital incident was hiding there, and the Skinner was planning to kill her. Shin pressed further, asking what kind of person the Skinner was and whether he had any weaknesses. But the eliminator said the Skinner's power was unfathomable, and he had never once seen him reveal a flaw. Shin then asked, if the Skinner was really that powerful, why had he not come after Shin personally? The eliminator explained that with the Skinner's reputation in the eliminator world, personally killing a mere high school student would leave an ugly stain on his career. From the Skinner's point of view, simply supervising a shadow eliminator was already more than enough face for whoever had paid for the operation. Shin asked if that meant the Skinner had no clear identifying traits at all, then ordered the eliminator to say everything he knew. After a pause, the eliminator said that if he had to name one strange habit, it would be cannibalism. Mengyu heard the entire conversation through the phone, and her voice turned cold as she said she would personally pay this so-called Skinner a visit. Shin immediately told Mengyu to wait, but before he could finish, she had already hung up. The eliminator gave a grim comment, saying he did not know who that girl was, but if she really went after the Skinner, things would not end well for her. After all, the Skinner loved eating women, especially young, innocent ones. The moment those words left his mouth, Shin punched him hard and sent him flying. His voice was icy as he told the eliminator not to answer questions nobody had asked, and that now he could disappear. At the 5-star Maplewood Hotel, someone was quietly enjoying a meal in a luxurious room. 2 people sat at the dining table, 1 man and 1 woman, though the atmosphere between them was anything but normal. The man slowly tasted the food and commented that the first texture was creamy and dense, yet not quite pasty. As he chewed, a faint sweetness emerged, followed by a light bitterness that lingered delicately on the tip of his tongue. He even observed that the fact she had hidden here had somehow enhanced the ingredient, then politely apologized for making such a remark. He then lifted his drink and took a careful sip, praising it as rich, full-bodied, and smooth. But what impressed him most was the perfect balance between sweetness and acidity, something that reminded him of an elegant cherry. To him, the plasma cocktail brought out the salty notes of the meat beautifully, turning the pairing into a true work of art. He said it had been a long time since he had enjoyed a meal of such quality, and that it had genuinely moved him. Across from him, the nurse was missing one of her eyes, because that eye had already been placed on the plate as part of the meal. The man looked at her with twisted gratitude and said that, to properly thank her, he would savor every piece of her body. Just then, his phone began to ring. He apologized with a faint smile, saying some people simply could not help interrupting dinner. After all, life was always full of unpleasant surprises. Soon, he received a message from Mr. Han, saying that he needed the Skinner to deal with the target personally. The Skinner asked if Mr. Han truly wanted him to handle it alone, while silently thinking that he had just received news of his associate's death. 3 eliminators had already been killed, which meant the target was definitely no ordinary student. Even so, the Skinner replied that he could handle it, and asked what he would receive in return. Mr. Han's reply arrived shortly after. Mr. Han said the reward involved a girl. The Skinner immediately wrote back that it could not be just any girl, because Mr. Han should know very well that his standards were quite high. In response, Mr. Han sent him a photo. The Skinner looked at the image and was instantly impressed. He called the girl an innocent and beautiful lamb, saying that with just one glance, he could already sense the fragrance of youth coming from her. He thanked Mr. Han for arranging such a charming encounter, saying he was truly touched. Then he declared that he would personally take care of that boy. Mr. Han replied that the girl would arrive at 8 o'clock that night. The Skinner said that time was precious, and that he needed to make proper preparations for a perfect meeting that evening. He carefully judged himself and decided that his perfume was not appropriate. He needed to take a bath, change his tie, change his socks as well, and brush his teeth thoroughly. Otherwise, he would not be able to fully appreciate the flavor of what was coming. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned his gaze back toward the nurse and said he had almost forgotten the most important part. A thin thread slipped out from his hand as he calmly said that their relationship ended here. In the next instant, the nurse's body was sliced apart into pieces. The Skinner looked at what remained and casually said he would not want her to frighten his guest. Meanwhile, the system announced that the digital image matched, the brainwaves matched, and the facial recognition matched as well. With Shun's identity verified, it asked him to speak a phrase that would serve as his personal activation password. Shun answered, 10,000 katanas tear through life, and thousands of miles pass in peace. Manager Qian listened to the phrase and could not help commenting that it was quite impressive. The motorcycle was then summoned before them, and Shin stared at it in surprise, asking if that was a ghost fire. Manager Qian said it was incredible, then joked that if he had owned one of these at Shin's age, he could not even imagine how many girls he would have won over. Shin asked about the machine's specifications, and Manager Qian explained that it came with liquid cooling, a parallel two-stroke engine, variable horizontal suspension, an ultralight space alloy body, a retro stainless steel exhaust, an ultra-long-range wireless motor, and full artificial intelligence integration. On top of that, it had a flight system equipped with angel wings, allowing it to switch between automatic and manual mode and remain airborne for up to 30 minutes. Shin asked if it really could fly, and Manager Qian replied that of course it could. However, since Shun had not taken the flight course yet, it would be better to keep it in automatic mode. He only needed to give the AI a command, and the vehicle would locate a charging station by itself. Since the motorcycle was linked to Shun's identity, the payment would be processed automatically. Manager Qian added that the red version would draw even more attention, looking like a burst of fire cutting through the road. Shin asked if it could change color too, and Manager Qian explained that it had an advanced camouflage coating that could shift colors on command, allowing Shin to choose almost any tone he wanted. Shin admitted that as impressive as the motorcycle was, he had honestly expected something more like a secret martial arts manual. Manager Qian explained that Kunlun had likely evaluated Shin's current situation as extremely dangerous, so instead of a manual, they had provided him with a newer model escape vehicle. Once the electric jet turbo mode was activated, the machine could move like a missile, far faster than most people could even imagine. At the most critical moment, it might be the thing that saved Shin's life. Shin thought about that, and said that if Kunlun believed he was in danger, then they probably already knew who was after him. Manager Qian replied that even if Kunlun knew, they would not interfere in something this small. Their true priority was the survival of human civilization. Unless Shun proved his value, he would not receive any rescue code or any reward truly matching his potential. Shin silently reflected on those words. In this world, if a person had no value, nobody cared whether they lived or died. Officer Luo and Chun Haoyu were proof of that. Then his thoughts shifted to Mengyu, and he could only hope she had not already run into that so-called Skinner. Manager Qian told Shun that tonight, he had to remain with the group and was not allowed to go anywhere. The next morning, Manager Qian would take him to the examination site, where specialists from the 3 best schools would be present to guarantee maximum security. Shun answered calmly, telling Manager Qian not to worry, because he would not leave. Manager Qian added that the entire floor would be locked down that night. No one would be allowed to enter or leave, and they would depart at dawn. Elsewhere, Zhao Yibing arrived at the hotel with Mengyu accompanying her. Zhao Yibing quietly hoped that Mr. Han would not be angry at her for bringing Mengyu along. Mengyu observed the surroundings and immediately sensed a killing intent hidden so deeply that it was almost impossible to notice. Then she asked Zhao Yibing if she was the one who had claimed an online friend gave her various high-level elixirs to improve her performance and secure her spot in an elite school. Zhao Yibing admitted it was true, explaining that all they asked in exchange was for her to turn her classmates against Shun, ruin his reputation, and even attack him. In return, she would receive everything she wanted. Mengyu pointed out that now that Shun had been accepted into the human martial arts group, Zhao Yibing's mission had failed, and asked whether she had any idea what might happen to her because of that. Zhao Yibing shot back that Mengyu was the one who had kidnapped her, so should Mengyu not be the person worried about the consequences? Mengyu quietly thought that Zhao Yibing was only an ordinary girl from a humble background. What she had done to Shun was simply a transaction made for benefits. But Zhao Yibing had no idea that this kind of deal was dragging her straight toward the abyss, and Mengyu knew that was not her problem to solve. Then Mengyu gave Zhao Yibing 2 choices. The first was to hide nearby, wait until everything ended, then appear as a witness and reveal everything she knew. The second was to pretend she had never seen Mengyu that night, go meet her benefactor as originally planned, and act as though nothing had happened. Zhao Yibing turned and ran away without hesitation. Mengyu closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them again, Zhao Yibing was already walking toward the hotel. The butler stepped forward and opened the door for Zhao Yibing. The young man studied Zhao Yibing with a gentle smile, then offered her a flower as if this were a perfectly romantic meeting. He said he could finally meet her in person, and if she allowed him to call her Bing. Then he had to say she was the most beautiful and talented young woman he had ever seen. He promised that he was willing to sponsor her, recommend her for admission into the province's elite school, and even cover the full cost of her education. Zhao Yibing looked at him with uncertainty and wondered if this was really Mr. Han. Compared to the way he had seemed online, he looked much more normal, almost completely human in person. She thanked him for his generosity, but admitted she had no idea how she could possibly repay him, and then cautiously asked about Shun. The man calmly told Zhao Yibing that she did not need to worry about Shin anymore. Zhao Yibing quickly asked if that meant she no longer had to bother Shun, and whether Shun would not come after her for revenge. The man reassured her that as long as she stayed by his side, Shun would never be able to touch her, and hearing that finally let Zhao Yibing relax a little. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, making Zhao Yibing shiver. She hugged herself slightly and commented that it was getting very cold. Zhao Yibing immediately thought this was the perfect chance to move closer and hold onto the man's arm. Before she could do anything, the man took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. At the same time, his thoughts sharpened, because he sensed an extremely pure sword intent outside, aimed directly at him. Zhao Yibing, unaware of the danger, only noticed that his clothes carried a pleasant scent. The man realized that he had apparently become someone's target, which meant he needed to speed up his plans. Still wearing that elegant smile, he told Zhao Yibing that she was not only talented but also kind-hearted. Because of that, he had decided to recommend her for the admission exams of the 3 greatest schools in the world, and he asked what she thought of that. Zhao Yibing froze in shock and asked if he was truly serious. In the man's mind, this moment was too beautiful to be disturbed. No matter what happened outside, this romantic meeting absolutely could not be ruined. He explained that years ago, during an archaeological expedition, he had made an extraordinary contribution. Because of that, Kunlun had granted him a special access code, and with that code, any research successor he personally chose would automatically qualify for the joint examination of the 3 great schools. Now, that precious qualification belonged to Zhao Yibing. She hesitated and said she was not strong enough for something like that, but the man told her not to worry. He would help her become stronger step by step. For now, all she needed to do was enter her information into the phone. A notification soon appeared on Zhao Yibing's phone, confirming that she had officially gained the right to participate in the joint examination of the 3 great schools. Overwhelmed by surprise and gratitude, Zhao Yibing stepped forward, hugged him tightly, and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The man softly asked if she was happy, and Zhao Yibing answered that she was very happy. He gazed at her face, slowly reached out to touch her cheek, and thought that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he cut off Zhao Yibing's head and kissed it tenderly, saying that he was happy too. After that, he carefully stitched the head with delicate threads, admiring his work as though he had just completed a true masterpiece. He murmured that just looking at Zhao Yibing made him want to cry, because she was perfect, mesmerizing, and frozen forever at the peak of her beauty. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy began rushing toward the room at incredible speed. The man's eyes filled with tears as he said he could hardly wait to taste Zhao Yibing's nectar. Then a violent impact exploded through the room, shaking everything around him. Mengyu burst in through the smoke with her sword already drawn, her entire presence sharp and dangerous. When the dust and smoke finally cleared, Mengyu looked toward Zhao Yibing and coldly said that it seemed she had arrived too late. She had believed her sword intent would at least make him hesitate, but this man was even more insane than she had imagined. From inside the drifting smoke, the man screamed at Mengyu not to touch Zhao Yibing, shouting that Zhao Yibing belonged to him. He rushed forward with frightening speed, but Mengyu immediately aimed her sword at Zhao Yibing's body. The man stopped at once. His face twisted with panic as he begged Mengyu not to hurt Zhao Yibing, promising that he would give her anything she wanted as long as she did not damage the body. Mengyu warned him that if he moved even a single centimeter, she would destroy Zhao Yibing's corpse immediately, then demanded to know who had hired him. The man stared at her and commented that she was using the Luo family's wave-walking sword technique. If he was not mistaken, she must be the prodigy everyone had been talking about. He then told her to look around, claiming his silk threads had already surrounded her completely and that there was no way she could break through the web. He told her to be a good girl and hand Zhao Yibing over, saying that out of respect for the Luo family, he might still allow her to live. But then he noticed something strange. Mengyu was wrapped in an incredibly powerful aura, and she calmly said she wanted to test a theory, to see whether his body or Zhao Yibing's corpse could withstand her sword better. The man began to cry, saying that he and Zhao Yibing had only just met, yet they were already being forced to separate forever. He lamented that Zhao Yibing was such a perfect masterpiece, and he had not even tasted her sweetest essence yet. But even if he could no longer taste Zhao Yibing, he suddenly observed that Mengyu looked even more appetizing. He asked whether she intended to let him have her, then said that although entering his mouth might not be as pleasant as it would have been for Zhao Yibing, it only proved just how perfect Zhao Yibing truly was. His expression turned horrifying, and he declared that he no longer cared about choosing between them. He would simply devour both of them completely. Mengyu quietly realized that ordinary threats, and even the possibility of death, were not enough to make this twisted man reveal anything. So Mengyu changed her approach and asked what he thought about making a deal. The eliminator paused and asked what kind of deal she had in mind. Mengyu said that if he revealed the name of the person who hired him, she would not only return Zhao Yibing's body, but would also allow him to try to kill her and do whatever he wanted with her corpse afterward. The Eliminator replied that he had no need for such a deal. In his mind, he could simply kill Mengyu and take the body by force. Mengyu asked if he could feel the power gathering around her. She admitted that he might still win, but if he refused to cooperate, he would never obtain an intact corpse. She also promised that no matter whether she won or lost, she would not involve the Luo family or allow them to seek revenge afterward. The Eliminator seemed to calm down slightly and asked if Mengyu was truly serious. Mengyu gave him a steady answer and confirmed that she meant every word. The Eliminator said that made things complicated. Betraying a client meant breaking one of the iron rules of the Eliminators League, and if he did that, he would be hunted for the rest of his life. Mengyu looked at him coldly and asked if he was afraid. The Eliminator answered that of course he was not afraid. He claimed he would gladly make that sacrifice 1,000 times for her, because just imagining himself embracing her and covering her with burning kisses was enough to drive him insane. Mengyu warned that her sword would tear him apart, but the Eliminator only replied that hearing her voice excited him even more. He called it a delightful night and said he never imagined he would encounter two such perfect works of art. Then he asked them to allow him to express his gratitude. He explained that the moment he revealed his client's name, their romance would begin. But first, Mengyu had to allow him to escort Zhao Yibing's body safely. After that, he said he would devote all of his time to Mengyu. Somewhere else, Shin stood with growing worry, because Mengyu had not answered any of his calls. Shin muttered that the dead Eliminator had sounded absolutely certain Mengyu would not be able to deal with the Skinner, and he began to wonder whether she was truly in danger. Shin turned to the skeleton and asked what he thought Mengyu's chances were against the Skinner. The skeleton asked whether Shin wanted the comforting version or the real one. Shin immediately said he wanted the real answer, asking why he would want to hear lies. The skeleton answered that Mengyu was doomed. He admitted he had been afraid that if he told Shin the truth, Shin would panic, rush off to help her, and end up dead alongside her. Shin asked if he was serious and remembered the terrifying sword strike Mengyu had shown earlier. The skeleton replied that clouds neither dodged nor blocked, and that even he could blow away clouds with a single fart. He said he did not know much about the Eliminators of this world, but the Skinner possessed the cursed statue of the evil Ghost King, and both his experience and his power far surpassed Mengyu's. Shin realized that he had wanted Mengyu's help to uncover the truth, but in the end, he had dragged her into danger instead. Mengyu's brother had already lost his life. Shin Haoyu was gone as well, and by now, the witness had probably been killed too. Shin wondered how many more people had to die because of this, and the thought weighed heavily on him. Mengyu was the only one truly fighting with everything she had to uncover the truth. Shin knew he could not allow Mengyu to die. Just then, his phone rang with an unknown number, and the voice on the other end asked if he was Shun. Shun answered at once and confirmed that it was him. The girl's voice trembled as she explained that her mother had warned her in advance. If her mother suddenly vanished, she was supposed to find Shun right away, stay with him, and then call the police together before anything worse could happen. Shin frowned, immediately asking the girl who she was and why her mother would tell her to look for him. The girl quickly answered that her mother was the nurse, the very same woman who had once seen Shin together with that ghost. The moment Shin heard that, his expression changed. He asked where her mother was, and at the same time, everything clicked in his mind. When he had gone to the hospital infirmary before, he had left his contact information there, which meant this girl had to be the daughter of that eyewitness. The girl hurriedly explained that her mother had told her to meet at the Maplewood Hotel on the west side of the city. But after she arrived, she could no longer get through to her mother at all. Shin immediately asked where the girl was standing right now, and she answered that she was hiding at the snack bar across the street from the hotel. Without wasting another second, Shun told her to stay exactly where she was, not to wander around, because he was heading there immediately. At the same time, he urged her to call the police as soon as possible. The skeleton instantly warned Shin not to rush over, saying this whole thing smelled like a trap. But Shin's face remained tense as he answered that the girl's mother might already have lost her life. And if that was true, he absolutely could not let the same thing happen to the daughter. Whether the message was real or a setup, he had to go there and confirm it himself. With that decision made, Shun stored the motorcycle directly into the spatial ring. The skeleton stared at him and asked if this was really worth the risk, reminding him that he was safe where he was right now. So why would he willingly run out and look for trouble? Shin answered calmly that maybe he could hide for the moment, but no one could hide forever. As long as he still had the gate ability, he had a way to escape with the others when danger came. The skeleton, however, was still uneasy and snapped that it was dangerous no matter how Shin dressed it up. Then, with a sharp edge in his voice, he asked what would happen to him if Shin ended up losing his life out there. Shin replied without hesitation that he was not going to lose his life. He knew enough about those eliminators by now to understand one cruel fact. If he wanted to force real information out of them, ordinary methods would never work. The only thing that might dig out the truth was the whispers of darkness. In other words, if Shin wanted to uncover what was really happening behind all of this, he could not wait for anyone else to hand him the answer. He had to rely on himself. The skeleton grumbled that Shun was wasting his effort, because Manager Chien had already sealed off the entire 105th floor. With the whole place locked down so tightly, there was no proper way for Shin to leave. The skeleton looked at him in disbelief and demanded to know what exactly he thought he was trying to do. Without answering right away, Shin suddenly leapt up onto the wall, his body moving with a frightening decisiveness. The skeleton immediately panicked and asked if he seriously planned to break out by riding the motorcycle from there, warning him that doing something that loud would alert the entire building. Shin only gave a short reply. He said he was going to reallocate every last point into agility. The system's notification rang out at once, cold and precise, confirming that all available points had been successfully reallocated. The skeleton stared at Shun in horror and asked if he was truly planning to jump from that height. Even if Shun had pushed his agility all the way to 10 points, the skeleton warned him that falling from such a place would still be enough to cost him his life. Shun looked out into the dark, storm-heavy night and answered that some things still had to be done, no matter how dangerous they were. In his mind, the timing could not have been better. With rain beginning to fall and thunder gathering in the sky, that chaotic stormy night would become the perfect cover for his escape. Then, without another word, Shun threw himself off the edge and jumped straight into the darkness below. As Shun's body plunged through the air, the freezing night wind tore past him with a sharp howl. Rain began to scatter across his face and clothes, and in that instant, he realized the storm had truly begun. The skeleton screamed in pure despair as they fell, yelling that if Shin really lost his life like this, he swore he would use necromancy to drag him back from the dead. And not as anything dignified, either. He would bring Shun back as a brainless zombie, just so he could scold him every single day for doing something this insane. Shin opened a gate in midair, stepped through it, and emerged again from another opening as he continued to fall. In that moment, a clear idea formed in his mind. If he could summon a gate at a safe enough height, then he could use the realm of nightmares like an invisible springboard in the sky, cutting down the force of his fall bit by bit. As long as Shun repeated that process several times, each gate would become another foothold suspended in the air. One after another, they would form temporary steps between the sky and the ground, letting him descend layer by layer until he could land perfectly. After passing through the final opening, Shun dropped the last stretch and landed firmly on the ground below. The skeleton was still shaken, calling Shin completely insane and saying he had truly believed they were both about to lose their lives inside that dusty little world. Shin only glanced at him and replied that even though the skeleton kept complaining, deep down he was clearly impressed by Shin's talent. Then Shin wasted no more time and ordered the skeleton to take the motorcycle out of the ring, because the night ahead was far from over. The motorcycle appeared at once, materializing before Shun with a heavy, mechanical presence in the rain-darkened street. Shin looked ahead and spoke in a low, steady voice, saying that every 10 steps carried a life, and that the road stretching 1,000 miles continued forward without conflict. In the next instant, the motorcycle roared to life and shot forward at terrifying speed, cutting through the rainy night like a black streak. By the time Shin reached the west side of the city, he immediately recognized the area and knew he had arrived at the right place. Shin approached the little girl and asked carefully if she was the one who had called him. The little girl nodded quickly, her face pale with fear, and said that it had been her. Then she looked up at Shun with desperate eyes and asked if he had found her mother yet, because no matter how many times she tried, she still could not reach her. Shin told her he would start looking for her mother immediately, but first asked whether she had already called the police. The girl's voice shook as she said she had tried, but no one had answered the call. Shin took out his own phone and tried calling as well, but the result was exactly the same. No one picked up. His expression darkened as he muttered that something about this was strange and wondered what the hell was going on. The little girl could no longer hold back her fear and asked if her mother was still alive, begging Shun to help her find her. The girl told Shin that the room number was 707, but she was far too scared to go upstairs by herself. Shin then asked about her father, and the girl lowered her head before saying that he had lost his life a long time ago. Ever since then, it had only been her and her mother depending on each other. Hearing that, Shin softened his tone and told her he would first take her somewhere safe. Once he found her mother, he promised he would return and tell her right away. Shun ordered the motorcycle to take the girl to the Human Martial Arts Group Tower first, and then return to him. A mechanical voice responded at once, saying that the route had already been traced, departure was beginning, and the estimated return time would be 5 minutes. The little girl carefully climbed onto the motorcycle, still trembling as she admitted that she was scared and only wanted to see her mother again. Shin looked at her and told her to stay calm, because the place she was going to was the safest location he could send her to right now. Shin promised her that he would find her mother, and once he did, he would personally come back to pick her up so the two of them could be reunited. For now, all she needed to do was wait at the tower and keep herself safe. With tears shining in her eyes, the little girl nodded and said she understood. The motorcycle immediately sped away, carrying the girl off through the dark street toward the human martial arts group tower. The skeleton watched her leave and asked Shin if he was really going to search for her mother. To him, it was nothing but a waste of time. That girl had no real connection to Shin, and dragging her into his plans would only slow him down. The skeleton could not understand why Shin insisted on involving himself in someone else's disaster. Shin answered that the girl's mother had done nothing wrong. If she was now caught in this mess, then it was because of him, and he could not pretend otherwise. The skeleton coldly replied that a soft heart would only become an obstacle, then asked whether Shin had noticed anything strange about this place. Shin paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked around the silent street. Now that the skeleton had pointed it out, there really was something wrong here. The skeleton explained that Shin had been so focused on protecting the little girl that he had ignored the surroundings. But the skeleton could sense the presence of living beings, and ever since they had entered this street, aside from that little girl, he had not felt a single other person nearby. The entire block around them was empty, silent, and lifeless, as if everyone had vanished at the same time. Suddenly, a sharp noise rang out from the darkness, breaking through the dead silence of the street. Shin immediately asked if the skeleton had heard it too. The skeleton answered that the sound was coming from inside the hotel, and it was not just ordinary movement. There were clear sounds of fighting, and they were becoming louder and more intense with every passing moment. Shin said he could not afford to wait any longer. He was going into the hotel right now. Before moving, he told the skeleton to keep watch for him, and if anything went wrong, the skeleton had to shout immediately and tell him to run. With that decided, Shin stepped into the hotel and entered the building alone. At the front desk, the receptionist looked toward him and politely asked whether he had a reservation. But the skeleton's voice immediately turned tense, warning Shin to be careful, because the woman standing there had already lost her life. Shin's eyes sharpened as he looked at the receptionist and asked how she had lost her life, and if she was already dead, how she could still be standing there and speaking. The receptionist answered in an eerily calm tone that, in order to make the environment more pleasing to look at, the master had eliminated everyone. After that, he used special threads to pin the bodies in place, while some kind of ritual magic controlled their souls, forcing them to obey every command he gave. Shin then asked why she was not attacking him. The receptionist replied that they had been ordered to provide the best possible service to any guests who arrived. Since the master was currently busy fighting a powerful enemy, he had not issued any new orders yet. Shin's expression grew colder as he asked how many other people had lost their lives in this place besides her. The receptionist answered simply that it was everyone. Shin's voice tightened as he asked what she meant by everyone. The receptionist replied without emotion that it meant the entire block. Every person in that area had already lost their life. Shin stood frozen for a moment, shocked by the horrifying weight of what he had just heard. At the same time, the sounds of battle above them grew even more violent, echoing through the hotel like thunder. The skeleton quickly said that the two fighters had moved up to the rooftop, which meant this was Shin's chance. He had to find room 707 immediately. Shin rushed down the hallway at once, scanning the room numbers as he moved, and before long, he finally stopped and said he had found it. Shin rushed up to the room and kicked the door open with a heavy crash. The moment he looked inside, his eyes froze, because several lifeless bodies were scattered across the room, collapsed in different corners like they had been abandoned there after everything was already over. Shin stared at the horrifying sight and asked how there could be so many corpses packed into one room. The skeleton's voice turned grim as he answered that he could feel them everywhere. It was not just this room. Every room in the hotel was like this, and some were even worse. Shin clenched his jaw and quickly asked whether any of them recognized him, and more importantly, whether there was still anyone alive. The dead people answered in hollow voices that they did not know Shin. They had never seen him before, and there was no point searching for survivors here. Everyone in that room had already lost their life, and none of them could leave this place anymore. But then, among those empty voices, one woman suddenly spoke up. She said she did recognize Shin, because during her shift, she had seen him meet with that ghost. Shin stood there listening to her, his face visibly shaken by the weight of what had happened. His voice lowered as he apologized, saying that she had lost her life because of him. But the dead woman answered quietly that she was already gone, and for someone like her, blame and regret no longer mattered. Then she added that this was not truly Shin's fault. Still, if he was willing, there was one thing she wanted from him. She wanted him to avenge all of them. Shen looked at her and gave his word. He promised that the person responsible for this massacre would pay for every life taken here. As for her daughter, he would do everything in his power to make sure the girl grew up safely. His voice softened as he told the woman to rest in peace and leave the rest to him. The woman murmured for her daughter, and in that instant, Shen fully understood who she was. This dead woman was the mother of the little girl who had called him for help. Before Shen could say anything more, the air around him suddenly tightened with crushing pressure. A violent explosion tore through the building, shaking the room and sending the whole place into chaos. Shen immediately looked up and asked what was happening. The skeleton answered that the building itself was being destroyed, but judging from the direction and angle of the blast, it did not seem to be caused by the two fighters on the rooftop. A furious voice echoed through the collapsing hotel, demanding to know who dared to interfere. At the same time, the skeleton warned Shun that one of the two people fighting above had suddenly grown weak, and their fading life energy was now falling straight toward them. The same voice thundered again, ordering whoever was hiding to show themselves at once. Shun's mind moved fast. The shout he had just heard clearly belonged to a man, which meant the person falling from above could only be Mengyu. Shun dashed forward without hesitation, reaching her just in time and catching Mengyu before her body could slam into the ground. Mengyu opened her eyes weakly and stared at Shun in disbelief, asking what he was doing here. Shin told her it was a long story, but the important thing was that he had come to save her. Mengyu, even in her wounded state, immediately snapped back and asked whether he truly thought that tiny bit of strength was enough to help her. She called him an idiot, but Shin only told her to be quiet and insisted that she was going to be fine. Inside, Mengyu was furious. She had spent so much effort suppressing her true power and pretending to be weak, carefully luring Skinner into underestimating her. He had almost completely fallen for the trap, and her entire plan depended on launching a surprise counterattack at the perfect moment. She never expected this reckless brat to suddenly appear, try to help her, and ruin the setup she had worked so hard to create. Even so, she still had one backup plan left. Just as Mengyu opened her mouth and tried to speak, Shin moved first. He slapped her sharply across the face, then immediately apologized. The system's voice rang out, confirming that all status points had been reallocated to strength according to Shin's request. At the same time, Shin reminded himself that Mengyu was a sword master. If Shin struck her with every bit of strength he had, one clean hit should be enough to knock her unconscious. Mengyu's eyes lost focus, and her body went limp as she slipped into unconsciousness. Shin looked at her and apologized again, quietly saying that he simply did not want her to witness his secret. Then he opened the gate and placed Mengyu safely inside. Meanwhile, Skinner began searching for her, his voice echoing through the damaged hotel as he asked whether she was hiding from him. Skinner laughed and said he enjoyed playing hide and seek. Maybe Mengyu did not know it yet, but he had eyes and ears in every corner of this hotel. Then, with a twisted sense of amusement, he suggested they play properly and announced that he was about to start counting. Shun turned to the skeleton and called him a battlefield looter, ordering him to hurry up and find Mengyu some decent armor. The skeleton immediately corrected him, saying he was a battlefield acquisition officer, not a looter. Shin glanced at the pile of junk the skeleton had been collecting and asked how he could still deny it while carrying all that trash. The skeleton argued back that assembling a full set of usable equipment was not nearly as easy as Shun seemed to think. Not long after that, they appeared in another place entirely. Mengyu was now dressed in a sacred rabbit suit, a strange outfit that moved lightly like a bunny and flowed over her body as smoothly as silk. At first glance, it looked almost useless in a real fight, but for a swordsman, especially one as fierce and skilled as Mengyu, gear like this had its own value. The lighter the equipment, the more it could enhance speed, strength, and agility. Shin stared at the outfit and asked the skeleton if he was serious, wondering if there was truly nothing better than that. The skeleton answered that it was the only piece of equipment he could find that would actually fit a woman. Shin's disbelief only deepened as he asked how the hell the skeleton had found something like that on a battlefield. The skeleton shot back by asking why anyone would bring such a thing to a battlefield in the first place, then casually added that he had taken it off some guy's body. Suddenly, a panic cry for help rang out nearby. Someone shouted desperately that a woman was losing her life and needed help immediately. The people nearby quickly recognized Shun, murmuring that it was the boy who survived. Shun, hearing that familiar title again, could only think that this day was becoming harder and harder to explain. The people quickly placed Mengyu onto a stretcher, and even while examining her serious wounds, they could not help noticing the fierce aura still radiating from her body. On top of that, she was wearing a sacred rabbit combat suit, which made them assume she had to be an incredibly powerful swordswoman. After checking her injuries, they said the damage was severe and that rare divine runes would be needed if they wanted to treat her properly. Shun immediately said he had money and ordered them to save her no matter what. Whatever method they needed to use, they had to heal Mengyu. Even as he spoke, He worried to himself whether all the money he had earned would actually be enough. One of the people looked at what Shen offered and asked in surprise whether that was not the allowance paid by the prince. Shen's eye sharpened as he asked how that person knew. The elder explained that Shen's coin pouch bore the royal crest, the unmistakable symbol of royalty. The pouch itself was already worth a fortune, so one could only imagine how valuable everything inside it must be. Shen grew impatient and snapped for them to take everything if they had to. He only cared that they healed Meng Yu immediately, because from the look of her condition, he did not think she would be able to hold on for much longer. The healers answered that they would do everything they could. Without delay, they surrounded Meng Yu and began releasing waves of healing magic over her wounded body. Shen watched the healers work together, their magic glowing around Meng Yu, and for a moment, he could not help thinking that humans really were reliable when so many of them joined forces to save someone. Then the system's notification sounded again. It declared that the battlefield was an ever-changing place. For a short while, the lack of attention had dimmed Shen's title, but now the spotlight had returned to him in full force. Shen had saved an ally, carried her back to camp, and even sacrificed his own allowance to keep her alive. Every royal gold coin he handed over was worth 100 common coins, meaning he had spared no effort and spent thousands of times more than an ordinary treatment would normally cost, all for a single girl. From this moment on, people would spread the story of his noble generosity. The system congratulated him, announcing that he had once again become famous as the boy who survived. Shen, completely outraged, could only wonder what exactly he had done this time. At that moment, the healers finished their work and told the boy who survived that the treatment was complete. Shen quickly asked how Meng Yu was doing. The healer answered with confidence that she was in fantastic condition now. They had used the finest healing magic available, and her body was recovering at an amazing speed, so she should wake up within just a few minutes. The skeleton sensed the change as well and commented that Meng Yu's life energy was boiling with power. Even he had to admit that human healing magic was truly incredible. Shen thanked the healers, then said he still had a mission to complete and needed to take Meng Yu away from there. At the same time, he silently thought that after spending so much money on her treatment, she had better wake up full of energy, or he was going to be furious. The healers simply told him he was welcome to return whenever he wished. Some guards nearby began teasing Shen, asking whether Meng Yu was his girlfriend. After all, who else would a man spend that much money to save? With that amount of gold, they joked, Shen could have gotten around 10 wives instead. Somewhere else, after being carried away from the healers, Meng Yu finally began to wake up. Shen noticed her eyes opening and said that she was finally awake. Meng Yu reacted instantly. In one swift motion, she moved and pointed her sword straight at Shen, her gaze sharp as she demanded to know exactly what he had just done to her. Shen quickly explained that the healing technique could only work while the patient was unconscious, so he had no choice but to make sure she was out cold first. Meng Yu checked her own body and realized that her wounds had truly vanished. Her expression shifted slightly, and she admitted that she had judged Shen wrongly. Shen also apologized for suddenly knocking her unconscious back there. Then his tone grew serious as he warned her that Skinner was coming, and he asked whether she was still able to fight. But the moment Shen felt the aura rising from Meng Yu, his eyes widened in shock. Meng Yu's aura erupted around her like a storm, pouring out with a level of force that was almost absurd. Her eyes sharpened as she declared that she was going to eliminate Skinner herself. Whatever healing method Shen had used on her was beyond common sense, because never in her life had she felt this powerful. Shen stared at the overwhelming energy rising from Meng Yu and could not help wondering what exactly Sacred Guardian was. Was it just some ordinary title, or had that strange healing sensation granted Meng Yu an additional special bonus on top of recovering her wounds? Then Shen suddenly remembered the real purpose behind Meng Yu's fight. She still needed to uncover who was truly behind all of this. But Meng Yu answered before he could worry any further, telling him that she had already obtained that information. At that moment, Skinner appeared, his voice sliding into the room as he said he had finally found Meng Yu. Then his gaze shifted and landed on Shen standing beside her, and he smiled as if amused by fate itself, calling this a pleasant coincidence. Meng Yu glanced toward Shen and told him that unless he was secretly hiding some outrageous combat ability, his best choice was to run and find somewhere safe to hide. Even as she said it, another thought crossed her mind. Maybe she had underestimated Shen before. Maybe this boy was not just strange. Maybe he was actually a hidden combat master. Shen did not try to act brave or argue with her. He immediately accepted her advice, saying she was right, because in a battle at that level, finding cover was definitely the smarter choice. Then, without hesitation, he turned to leave and wished Meng Yu good luck. The door shut behind Shen with a firm sound, cutting him off from the battlefield inside. Mengyu watched him leave and silently wondered if Shun's true talent really lay in healing rather than fighting. If that was the case, then she would have to handle Skinner on her own. Skinner, however, noticed that Mengyu had not escaped together with Shun, and asked with growing interest whether she had been waiting for him all along. Mengyu gave him no answer at all, her silence colder than any insult. Instead, she raised her sword and swung it straight toward Skinner. The strike unleashed a devastating shockwave, ripping through the space around them and smashing everything nearby into ruin. From beneath the broken rubble, Skinner's stunned voice rang out. He said that this should have been impossible, because Mengyu had been gravely wounded only moments ago. Mengyu narrowed her eyes, sensing that something was wrong. She wondered if Skinner had managed to dodge her attack after all. Skinner suddenly seemed to understand the situation. First, Shun had destroyed half the building with ridiculous force to open a path for Mengyu. Then he had completely healed every one of her injuries. The curse had failed, and multiple elimination attempts had gone wrong. In Skinner's eyes, that boy was truly special. Mengyu, however, grew confused when she heard this. Shun had destroyed half the building? That explanation did not sound right at all. But Skinner quickly said none of that mattered, because nothing in the world was more hypnotizing to him than Mengyu herself. The furious aura and sharp desire radiating from her body were irresistible, and he could no longer restrain himself. The wounds covering his body began to pulse with twisted excitement as he reached toward her and asked her to give him a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, in another place, the healers began discussing what had just happened. They said Her Highness must like Shin quite a lot, considering she had handed him a mountain of royal gold. They also admitted that Shun was surprisingly generous, since he had given up everything just to save his friend. Still, one of them wondered whether it had been a bit too much for them to keep all that money. Their leader told them to relax. While he had been healing Shin's friend, he had secretly hidden the gold back inside her battle armor and kept only 11 coins. As a gesture of respect, he had also placed a blessing of strength on Mengyu, which should last for about 3 hours. The other healers were immediately surprised, their expressions changing as they realized the leader had done far more than they expected. The leader continued, explaining that he had also granted Mengyu a blessing of agility, a blessing of resonance, and a blessing of perception. On top of those, she had received a spiritual blessing as well, along with one additional blessing layered over everything else. The healers stared at him and asked if Mengyu had truly received every single blessing. The leader confirmed that she had. Then he explained that when all of those blessings converged on one person, they formed the most powerful amplification spell. That spell was Sacred Guardian, and for 3 full hours, it would double the effects of every blessing placed upon Mengyu. The others immediately became alarmed, saying that Sacred Guardian was supposed to be reserved only for royalty. Using such a spell without permission was no small mistake. It was an extremely serious offense. The Guardian calmly replied that it was rare to see the sacred medical corps gathered together during a war like this, and even rarer to grant a complete set of blessings to one person. They should simply consider it an early gesture of friendship toward the boy who survived. Deep down, he felt fortunate that he had returned part of the gold, and he could only hope Shin would not go around telling everyone about what had happened. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Mengyu's battle with Skinner continued. She moved with incredible speed, her body cutting through the battlefield as her sword flashed again and again through the air. As she fought, Mengyu realized that the speed and power of Skinner's threads were steadily increasing. It felt as though every attack had suddenly become twice as strong. She wondered how he was gaining power so quickly, and whether those strange whispers she had heard earlier were somehow connected to the change. The pressure pressing down on the area continued to rise, growing heavier and more oppressive with every passing moment. Mengyu soon traced that pressure back to a specific point. When the door was opened, what appeared beyond it was horrifying. Several lifeless people were packed inside, their bodies already finished. The whispers around them grew even louder, twisting together into a far more intense and unsettling sound. Skinner smiled and said that Mengyu had finally found the gift he had prepared especially for her. Then he told her to listen carefully. Those dead voices were singing for her. Skinner explained with disturbing delight that it was a wedding hymn, the eternal curse of the plasma demon. Somewhere else in the building, the skeleton finally understood what was happening. His voice tightened as he told Shun they needed to get out of the hotel immediately and find somewhere safe. Shin asked if he was joking, reminding him that they were just one step away from uncovering the truth. The skeleton stared at him and asked if Shun was really planning to go down there, because he had thought they were supposed to be escaping. Shin told the skeleton to look around. All of the corpses had suddenly begun chanting incantations, and that could only be the work of that lunatic, Skinner. If they wanted Mengyu to survive, they had to figure out some way to help her. The skeleton snapped back that the battle was far beyond their level. That psychopath was using an absurd bloody curse, so the smartest thing Shin could do was listen to him and run. Shin admitted that the skeleton was right. Throwing himself directly into the middle of a fight like that would be beyond foolish. But even if he could not join the battle head-on, there was still one way he might be able to help. The skeleton immediately asked how, demanding to know what Shun had been searching for all this time. Shin's eyes fixed on one spot, and he answered that he had found it. It was right there in front of them. The skeleton looked in the same direction and asked if that was really what Shun had been looking for. He could not understand what was supposed to be so special about that place. Shin stared ahead and said it was time to put the powers of this world to the test. While the corpses continued chanting their eerie hymn, Skinner knelt before Mengyu with a ring held in his hands. With a deranged kind of tenderness, he said he would use his threads to weave a wedding dress made only for her. Several threads shot toward Mengyu from every direction, trying to coil around her body. But Mengyu moved even faster, cutting them down one after another with sharp, precise swings. Even so, as the threads kept closing in, Mengyu noticed something strange. Her sword suddenly caught in the threads and became stuck, held fast by their unnatural strength. Skinner slowly stepped closer, his eyes fixed on her hand, saying that he would place the ring on her finger with his own hands. But at the exact moment Skinner was about to slide the ring onto Mengyu's finger, she broke free. With a sudden burst of power, she cut through the threads trapping her sword and struck directly at Skinner. Skinner watched the attack come in and realized what she had done. He commented that Mengyu had hidden another sword inside the first one. Then he smiled and said it was a pity, because with the power of those infinite bloody curses wrapped around him, he was invincible. Skinner told Mengyu she could struggle and fight as much as she wanted. To him, the harder the journey became, the sweeter the fruit of victory would taste, because the ending had already been decided. Mengyu answered coldly that Skinner should not be so sure about that. Then she drew her sword again, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that flooded the space around her. Skinner's smile widened as he recognized the technique. He said it was the twin blades technique, one long sword and one short blade controlled directly by Qi itself. It was the hidden sun and moon technique of the Luo family. For someone as young as Mengyu to master such a legendary sword art was truly impressive, and in Skinner's eyes, it made her even more worthy of his love. His only regret was that she did not possess the divine blade. If she did, bodies would dance like thunder and rain. What a cruel fate that was. Mengyu moved both blades into position, her eyes blazing with killing intent, and told Skinner to go to hell. The pressure around them exploded outward as Mengyu released a terrifying wave of power, shaking the entire battlefield around her. Skinner spreads his stance and taunts Mengyu head-on, telling her to charge at him with that exact same force, as if he is inviting her attack instead of fearing it. Then Skinner raises his power and calls upon the great two-headed serpent demon, a monstrous being starving for plasma. He offers up the plasma of tens of thousands of the finished as a sacrifice, commanding the creature to hear him and answer his summons. With a twisted confidence, Skinner declares that Mengyu will now sleep forever in his arms. The moment those words leave his mouth, a ridiculous yet terrifying aura surges outward, spreading through the entire area like a suffocating storm. Mengyu's eyes sharpen as she immediately senses the danger, realizing in an instant that the situation has turned seriously bad. Skinner is in the middle of summoning something, and Mengyu understands that once it fully appears, there will not be enough time left for her to dodge. At the same time, somewhere else in the hotel, Shin speaks into the headset and asks the crowd whether they are enjoying tonight's little show. The two locked in battle both sense that something has suddenly shifted, and all around them, the finished begin letting out sharp, pained screams. Shin raises his voice and tells them that if they can hear him, then they had better answer him loudly and clearly. The finished cry out together, screaming that they are hurting, that they are suffering terribly, and that they desperately need someone to help them. For a brief moment, the summoned creatures recoil and pull back, as if the sudden screams have disturbed the force controlling them. Skinner's expression twists with confusion and anger as he asks whether his bloody curse has actually been interrupted. Mengyu does not waste even a single heartbeat. Seizing that tiny opening, she launches herself forward with a terrifyingly powerful strike and lands a direct hit on Skinner, declaring that this ends now. But Skinner only bursts into laughter, completely unfazed, and tells Mengyu she is mistaken because even now, they still have no way to eliminate him. Mengyu stares at him in disbelief, wondering how even a blow packed with all of her strength failed to finish him. She quickly realizes his armor must have absorbed the impact. Then Mengyu notices something even worse. The corpses around them have already begun chanting again. Skinner, now wrapped in a dark and sinister aura, mutters that having some idiot interrupt the two of them at a time like this is beyond irritating. Still, he says it does not matter, because they can simply continue where they left off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shin keeps speaking through the headset and asks whether everyone knows how to sing Happy Birthday. Then, without missing a beat, he suggests they all sing it together. The Finished answer that of course they know it, asking how anyone could not know something so common, since everybody knows Happy Birthday. Shin tells them to forget their pain and worries for now and sing together with him right away. The Finished begins singing in eerie unison, and Skinner immediately snaps his head around, demanding to know what the hell that sound is as he struggles to understand what is happening to his bloody curse. The Finished continues singing, their voices carrying the words that the birthday may shine with a sincere smile, that they have gathered together with glowing love, and that luck may follow him in everything he does. Outside the hotel, the sky darkens, and rain begins to fall, pattering down over the world beyond the chaos inside. Back inside the hotel, Skinner's fury finally boils over. He curses Shun's name with pure hatred and snarls that he is going to eliminate him. The next instant, Skinner moves with frightening speed, shooting forward like a shadow tearing through the building. Mengyu catches the movement at once, her expression tightening as she realizes Skinner is heading straight for Shun. The skeleton immediately warns Shun to run, saying he can sense someone charging straight toward them, and there is no doubt it has to be that lunatic. Shun grabs the headset and asks whether his dead friends still remember the songs they loved most. Then he tells them to sing every one of those songs for him, one after another, without ever stopping. With the headset clutched tightly in his hand, Shin sprints down the hallway while the voices of the Finished continue echoing behind him in song. Then, without warning, Skinner appears directly in front of him, blocking the path with a murderous grin and saying that he has finally found him. But before Skinner can close in, a sudden attack slices across the space between them, cutting through his path. It is Mengyu, stepping in to intercept Skinner at the last second. She tells Shun that she will keep Skinner held there while her partner runs. Shun is genuinely impressed by her speed, and he answers that he will trust her with this, wishing her good luck as he prepares to move. Skinner roars after Shun, shouting that if he dares to run away, he will eliminate his parents. Mengyu tells Shun not to listen and to keep running no matter what. Skinner, seething with rage, threatens to wipe out Shun's entire family, devour them right in front of him, skin them alive, and do it all immediately. Shin does not even slow down. He simply throws Skinner a middle finger over his shoulder and keeps running. Inside a room, Shun moves back and forth restlessly, pacing across the floor as he forces himself to think of what he can possibly do next. The skeleton tells Shun that he knows he is angry, but reminds him that right now, he does not have any real combat ability. If he rushes into that fight in his current state, he will only get himself killed. That little trick with the whispers of darkness was nothing more than luck, and he should not start thinking too highly of himself because of it. Shin admits that the skeleton is right, then looks at him and asks whether, if their positions were reversed, he would be capable of defeating Skinner. The skeleton immediately asks who Shun thinks he is talking to, then says that a fight like that would be nothing more than child's play for him. At his peak, the skeleton says he could crush Skinner with a single hand. But bragging about that now changes nothing, because he is far too injured to fight, which means their priority should be finding a way to escape. Shin says it is actually good that the skeleton is thinking along the same lines, because he has come up with another idea. The skeleton immediately asks what Shun is planning this time. Shin reminds him that the two of them have a contract. The skeleton frowns and asks what that has to do with their situation, wondering where Shun is trying to take this. Shin answers that he wants to make a deal. If he helps the skeleton recover his power, then the skeleton must help him defeat Skinner. The skeleton asks how Shin thinks he can possibly help him regain that power. Shin thinks back to the battlefield near the secret tunnel, remembering how the skeleton once mentioned healing techniques meant for the undead. It involved a ritual, the summoning of an altar, capturing several souls, whether they belong to undead or living beings, and draining their energy to restore strength immediately. The skeleton confirms it, saying that as long as even a single thread of life remains in him, he can return to his peak in an instant. Then the skeleton narrows his gaze and asks whether Shun is planning to use the Finished inside the hotel for the ritual. Shin asks whether they would be enough to restore the skeleton's power. The skeleton explains that Skinner's magic has bound their souls tightly to their bodies, which actually makes them perfect material for a high-level energy extraction ritual. The problem is that he has no power right now, so he cannot force those bodies to chant the incantation required to activate it. Shin simply says he will find a way. The skeleton warns him that the complete ritual will take some time, and the moment Skinner realizes what they are doing, he will go absolutely mad trying to stop them. Shin answers without hesitation that he will buy that time for him. The skeleton asks whether Shun is truly determined to eliminate Skinner. Shin tells him to stop giving speeches and asks if he is getting scared now. The skeleton replies that what he fears is Shun losing his life. Shin says that if it comes to that, the skeleton can just use necromancy and turn him into a minion. The skeleton pauses, then says Shun should have mentioned that earlier and decides to add that clause into their contract. With that, the contract is revised, and the newly added terms take effect immediately. Shun then asks the skeleton to teach him the chant for the ritual, because he plans to record it and play it back for the bodies. The skeleton remarks that normally, everyone is supposed to chant together, then asks whether Shun really intends to handle something like this in such a cold, mechanical way. Shun admits he is angry, but reminds the skeleton that right now, he is literally just ahead. He cannot enter the fight, and if he tries, he will only throw his life away. That makes a recording the safest method. Then Shun tells him not to get too proud, because if he truly wants to recover his power, he will have to endure this little humiliation. Shun records the chant, reallocates every status point he has into agility, and then begins moving through the building at high speed. Shun orders every dead staff member around him to settle down first, his voice cutting through the restless crowd of corpses. Then he calmly announces that they are about to begin a listening comprehension exercise, and every single one of them must listen closely, follow his lead, and repeat each word without leaving out even the smallest syllable. A moment later, the recording starts to play. From the depths of the underworld, thick shadows gather like ink in an endless abyss, and the will of countless skeletal spirits slowly takes shape, forming the foundation of a grim and ancient altar. The chant calls out through the space between life and death, begging to be guided beyond the veil and into a grand banquet of souls, where the dead will merge as one with the eternal bone throne. It invokes the mercy of the highest being, the dark mother of bones, the ghoul king, and the lord of darkness, Mictlantecuhtli. The chant continues, asking for power so that this terrible majesty can spread across every living creature. When the final words fade, Shun brings the exercise to an end and immediately tells everyone that now it is their turn to repeat everything they just heard, word for word, together. The dead staff members begin to repeat the chant in perfect unison, their voices overlapping into one eerie, hollow chorus that fills the air. Skinner's expression sharpens as he listens, realizing something is wrong. He demands to know what kind of chant that is, then quickly understands that Shun is using it to control the bodies, which means Shun must be eliminated immediately before the ritual goes any further. He watches the rising energy and notes that the ritual is already taking effect, because the flames of the souls have begun to ignite. Shun answers that they still need to hold out until the chant is fully completed. He then explains that this is only the very first step, but it is absolutely essential, and from this point on, Shun must avoid Skinner, because Skinner will do everything he can to stop the ritual. Shun has no choice but to follow the ghost up toward the rooftop, because that is where the soul flames are gathering and converging. Skinner immediately gives chase, rushing after Shun while demanding to know what he thinks he is trying to do. Shun, however, looks ahead and remarks that they have already reached the place they needed to be. Skinner keeps closing the distance step by step, his killing intent growing heavier as he tells Shun there is no way he will be allowed to escape. But in the middle of his pursuit, Skinner suddenly senses something behind him and his attention snaps away for an instant. Mengyu has been following him closely, and the moment Skinner leaves an opening, Mengyu strikes hard from behind. Mengyu quickly realizes that Skinner is so fixated on killing Shun that he is not even bothering to dodge properly, as if every attack landing on him no longer matters. Instead, Skinner is using the impact of those blows as extra force, letting each hit push him forward and make him move even faster. Skinner roars that Shun has nowhere left to run, his eyes locked onto him like prey that has already been cornered. Shun reacts instantly, slipping into a nearby room at top speed, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanishes from sight. Skinner storms in after him, scanning every corner of the room with cold, furious eyes as he asks where Shun is hiding this time. Meanwhile, the spirits continue their chant without stopping, their synchronized voices echoing steadily through the building. Shun suddenly reappears from another position and quietly says that he is leaving the rest to his partner. Skinner whips around in surprise, demanding to know when Shun got there. Then his anger boils over as he asks whether Shun truly has the nerve to face him head-on, warning that he is going to tear him apart. As the spirits begin moving together, he explains that Shun needs those lost souls to willingly pour their strength into him. Only by receiving their power of their own can he recover the force he once possessed. He declares that the time for vengeance has finally arrived, and that this single moment is the only chance they have left. He calls out to the spirits, asking them to lend him their strength and answer his summons, because only if everyone joins together can they seize this opportunity. At that exact moment, Mengyu sees danger rushing in and shouts for Shun to watch out. Mengyu watches the situation with growing anxiety, realizing that Skinner has completely lost control of himself and is throwing everything away for the sole purpose of eliminating Shun. Skinner's speed keeps increasing, his body cutting through the distance like a bullet, and in the next instant, He closes in and drives his own arm straight through Shun. Meng Yu's whole body tenses at the sight, but almost immediately, the shock shifts to the other side. Skinner stares in confusion as the figure he pierced begins to fade, realizing too late that what he struck was nothing more than an illusion. Shun calls upon the lost souls with a commanding voice, ordering them to answer his call, unite their strength, and bring down that bastard together. The souls answer as one, their voices rumbling with the same word, revenge, before they surge forward together. Skinner moves toward Shun again, sneering as he asks if Shun truly believes he has the power to eliminate him, mocking him and telling him not to make him laugh. Before Skinner can continue, something massive slams into him from behind with overwhelming force, sending his body crashing violently into the wall. As the smoke and dust begin to clear, the terrifying sight is revealed. A gigantic sword has pierced straight through Skinner, and the one wielding it is an enormous skeleton. A firm, chilling voice rings out. It was never trying to make Skinner laugh. It said it would eliminate him, and it meant exactly that. Letting him live even 1 second longer would be nothing but disrespect. Rain begins pouring down over the battlefield, and from atop the skeleton's shoulder, Shun declares that this is the moment Skinner will lose his life, right in front of every person he once eliminated. Skinner looks up in disbelief and asks whether Shun actually managed to summon a calamity, while Meng Yu finally understands that this was the hidden trump card Shun had been holding back. Shun gives the order without hesitation, telling them to finish Skinner once and for all. The skeleton raises its enormous sword, and Skinner desperately fires his threads in response. But the skeleton only looks down at him with open contempt, asking if those pitiful threads are really the great power he was so proud of. The threads are severed in an instant, and the skeleton coldly adds that it does not even need to lift a finger to deal with an insect like Skinner. The lost souls begin to wail around him, their voices heavy with years of suffering, saying they have been chained for far too long, and that the time has finally come for them to be released. One by one, the people Skinner eliminated begin to appear again, their hollow eyes glowing with a pale light as they return from the darkness. Meng Yu stands there watching the scene unfold, taking in the terrifying sight before him. He declares that the hour of revenge is now close at hand, his voice carrying the weight of every soul gathered there. Skinner, collapsed and pushed to the edge of his end, mutters in panic that he can no longer control them. He realizes with horror that Shun has taken away his magic. Skinner shoots out his threads again and tries to flee, but he immediately notices his attempt and releases a surge of power to bind him in place. Skinner looks down at his own body in terror and asks what has happened to him. He calmly explains that it is only a soul suppression spell, a technique that creates dissonance between the soul and body, temporarily paralyzing him without leaving permanent damage. And now, everyone around him has become just like him, hungry for the warmth of living flesh. The spirits notice Skinner's helpless body, and driven by their resentment, they swarm in and begin sinking their teeth into his skin. He reflects that people often believe hatred ends the moment the culprit is eliminated, but they never understand that the tide of revenge does not truly recede. Those who were killed will rise again, and in the end, they will drag their murderer down into the abyss with them. Skinner screams that he does not want to die, desperately promising that he will offer everything he owns as a sacrifice to the gods, if only he can be spared. At that moment, a spell is unleashed, and its power bursts outward through the rain-soaked battlefield. Skinner lifts his voice in desperate gratitude, thanking the great being again and again as he begs it to descend upon him and take every last thing he owns as an offering. But only a moment later, Skinner's expression twists with horror. He senses something is wrong, and in complete despair, he cries out, unable to understand why that higher power is rejecting him. Shun immediately realizes Skinner is trying to cast another spell, and he warns the others in a sharp voice that they cannot let him finish it. They have to stop him right now. Shun rushes forward with the weapon gripped tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on Skinner as he declares that he will personally avenge Chen Haoyu. Behind him, Meng Yu calls out anxiously, warning Shun to be careful. Skinner sneers inwardly, thinking Shun is nothing but a fool. Even if the Lord of Divinity has not truly descended, the shadow left behind by that power is still guarding him. Shun closes in, and in the next instant, his body appears to be sliced cleanly in half. But the image quickly collapses, revealing that Skinner has only struck one of Shun's clones. Shun's real voice cuts through the chaos as he calls Skinner an idiot, mocking him for falling into the exact same trick a second time. Shun raises the pistol and fires, but the shot goes off awkwardly and ends up hitting one of the spirits by mistake. He is left momentarily stunned by the terrible aim, while Shun quickly apologizes, admitting that he has almost no experience with guns and more or less missed the target completely. Then he urges them to switch tactics, telling them to unleash a fire attack and finish Skinner in one blow. He releases his power at once, and the force crashes directly into Skinner. Dark mana begins to stir and twist around the impact, spreading through the air like something alive. Sensing danger, He warns everyone to stay alert and immediately activates Bone Embrace, wrapping defensive power around them before the hidden threat can strike. Shin asks what just happened, and he explains that the instant Skinner died, something dark and obscure burst out from inside his body and tried to ambush him. If he had not used that defensive spell in time, even he might have been taken down. Mengyu suddenly points it out, drawing everyone's attention back towards Skinner's body. The dark energy is still crawling around Skinner's corpse, coiling over it, as if it has not given up. He quickly realizes that whatever that thing is, it is trying to take Skinner's body away. Mengyu smashes through the window without hesitation and warns the shadow that escaping will not be that easy. Shin asks why they are not chasing after it, but he answers that he cannot move at full speed while carrying Shun. And if he were to leave Shin behind, that thing could kill him before he had any chance to return, so Shin's safety has to come first. Shin falls into thought, piecing the situation together. The shadow had clearly been helping Skinner, but the one who blew up the building was helping Mengyu, which meant those two forces could not be the same. And if that was true, then there was only one possible conclusion. Someone else had been there with them. He tells Shin not to panic, because so far, the mysterious person who helped Mengyu does not seem to have any hostile intentions. Then he suggests that they might be able to call out to them through the intercom and ask directly. Shin addresses the unseen helper politely, asking whoever just aided them to come forward and show themselves. But after waiting with no response, he concludes that the person simply has no intention of revealing their identity. Just then, Shun hears a familiar sound and recognizes the will-o'-the-wisp. He quickly asks whether it managed to bring the little girl safely to the human martial arts group, but the motorcycle answers that the mission failed and the target was lost. Shin immediately asks what happened, and the motorcycle explains that the target got off halfway through the trip, landed safely on the street, and then vanished without leaving behind a single trace. Shun is both surprised and confused, while he considers the situation carefully. The motorcycle is incredibly fast, so if that little girl managed to jump off and land safely, then she is definitely not an ordinary person. He reminds them that he already warned them not to casually help strangers, but fortunately, this girl did not turn against them. At that moment, Shin receives a message from Mengyu. She says she managed to uncover the truth from Skinner, and only now finally had the chance to send it over, urging Shun to take a look. The moment Shin sees what is inside, his face changes, and surprise flashes clearly across his eyes. In the video, Song Qingyun appears on screen, and someone off-camera asks her what kind of boyfriend she would want in the future. Song Qingyun looks caught off guard, and says she has never really stopped to think about that before. But the voice presses her, telling her it is about time she started considering it, since she is already close to adulthood, and has no idea how many talented young men are practically obsessed with her. Song Qingyun then smiles softly as a memory comes back to her, saying that she still remembers one new year from when she was little, when they visited the Shun family's house. Back then, she and her younger sister were chased by an extremely fierce dog, and Shun was the only one who stepped forward to protect them. Because Shun had been so kind to her at that time, Song Qingyun says she has always remembered him, and if she ever had to choose a boyfriend, she would want someone like Shun. The signal becomes a little unstable, and the people around her begin asking who that young man is. Then another voice claims to have information on him, saying that the boy is completely average and that there is basically no chance Song Qingyun and Shun will ever cross paths again. Still, the voice asks whether they are certain about Song Qingyun's feelings. The voice adds that if Song Qingyun ever goes looking for Shun, then they should deal with the problem early, because they absolutely do not want that guy getting anywhere near their precious Qingyun. Another person calmly assures them that handling it would not be difficult at all, and that none of them would even need to dirty their own hands. All they would have to do is hire someone and make the whole thing look like an accident. To them, it is nothing more than a simple matter of spending money. They decide they will send someone to play with Shun and teach him a small lesson, as if destroying someone's life is nothing more than a casual joke. Shin repeats that word under his breath, play, his voice low and filled with disbelief. Shin thinks back to all the possibilities he had considered before. Maybe someone had been targeting his family. Maybe killing him was only a way to reach his parents. Maybe his past self had uncovered some dangerous secret. He had even wondered whether someone knew there was a soul from another world inside this body and wanted him dead because of it. But never once did he imagine that the truth would be this absurd. The spirits slowly gather around Shin and thank him for helping them eliminate that demonic man. They admit that on their own, they never stood a chance against Skinner, and only Shun was able to avenge them. They say they witnessed everything with their own eyes and will be grateful forever, but even so, they desperately want to know one thing. Why did that monster have to kill them? Shin silently realizes the truth is painfully clear. Skinner's real target had been Shun himself, and all of those innocent people were dragged into death because of him. Then Shun tells the spirits that, If it is possible, he hopes they can be reborn somewhere else. In another world, he hopes they can live with dignity instead of ending up like this, powerless, humiliated, filled with regrets, and leaving their loved ones behind in endless pain. Shin asks them not to worry anymore and tells them to let everything go. One day, when he becomes strong enough to uncover the full truth, he will find the mastermind behind all of this and eliminate them. He swears he will make that happen. Shin understands painfully well that he is still far too weak. He could not even keep up with Mengyu to chase after the shadows, and because of that, he had no choice but to remain behind just to protect him. Then one of the spirits reaches out and gently places a hand on Shun's shoulder, telling him that no matter what happens from here, they are grateful he avenged them. The spirit asks him to take care of himself and live a good life. Now that the demon who tormented them has finally been destroyed, the spirits can at last lay down their hatred and rest. They wish Shin a long life, free from illness and hardship, and hope he gains the strength he needs to destroy the true mastermind behind everything. They promise they will watch over him from the underworld with eternal gratitude, and then their bodies slowly collapse to the ground. He explains that the spell binding those spirits has finally been broken, and now they have returned to the underworld where they belong. Mengyu soon returns and calls out, asking whether Shun is still there. Shin turns toward him and immediately asks what that black shadow was. Mengyu answers with a grim look, saying the shadow escaped. Its power was completely unreal, far beyond anything a normal human could possess, and from what she felt, Mengyu suspects it may be connected to the calamities. She warns Shin that provoking something like that would be disastrous, because the power of a calamity is not something ordinary people can endure. If one truly erupts, it could wipe an entire city off the map with terrifying ease. Mengyu explains that the shadow had been leaking an abnormal energy field, and the feeling was strangely similar to the powerful field she sensed around Shun's giant skeleton. The power Shin left inside Mengyu had given her many new insights, and she thanks him for that. Then she tells Shun that after everything settles down, he should find a safe place, focus on training, and become stronger as soon as possible. Shin silently thinks that the title of Sacred Guardian should still remain active for a little longer, and he hopes Mengyu can use that chance to advance. Then he says he already watched the video she sent, but there are still parts he cannot understand, so he asks Mengyu to explain what really happened. Mengyu lowers her head, her expression heavy, and says she has managed to piece together most of the situation. But the more she understands, the worse it looks, because the whole thing is an absolute mess and far too complicated for people like them to get involved in lightly. Shun looks at her directly and asks who those people really are. Mengyu tells Shun that he should leave as quickly as possible and promises she will not tell anyone he was ever there. But Shin does not move, and instead asks the same question again. Mengyu finally answers that they are heirs from certain noble families, but even with her background, she was not able to investigate too deeply into their identities. Shin reminds Mengyu that she also comes from a noble house, so she must at least have some idea of who those people are and what names they carry. Mengyu tells Shun that even noble families are divided by rank, and compared to those families, both his family and hers are nothing more than ants beneath the moon. Shin asks whether she is really planning to just let this pass. Mengyu answers that the situation has already exploded, with so many people dead, so they will have to present some kind of resolution. Shin asks what kind of resolution she means, and whether those people will actually face justice. Mengyu answers plainly that they will not face true justice. They will only be punished, and Shin immediately asks her to explain exactly what that means. She says the so-called punishment will likely be nothing more than a slap on the wrist, perhaps being restricted for a while, along with some compensation for Shun and the Luo family. Shin's anger erupts as he asks if they are joking. Those people failed to kill him, but they killed his brother instead, and now they will probably do everything they can to erase Shun and the Luo family completely, just to avoid future trouble. Mengyu tells Shun that this is the price of seeking the truth. Those are some of the most powerful families in the world, and Song Qingyun is someone countless people are obsessed with. Mengyu says that alone, she cannot do anything, and the Luo family will not be able to help him either. Mengyu adds that, honestly, they should be grateful the killer they ran into was Skinner, someone who cared more about satisfying his own twisted desires than properly completing the mission. If it had been any other killer of the same level, they might never have uncovered the truth at all. In any case, Mengyu says the entire squad of killers has already been wiped out. She hopes that much can at least bring some peace to Shun's brother's soul, and tells Shun that he should go take care of what needs to be done. For a moment, silence hangs between them. Then Shin suddenly asks Mengyu whether, if she had the strength to kill every one of those family heirs, she would actually do it. Mengyu immediately tells Shun not to be ridiculous. Mengyu says those families are terrifyingly powerful, practically part of the foundation of human civilization itself. If she even tried to move against them, her own house would be destroyed. Shin tells her to forget it, saying he was only asking. But then he asks if she can truly be fine with this. Her friend is dead. His brother is dead. Tens of thousands of people in that district were slaughtered. Every one of them had parents, teachers, friends, and maybe even siblings or children waiting for them. They should have had their own lives, yet they were brutally killed, their bodies twisted into puppets and forced to suffer through that bloodthirsty spell. And now, for all those people, this is supposed to be nothing more than a minor lesson, all because some powerful heirs wanted to play with him. Shin asks what they think human lives are supposed to be, just toys in their hands. Shin says he cannot accept that kind of ending, and no matter what it takes, he will make those people pay for this with blood. A terrifying force bursts out from Shin, crashing through everything around them and tearing the surroundings apart under the weight of his rage. Mengyu leaves with her sword in hand, but as she turns away, tears stream down her face and disappear into the rain. He watches her go and remarks that Shin really made the poor girl run off crying. Shin says the matter here is finished and that they should head back as well. He then asks what Shin plans to do about everything that was just revealed. Shin answers that at first, he thought someone had some deep blood feud with him, but now it turns out they were only playing, so there is nothing much to think about. He says he does not believe that for a second. Shin simply replies that life is about finding happiness. He repeats that he does not believe a word of it. Shin tells Yi that he does not understand humans, because life is already hard enough for them, so they have to find ways to make themselves happy. He says that does not mean Shun should let others trample all over him. Shun answers that this is exactly the human pursuit, to chase happiness relentlessly and fill life with satisfaction wherever possible. He then asks how Shin intends to pursue that happiness. Shin climbs onto his motorcycle and says the answer is simple. If those people want to play, then he will play with them until every last one of them is dead. It will be a tribute to all the innocent souls lost that day, and at the same time, a little personal revenge for himself. Shin says that will fill his heart with joy, and maybe even make him feel that this life was not wasted. He says he believes Shin now. Shin then tells Yi to return to the ring for the time being, because a skeleton of Yi's size will attract far too much attention if he keeps standing out in the open. Shin also speaks to his hidden friend, saying there is no need to reveal himself. It is fine to stay unseen, and Shun thanks him sincerely for the help. High above on a rooftop, someone watches Shun from the rain-darkened distance and quietly comments that he really has grown so much. A little girl rises to her feet, and her appearance shifts into that of an older girl. Looking down at Shun, she says that compared to when he was a child, he has somehow become even sillier. Rain begins falling again around her, and a voice from the headphones resting around the girl's neck asks whether she really is not going to meet him. The headphones remind her that Shun literally just saved her and even gave her a ride on his motorcycle. On top of that, the whole disaster was her older sister Song Qingyun's fault, yet she acted like she did not care, ran off to help anyway, and nearly exposed her disguise in the process. The girl tells the headphones to stop complaining, saying they almost exposed the disguise too, and asks if they have already forgotten that part. The headphones answer that if her identity is exposed in broad daylight, she can deal with the consequences herself. The girl cuts them off and says enough, promising to buy beef noodles later. The headphones immediately ask for an extra egg and a bowl of wine, then casually ask if the girl wants to order anything for herself as well. The girl says the headphones really do know her well, then asks them to help erase every trace of what happened. No one can know she was there, especially not her sister's group. They also need to wipe away every sign of Shun's battle without letting anyone notice that anything was altered. The headphones ask about the other witness and what they should do if Mengyu says anything about that night. The girl calmly replies that Mengyu will not betray Shin. The headphones accept that answer and say it is fine, then announce that it is time to get to work. A surreal wave of energy spreads outward around them, washing through the area like an invisible tide, and the headphones soon announce that everything is ready and they should leave. The headphones add that they are already dreaming about those beef noodles. Just then, the girl receives a message asking where she went. The sender says there is a party that night, that she cannot handle it alone, and urges the girl to come back as soon as possible. The headphones note that her sister is texting and ask whether they are going to the party or getting noodles. The girl answers without hesitation that they are getting noodles, because she made a promise and intends to keep it. The headphones say they are touched, then ask whether the party will really be all right without her. Inshin replies that her sister is good at those kinds of social scenes and practically dominates wherever she goes. But Inshin herself is different, and everyone knows that she, Song Qingyun's younger sister, is nothing more than a completely useless waste of space. The headphones respond that this is the funniest joke they have ever heard. Somewhere else, blood splashes violently through the air, staining everything in sight. Skinner rises from a bathtub filled with blood, gasping as he asks whether he is alive again and whether it was the Lord of Divinity who brought him back. A voice calls him a fool, and Skinner instantly realizes it belongs to that existence beyond words. He immediately thanks the being, trembling with gratitude as he says it has not abandoned its loyal servant. Skinner says that according to their agreement, he has already paid the required price. But he cannot understand one thing. She clearly could have descended earlier, so why did she withdraw at the very last moment? The voice asks coldly if Skinner is questioning her. In the next instant, Skinner is attacked, and he hurriedly insists that he would never dare question her. He says he was only confused, nothing more. Skinner's body crashes down onto the floor, trembling under the weight of that unseen power. The voice coldly explains that someone had been hiding in the shadows at the time, and because of that, it had not been convenient for her to reveal herself. Skinner immediately begs for forgiveness, saying he failed to sense anyone else nearby. The voice answers with contempt, telling him that his power is nothing more than a flickering ember, so it is hardly surprising that he could not notice what was truly there. She says that at first, she believed this world was weak, dull, and barely worth paying attention to. But who could have expected that the cursed statue of the wicked Ghost King, a power she had personally bestowed, would actually be resisted? What made it even more unexpected was that her power had been completely stolen afterward. Not long after that, she herself suffered defeat, and only then did she realize this world was full of surprises. Other existences similar to her had already descended here, moving quietly from the shadows. Skinner looks up in confusion and asks where the great being has gone. At that moment, the door opens, and the person who steps inside is Zhao Yibing. Skinner stares in disbelief, asking how such a thing could be possible. But almost immediately, he understands the truth. This is not really Zhao Yibing, but the great being wearing Zhao Yibing's appearance. The great being says her newest creation is quite impressive and should serve her purpose well. Skinner immediately calls it the greatest honor of his life, dropping to the ground in submission as he declares that he is ready to receive her sacred teachings and remain her loyal servant forever. The great being orders Skinner to guide her through this world, because she wants to see for herself what secrets are truly hidden here. While they are at it, she says there is something else they need to discuss, the boy, Shenyi. She wants to know how he managed to break the curse of the evil Spirit King statue, a power that took countless eras to obtain, because she intends to reclaim it. She says she crossed an immeasurable distance to descend into this world and resurrect Skinner, and now she needs souls to replenish her energy. Then she asks whether Skinner can feel the indescribable torment his own soul is suffering. She explains that the flesh puppet is causing trouble. She used it as the vessel to bring Skinner back to life, but whenever it grows hungry, it will torture his soul. With Skinner's current soul strength, she cannot allow the puppet to starve for too long, or it will grind his soul into dust. Because of that, she orders Skinner to go hunting. He must kill 1,000 humans, and she will use their souls to nourish the vessel, while the remains of their flesh will belong to him. Skinner accepts the order with eager obedience, and satisfaction spreads through him as he realizes he can finally feast without restraint. Elsewhere, someone moves quickly through the darkness. Shenyi is on his motorcycle when a guard hears the noise and asks what just happened. Shenyi casually replies that he only took a quick hoverbike ride through the clouds, and that everything is completely fine. The guard complains that the sound was far too loud and tells Shenyi not to keep making that kind of racket so late at night. Besides, it is not safe. Shenyi apologizes at once and promises that it will not happen again. Back in his room, Shenyi sits on the floor and finally lets out a deep breath of relief. He still cannot believe the root of everything was simply that his past self had helped 2 girls when he was a child. So many people lost their lives, and yet to those noble families, the whole thing was nothing more than a little game. The more Shenyi thinks about it, the clearer it becomes. They are nothing but scumbags. Just then, Shenyi's phone rings. He looks down at the screen and realizes the caller is one of his relatives. When Shenyi answers, the person on the other end introduces himself as Shenyi's first uncle. Shenyi immediately remembers that his first uncle, Shuo Feng, is the one who handles the Shun family's daily affairs. Every time Shenyi visited the family, Shuo Feng would look at him with cold eyes, never showing the slightest concern for Shenyi or his mother. Sometimes, Shuo Feng would even mock Shenyi's father, which makes Shenyi wonder why this man is suddenly calling him now. Shuo Feng says he heard Shenyi had been sick some time ago, and that Shenyi's mother came to the family asking for medicine. He claims he was away at the time, but now that he has returned, Shenyi can come pick it up whenever he likes. Shenyi answers that he no longer needs it because he has already recovered. Shuo Feng says that is good to hear, but in truth, there is another matter he needs to discuss. He asks whether Shenyi remembers coming home for New Year, and whether Shenyi remembers the children from other noble families visiting the Shun family back then. Shenyi says he remembers. Shuo Feng replies that this is good. then says Shun Yi was quite the troublemaker in those days and caused many problems. Once Shuo Feng finishes making the arrangements, Shun Yi will return in a few days and publicly apologize to the heirs of those noble families. Shun Yi repeats the word apologize, clearly questioning it. Shuo Feng says this is all for Shun Yi's own good. He claims Shun Yi offended too many people when he was young, so now Shun Yi must take responsibility, publicly apologize, and earn their forgiveness. At the same time, this will also make the Shun family look better. Shun Yi immediately realizes that this must be the consequence of Meng Yu letting something slip. If Shun Yi really goes and apologizes, then he will be admitting that everything was his fault. The deaths of tens of thousands of people will no longer have anything to do with those rich kids, and Shun Yi will become the only scapegoat. Meanwhile, the Shun family will be able to gain favor with those powerful families, and this uncle of his might even profit from the situation. The hunt against Shun Yi will not stop either. In fact, killing him may even become perfectly justified, and his mother, his father, and Meng Yu could all be dragged into the mess. So this is what Shuo Feng calls doing things for Shun Yi's own good. Shun Yi calmly says that as far as he remembers, he never offended anyone. Then he asks Shuo Feng to clarify a few specific cases, who exactly he offended, how he offended them, and when it supposedly happened. Shuo Feng answers that Shun Yi does not need to concern himself with the details, and when the time comes, he only needs to do as he is told. Shun Yi thinks that if he did not already know the truth, he might really believe he had offended someone. Then he says there is one small problem, and if it is not resolved, he cannot follow those instructions. Inwardly, Shun Yi sees it clearly. The great family will not hesitate even for a moment to sell him out if it benefits them. Shuo Feng asks if this is about Shun Yi's mother failing to get the medicine, and whether Shun Yi is trying to demand compensation. He sneers that Shun Yi is still young and may not have learned much, but he has certainly learned how to be greedy. Then he asks what Shun Yi wants. Shun Yi replies that it is not about that. There is simply one question bothering him, and until he gets an answer, he cannot obey. Then Shun Yi asks who the hell Shuo Feng thinks he is. Shuo Feng's tone turns cold as he warns Shun Yi not to push his luck. Shun Yi says Shuo Feng seems to think he is very important. Since Shuo Feng is so capable, why does he not crawl over to those people himself and wag his tail in front of them? Then Shun Yi adds that, actually, this is exactly what Shuo Feng is going to do, go wag his tail for those families. Shuo Feng calls Shun Yi an insolent brat, and says this matter is not up to him. He asks whether Shun Yi really thinks he can defy his grandfather's decision, and then cuts off the call. Shun Yi notices the call has already ended and complains that he had not even finished speaking yet. Not long after, another call comes in, and this time Shun Yi sees an unknown number requesting a video call. When Shun Yi answers, several girls appear on the screen and introduce themselves as Yan's sisters from Phoenix Island. With bright smiles, they ask if he wants to come to a midnight bikini party. Shun Yi's eyes widen in surprise as he stares at the screen. The girls tell Shun Yi that he is handsome, and that there are plenty of girls at the party who are dying to meet him. Shun Yi answers awkwardly that he does not think going out is a good idea. It is already very late, and he really cannot leave right now. The girls tell him it is no problem at all, because they can simply send someone over to pick him up. Shun Yi insists again that he really cannot go. Then he tells them to be careful if they are going out at night, even asking whether he needs to come protect them. The girls immediately ask if he is snubbing their big sister, and whether he does not care at all about the good luck falling into his lap. Shun Yi quickly says that is not what he means. There are just so many of them that he is afraid he might end up drunk and get taken advantage of. Then he says he is going to sleep and hangs up the call. After ending the call, Shun Yi thinks that these powerful families really do have the fastest gossip network. They have definitely already figured out the general situation, and he can bet more calls like this will come soon. Some people simply want to take a look at the guy Song Qin-yun, heiress of the most powerful family, supposedly wants to marry, shamelessly trying to drag him out and display him like some circus freak. Shun Yi asks himself that if he were truly a calamity, who would dare give him orders like that? At that moment, the system sends Shun Yi a special reminder. There are only 10 minutes left until midnight. Once the new day begins, the first time Shun Yi enters through the door, he will receive a title. Right now, there is a chance for Shun Yi to obtain a special secret skill, but only under one condition. He must earn the title one of their own for the third time. Since Shun Yi has already obtained that title twice before, he will receive certain key reminders during his actions, and this is his only opportunity to acquire the secret skill. Shun Yi thinks that in this world, there is no such thing as peacefully hiding at home and magically wiping out every enemy. Whether he is dealing with the family schemes or crushing those spoiled nobles to avenge the innocent and himself, everything ultimately comes down to power, the kind of power that can smash through anything blocking his path. Shun Yi knows he has to seize this opportunity and figure out exactly how to obtain that secret skill. Shun Yi summons the door before him and steps through it. He emerges from the ring, and Shun Yi immediately asks what happened. He answers in a calm, heavy voice that the time has come for them to part ways. Shun looks toward Fern and says that he should be able to move around freely now. Fern tests himself for a moment, feeling the strength returning through his skeletal body, and confirms that Shun is right. Fern explains that he can no longer stay here delaying things. He has to return to the undead clan as soon as possible, because there are still many unfinished matters waiting for him there. Shun listens, then calmly says that he supposes this is the point where the two of them have to part ways. Fern sincerely thanks Shun for helping him recover his strength, and as his gaze falls on Shun, he suddenly realizes that Shun does not even seem to have a storage item of his own. After a brief pause, Fern offers him the ring as a keepsake. Shun accepts it with gratitude, saying he wishes he had something proper to give in return. But Fern tells him there is no need for that at all, because Shun has already given him something far more important by restoring his power. After saying his final goodbye, Fern turns away from Shun and slowly walks off, his large skeletal figure gradually moving into the distance. Shun watches Fern leave and thinks to himself that they had only spent a few short days together. Yet now, that huge skeleton is already wandering loose in the outside world again. A trace of concern rises in Shun's mind as he wonders whether Fern will really be able to survive out there on his own. Before Shun can think any further, a violent explosion suddenly erupts nearby. A crushing wave of pressure sweeps over him, forcing Shun to duck down instinctively as the air around him seems to shake. A desperate voice screams out, "No!" and Shun instantly recognizes it as Fern's voice. His eyes widen in disbelief as he thinks that Fern had barely taken a few steps away before somehow running straight into an enemy. Then, just as suddenly as it began, everything falls into a terrifying silence. Shun's mind races, because with Fern's strength, it is hard to believe that he could be taken down by a single blow so easily. Shun quickly concludes that whatever hit Fern must have been an unimaginably powerful destructive force. Even during the fierce battle with Skinner, he had barely seen anything that terrifying. His first instinct is clear. Going over there would be the same as offering himself up to get crushed. Sometimes, avoiding a disaster is much smarter than charging straight into it, so the best choice right now is obviously to run. At that exact moment, the system gives him a new notification. The key reminder has been activated. Shun has already been seen, and if he chooses to retreat now, it will negatively affect his title evaluation. Worse still, he will lose the chance to obtain the title, One of Their Own, for the third time. Shun's expression stiffens as he thinks about how people always say that when your buddies are in trouble, you are supposed to go lend them a hand. After all, Fern is someone close to him now. Of course, Shun quickly clarifies to himself that he is definitely not doing this only because of the title reward. A strange sound suddenly rings out, and Shun's body freezes in place as if an invisible force has nailed him to the ground. He cannot move even a finger, while a terrifying aura wraps around him from every direction. From within that suffocating pressure, a creature speaks with chilling interest, saying that today's prey is rather fine. Shun forces himself to stay steady and asks where Fern is, demanding to know what they have done to his friend. But inside, panic is already rising. He knows he is in serious trouble, so he reminds himself to stay calm and try to get on their good side first. The creature coldly asks what friend Shun is talking about. As far as it knows, humans are not exactly the kind of beings who go around calling the undead their friends. Fern thinks back to the elimination mission in the elven village, when Shun covered for him last time. Not only did that mission fail, but a group of undead were dragged into trouble because of it, and now these other undead have come to settle the score with him. Shun can see Fern's thoughts clearly, and he quickly decides that he has to find a way to handle this. Without missing a beat, Shun starts putting on an act. He boldly declares that of course Fern is his friend. Fern saved his life, and from that moment on, Shun had already decided that the two of them were in this together. Shun continues, saying that he and Fern are going to bring down that damn human empire together. The undead creature immediately questions whether the two of them seriously believe they can destroy the human empire, asking if they take him for a fool, and warning that they are practically begging to lose their lives. Shun quickly tells him to wait and look at something first. He claims that he and Fern have already nearly infiltrated the highest levels of the human command structure, and that he has proof. The creature narrows its gaze, saying it wants to see what kind of trick Shun is trying to pull. Then the system displays the Medal of Valor, granted to the last survivor of the Rhine territory. Its bearer receives a sacred sign, and it was awarded to the boy who survived by Prince Norton, a candidate to become the next heir of the sacred Amethyst Empire. The surrounding undead immediately begin to murmur among themselves. They recognize the medal as something personally given by the prince, and they can hardly believe that this human might actually be telling the truth. The creature's tone sharpens as it demands to know where Shun obtained the medal. It orders him to speak quickly, clearly unwilling to let him dodge the question. Shun notices the creature's title, Sinister Star, and inwardly realizes that having a title really does make someone ridiculously overpowered. Still, he keeps his face steady and says that he and Fern have already planned everything out. Their next move is to infiltrate the imperial capital and eliminate the emperor himself. The creature immediately calls Shin an idiot. It admits that the medal may be real, but asks whether Shin truly believes the two of them can sneak into the capital and kill the human emperor so easily. Meanwhile, Shin thinks back over the powerful beings he has encountered so far. The elven high priest, Mengyu, and now this undead creature all had titles. But even without titles, both Skinner and Fern were terrifyingly strong, possibly even stronger than Mengyu, who did have one. Shin cannot help wondering what these titles truly represent. Shin confidently says that he already has a way to enter the upper ranks of human society. At the same time, he thinks through his own strategy. If someone repeats a lie too many times, nobody will believe it. But they will definitely start thinking that person is an idiot, and an idiot is exactly the kind of person who would blurt out the truth without hesitation. After all, only a true idiot would genuinely believe he could assassinate the emperor. The creature carefully examines the item Shan presents and realizes it is a recommendation letter for the Imperial Military Academy. Even more importantly, it was handwritten by Prince Norton himself. The handwriting matches the prince's directives that the undead creature has already captured before, so it concludes that the letter is authentic. Its suspicion deepens as it stares at Shun and asks what the hell he really is. Shin does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back on the creature and asks why it does not explain the reason it is chasing after his friend in the first place. The creature says there is nothing to hide, so it may as well tell him. During the mission to eliminate the chief of the elven village, the entire team was captured. Fern was the only one who abandoned the mission and fled. To the undead, that kind of behavior is unforgivable and deserves severe punishment. Hearing that, Shin suddenly laughs. The creature's expression darkens as it reaches out and squeezes Shun's cheek, demanding to know what he finds so funny. Shin replies that he is laughing at how stupid they are. Fern was clearly the only one who sensed the elves' trap in time and managed to escape alive. Not only that, Fern even saved Shun's life. Shin asks if they are really planning to punish him for surviving and making the right call. Fern explains that the village chief was there, but the true person in command was actually the elven high priest. That high priest had already prepared to massacre every killer who tried to sneak in disguised as an elf. The creature listens, then coldly asks for proof. Shin tells them they can investigate it themselves. His story has already spread freely through the human military camps, and everyone knows that he appeared in the elven village, which was exactly where Fern's mission took place. The creature asks if Shun is really that famous among the humans. Shun answers as if it should be obvious, pointing out that the prince himself wrote him a recommendation letter and even called him the boy who survived. The undead begin whispering in uncertainty, wondering if it could actually be true. If Fern really was the only one who sensed the danger and retreated first, then his actions may not have been betrayal at all. The creature orders the others to check the information immediately. Its voice turns threatening as it warns that if this brat dares to lie, it will make him regret ever being born. Shin tells them to go ahead and verify it for themselves. The creature admits that Shun has quite a lot of courage, and that for a moment, he almost managed to make it believe him. But then it points out the obvious problem. Shun is human, so why would he betray his own race? Shun answers without hesitation, saying that it is because he is completely fed up with being exploited by capitalists. The creature pauses, confused, and asks what capitalists are. Shin tries to explain it in the simplest possible way. He says he is a poor nobody with no tools, no property, and no way to produce anything or become rich on his own. Because of that, he is forced to sell his labor to the people who own those tools, the so-called capitalists. At work, he creates far more value than he is ever paid for, yet they squeeze him to the bone and leave him with barely enough to survive. The undead stare at him in complete confusion. The creature sighs and says that this is exactly what happens when one does not read books. Then it turns to another undead nearby and asks whether he understood what Shin was talking about, only for the other undead to honestly reply that he did not understand at all. The creature looks back at Shun and asks exactly how these capitalists tormented him so badly that he would hate them to this extent. Shun lowers his voice with heavy seriousness and says that they forced him into 996. The creature immediately reacts as if it has heard something horrifying, saying that it sounds cruel. Then, after a brief pause, it asks what 996 actually means. Shun explains that 996 means working from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, with less than an hour total for lunch and dinner. That adds up to more than 10 hours of work every single day, 6 days every week. The creature's expression shifts slightly, and it admits that such a schedule does sound extremely heavy. Shin does not stop there. With an even more tragic tone, he adds that after enduring 996, he later experienced something even worse, 007. He explains that 007 means working from midnight all the way until midnight again, 7 days a week, without even a single day off. That endless cycle of labor is what they call 007. The creature is visibly moved by Shun's suffering. Feeling sorry for him, it pulls Shun into an unexpected hug, while Shin quietly thanks it with a pitiful expression. The creature says it thinks it is beginning to understand Shin now. Then it asks how he managed to survive for so long in such a brutal and merciless environment. With tears shining in his eyes, Shin says he still remembers that day clearly. Heavy snow was falling all around him, the cold was biting into his bones, and he was starving so badly he could barely stand. In his hands, all he had left was a single box of matches. The system suddenly notifies Shun that the undead have decided to expose the atrocities of humanity's 996 and 007 working systems. Shin will become the central figure in this wave of public opinion, and a new title, the Little Match Seller, is now likely to emerge from it. Shin's mind nearly collapses. The title, The Boy Who Survived, was already stuck to him like it had been glued on, and now they are trying to slap the Little Match Seller onto him as well. He immediately decides that there is absolutely no way he can accept that. Shin quickly continues, saying that just when he was about to freeze to death and lose his life, Fern appeared and saved him. That means Fern is his savior, and Shin absolutely will not allow them to frame Fern or do whatever they want with him. Just then, an undead approaches and reports that they have confirmed the information. Shin was telling the truth. The elven high priest really had been hiding in that village, preparing to wipe out all the assassins in one strike. The surrounding undead begin to comment that Fern not only discovered the elves' trap in advance, but also persuaded a young human who already had a Medal of Valor and was about to enter the Imperial Military Academy to join their side. In their eyes, that is no failure at all, but a major achievement. The Sinister Star undead silently weighs the situation in its mind. The higher-ups had indeed ordered Fern's execution, but after everything had come to light, killing Fern now would be impossible. If it went through with the punishment, it would be no different from stabbing every soldier under its command in the back. And sooner or later, those same superiors would simply cast it aside, drag it out in public, and execute it to calm the anger of the undead masses. The more the Sinister Star undead thinks about it, the worse the situation looks. The higher-ups would claim every bit of credit for themselves, while it would be nothing more than a damned stepping stone beneath their feet. But the problem is, it has already beaten Fern until only his head is left, and saving him now would cost an enormous fortune. No matter how it calculates the matter, this is a losing deal from every angle, and it has absolutely no intention of paying that bill itself. After a long sigh, the Sinister Star undead changes its tone and declares that Fern appears to be a brave undead warrior who never forgot his duty. Since his actions were not betrayal but merit, this medal will be awarded to him, an honor that Fern has rightfully earned. Then the Sinister Star undead turns its attention to Shun and says that from this moment on, they will call him the Little Match Seller. With that new title covering him, Shun's identity as the boy who survived can be hidden from unwanted eyes. The system immediately notifies Shun that a new title, the Little Match Seller, has begun to take shape. Shun's heart sinks as he realizes that, in the end, he failed to dodge it after all. The Sinister Star undead proudly says that it is truly pleased with both Shun and Fern, and that this matter must be reported immediately. With that, it casually leaves the rest in their hands. Shin stares at it in disbelief and asks whether it really intends to beat Fern into that state, and then simply abandon him here. But before Shun can even finish reacting, the undead have already vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Fern's skull speaks calmly, as if this is nothing strange at all. He explains that things are exactly as he said before. When undead are injured, they are usually just tossed outside and left to fend for themselves. Fortunately, Fern's power has not disappeared, because everything important is still contained in his skull. As long as he can regrow some bones, he should be fine. Shin immediately snaps that there is nothing fortunate about this, because Fern does not even have a body anymore and is in even worse condition than when Shin first met him. Fern then asks whether Shun threw away the aquarium, and Shun answers that he paid good money for that thing and would never toss it away. He promises that once they get back, he will order Fern a calcium supplement solution right away. Fern thanks Shun, then hesitantly asks whether humans really have terrifying things like capitalists. Shin answers that they do exist, though not in his own world. Fern sounds relieved and says that is good to hear, but Shin cannot help asking why an undead like him is worrying so much about human problems. Fern explains that he does not fully understand how the world works yet. Around here, every race seems to love learning things from humans, copying whatever humans come up with. So if humans have capitalists, then sooner or later, the undead might end up with those kinds of people too. Just imagining that possibility makes Fern feel terrified. At that moment, the system suddenly gives Shin another notification, warning him that a new key reminder has been activated. Shin has been seen once again, and this is the decisive moment for completing the third title, one of their own. This time, the system makes it clear that there is absolutely no chance for him to escape. A stern voice suddenly orders Shun to stay exactly where he is. Armed guards rush in, accusing him of being caught red-handed while conspiring with the undead. Then someone recognizes him and calls him the boy who survived. Prince Norton steps forward, his gaze sharp as he demands to know what is happening here. He warns Shin not to even think about lying, because any falsehood will be exposed immediately, and Prince Norton himself will eliminate him if necessary. Shin quickly asks for permission to explain, then introduces Fern as his informant. Fern, a field collection officer from the 5th Brigade of the Skeleton Army, with whom Shun has made a contract to exchange information about the undead. Prince Norton reacts in surprise, asking how a human could possibly form a contract with an undead. A mage immediately confirms that Shun is not lying, explaining that continuous arcane magic is monitoring Shun's words, actions, and soul. The guards begin whispering among themselves, saying they never imagined the legendary boy who survived had such hidden methods, and that he truly lives up to the rumors. An elf then asks whether Shun really obtained information about the undead from Fern, and Shun confirms that he already delivered that intelligence to the Shadow Hand Brotherhood. The elf calmly says that she believes Shun. She explains that she specializes in soul magic and is extremely sensitive to corrupted souls. Yet Shun's soul is remarkably pure, burning with righteous anger and unwavering conviction, which means it is impossible for him to be some puppet controlled by the undead. Prince Norton then looks toward Fern and asks why an undead would form a transactional relationship with Shun in the first place. Shun answers that Fern was treated very unfairly on the undead side and has been enduring an incredibly difficult situation. Fern immediately adds, with heavy seriousness, that the reason is because he suffered under 996. Prince Norton frowns and asks what 996 is supposed to mean. Fern explains that he experienced many unfair and painful things humans may not even be able to imagine. Then he reveals the horrifying truth. Even among the undead, there are capitalists. Prince Norton asks if capitalists are some new type of undead. Fern says that is exactly right in a sense. He explains that he is just a poor working undead with no tools, no resources, and no way to produce anything or become rich on his own. Because of that, he is forced to sell his labor power to those who control the means of production, the capitalists. During work, Fern creates value, but those disgusting capitalists exploit him relentlessly, all while leaving him with only the bare minimum needed to keep going. The mage listens and quietly thinks through the implications. Undead do not truly lose their lives, and they do not tire the way living beings do. That makes them the perfect targets for exploitation. They do not need to eat. They can work endlessly without stopping, and for the capitalists, that means saving an enormous amount in labor costs. Prince Norton then asks what 996 actually refers to. Fern explains that it means working from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, with less than an hour of break time in between. That totals more than 10 hours of labor every day, 6 days every single week. Prince Norton's expression grows heavier as he admits that such a schedule is indeed extremely harsh. Fern continues, saying that after surviving 996, he was then forced through something even worse, 007. That meant working from midnight all the way to midnight again, 7 days a week, without rest, and without a single day off. The mage's face tightens as he listens, and he can only describe such treatment as an indescribable horror. Moved by Fern's suffering, Prince Norton steps forward and pulls him into an emotional embrace. He says he feels as though he is finally beginning to understand Fern better, then asks how Fern managed to survive for so long in such an inhuman environment. Fern says he still remembers the day everything changed, when heavy snow was falling from the sky. Fern continues, saying that when he finally managed to escape, he saw the boy who survived nearly frozen to death and starving, with nothing on him except a small box of matches. Shin quickly asks everyone to forget the part about the matches, saying that detail is not important right now. But Fern insists on continuing. He says Shun was the one who struck a match and lit a small flame to warm him. That tiny fire was the first time Fern had ever felt human kindness and warmth. And in that moment, Fern made the most important decision of his life. He chose to rebel. The system congratulates Shun, informing him that he and his companion have successfully triggered a large-scale condemnation of capitalists. The new title, the little match seller, has flourished rapidly and now stands strong enough to rival the boy who survived. Shun immediately grows irritated, wondering if this ridiculous system has even one title that could be considered remotely decent. Prince Norton then asks Fern how he can prove his identity and whether he has any evidence. Fern answers that he possesses a medal made from skull bone. The mage carefully examines the skull bone medal and explains that only the undead to whom this medal was granted can ignite its soul fire. After confirming the reaction, the mage concludes that Fern and Shun are telling the truth. Prince Norton reflects silently on what he has just witnessed. An undead betraying his own side and choosing to serve a human has never truly happened before. To him, this feels like standing at the very moment history is being made. Prince Norton then declares that Fern was gravely wounded in battle and has even forgotten his original name. As a prince of the sacred Amethyst Empire, Norton says he must personally grant Fern a new name. The guards are instantly shocked. They whisper that receiving a name from a prince is an enormous honor. Once Fern has such a name, as long as he remains in human lands, food and shelter will be guaranteed for the rest of his life. And since Prince Norton is still only a teenager, if he earns more military glory in the future, there is no telling how far this honor could carry Fern. Prince Norton begins by saying that Fern shall be called Ha, but Shin immediately cuts in and begs him to choose anything else. Anything would be better, as long as the name does not start with Ha. His plea sounds completely sincere. Prince Norton thinks it over and then says that, on second thought, perhaps Lowly would be a good option. Shun's face stiffens as he thinks that even Harry would have been better than that. Prince Norton notices that Shun does not seem very fond of that name either. He then says that in human history, there are legends about two divine children. Whenever endless calamities ravage the world, these two figures appear to save all devoted followers. One of those divine children is called Lowly, and the other is called Peppa. Since Shin clearly does not seem to like the name Lowly, and is making that kind of face, Prince Norton decides they will go with Peppa instead, saying it may be a much better alternative. The guards move into orderly rows, and an absurdly powerful energy begins to rise from them, filling the area with a heavy and solemn pressure. Prince Norton declares that from this moment forward, Fern will never betray humanity. If Fern breaks that oath, his soul will instantly shatter. And the instant Fern makes this vow, he will become a hero admired by all, perhaps even rising to become a saint with time. Shin thinks to himself that becoming a saint would actually be a pretty good deal. Then Fern, now bearing the name Peppa, solemnly swears that no matter what happens, he will never betray humanity. The moment Fern finishes the vow, an intense light bursts out around him, shining so brightly that it nearly swallows his skeletal form. The mage congratulates Fern and announces that the ceremony is complete. From now on, Fern is no longer merely Peppa. Shin's eyes light up for a second as he asks whether that means Fern gets a new name after the ceremony. Everyone answers in unison by calling Fern Saint Peppa, and Shin's expression immediately shows that he does not like the sound of that at all. Prince Norton says he will pretend he did not see what happened here today, but warns Shin and his partner to be more careful from now on and avoid slipping up again. If anything happens, Shin must inform him in advance. Norton also assures Shun that if they manage to accomplish something great, he will not be stingy with the rewards. Shin quickly says that he understands. Prince Norton then hands Shin an enchanted sheet of letter paper. He explains that anything written on it will instantly synchronize with the corresponding sheet in Norton's own hand. It is a special item used by royal intelligence, and if Shin receives important information or encounters a major event, he should use it to contact Norton immediately. Shin says with a firm expression that he will serve humanity until the very end. At the same time, he thinks that things are finally moving in the right direction. After all, this skeleton comes from undead intelligence, so Fern must know plenty of dirty secrets. Prince Norton says his farewell, and the elf steps closer to tell Shin a secret. She explains that the name Peppa actually carries a hidden meaning. Shin immediately asks what kind of secret the name could possibly have. The elf explains that in the old legends, the divine child named Peppa wielded weapons that constantly changed from one form to another. One moment, Peppa might use swords. The next, spears and bows. Sometimes, Peppa even carried strange weapons that humanity had never seen before. Because of that legend, those who bear this name are often believed to have natural talent with all kinds of weapons. Shin asks if the name Peppa comes from wielding strange weapons, saying that he understands now. The elf smiles and says Shun is as sharp as ever, grasping the meaning immediately. Then she reminds him that Fern still needs to work hard, striving to become a true master proficient with every kind of weapon. Shun hesitantly asks the elf whether there are actually many people named Peppa. The elf answers that there are quite a few, and she even knows 5 humans herself: Old Peppa, Little Peppa, Red Peppa, Big Peppa, and Fat Peppa. Then she looks at Shun and adds that he is the most special one of all, because he is Saint Peppa, a name personally bestowed by the royal family of the kingdom. Shin thinks that, in a strange way, it is at least a little comforting to know he is not the only person trapped with such a name. The elf encourages him to keep working hard, saying that Prince Norton has great expectations for him. After leaving those words behind, the elf and the others finally turn and walk away. Once they are gone, Fern immediately calls out to Shun as Peppa and says they should be leaving too. Shin's expression darkens at once, and he snaps that Fern is clearly trying to provoke him. He warns Fern not to call him by that name again. Fern seems genuinely confused and asks why Shun is suddenly so angry. Shin does not bother explaining. He directly tries to put Fern into the ring, coldly declaring that Fern is finished and that the calcium supplements are now officially cancelled. But as Shin approaches the door, he suddenly notices something strange. Fern is still standing there exactly where he was, and he never entered the ring at all. Shin turns back with a frown and asks what the hell Fern thinks he is doing. Right then, the system's voice rings out and congratulates Shun, announcing that he has successfully cleared the situation. Shun had survived one encirclement after another, caught between both the undead and the humans without being crushed by either side. In the end, the undead gave up their hostility toward him, and the humans also set aside their suspicion. The undead even left Shun with the bone medallion and allowed the title the Little Match Seller to fall onto him. Meanwhile, the Prince of the Human Empire personally granted Shun the name Saint Peppa and performed a sacred ceremony for him. Because of that, both of the major races now regard Shun as one of their own, someone they can trust, and someone worth investing in. As a fragile human surrounded by enemies on every side, Shin managed to overturn a deadly situation through sheer wit. He turned enemies into allies, gained benefits from both camps, and that became the main reason he obtained the title, one of their own, for the third time. Not only that, Shin became the first ordinary person to obtain the same title 3 times in a row. He broke through every rule and every expectation, accomplishing something that should have been impossible. The gate then gained a hidden ability called temporal stagnation, basic. When Shun crosses the gate, he can cause time on one side to stop for 3 seconds while time on the other side continues as normal. After each activation, the ability cannot be used again for 1 week. And the next time Shin advances the quality of a title and obtains an exceptional blue quality or higher, the gate will gain another new ability. Shin mutters that this means he can stop time for 3 seconds once a week. At first, he feels like the ability is a little weak, but then he realizes that if it can be upgraded, there might be a way to extend those 3 seconds into something much more useful. The temporal stagnation effect completes, and the system informs Shun that this activation was only a test version. Because of that, it will not count as an official use of the ability. Shun immediately complains, asking if that was really all. It ended far too quickly, so quickly that it barely felt like anything happened at all. He grumbles that the system is clearly messing with him, especially after devouring the title, one of their own. The system then confirms that the title has been devoured. In exchange, Shun has gained 3 attribute points, bringing his current total attribute points up to 10. Exhausted, Shun collapses onto his bed and mutters that it is already 6 in the morning. That is more than enough for one day. Whatever comes next can wait until tomorrow, because right now, he is sleepy and desperately needs to sleep. Just as Shun is about to rest, a knock suddenly comes from the door. Shun lifts his head slightly and asks who is outside. A familiar voice answers from the other side, saying that it is Qian Russian. He tells Shun that they are leaving on the aircraft now and heading to the exam site.